हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज की वीडियो में मैं एक नया नॉवल फिर से स्टार्ट करने वाला हूँ। तो बिना किसी देरी के चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं।
New City, New Elementary Spirit Master Academy. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling, spilling over the bustling school gate. A youth dressed in black martial attire was idly tossing a bronze coin in his hand as he walked toward the academic affairs office. The youth was about 6 years old, but his figure was slender, far surpassing his peers. The most eye-catching thing was his pair of eyes. Deep within his pupils, two pupils seemed to faintly overlap, their divine light restrained, eerie yet noble. But in just an instant, they returned to normal pupils. Double pupils. Tis, so this is New Academy. It looks just so. Lin Yuan curled his lips. As a transmigration traveler from Earth, he knew all too well what kind of place this was. This was where the dream of Douluo Continent began, and it was also the starting point for that hypocrite later known as the Tang Buddha. When watching the anime in his previous life, Lin Yuan had scoffed at Tang San's double-standard dog behavior. Lin Yuan knew that it was inevitable for people to have double standards sometimes, but you couldn't be so disgustingly double-standard. So all the benefits are for you to take, and all the logic is for you to speak. Fortunately, the heavens had eyes and allowed Lin Yuan to undergo transmigration. Although he started as an orphan, picked up and raised by the old village chief of the neighboring Whitestone village. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that he, Lin Yuan, had a god-tier start. 1 month ago, during the Spirit Awakening ceremony. Transmigrators come and go, but Su Yuntao is eternal. That legendary, blind Douluo, arrived as scheduled. Lin Yuan still remembered Su Yuntao's look of having never seen the world. When that pitch-black spear, emitting a heart-palpitating evil chi, appeared in Lin Yuan's hand, the temperature of the entire spirit hall branch dropped to the freezing point. God-slaying spear. Known as the #1 killing treasure under the heavenly Tao. Although it wasn't the actual god-slaying spear itself, but merely a spirit, the prestige it emitted was already so terrifying. Next was the expected innate full spirit power. Su Yuntao's eyes turned green at the time, he was that excited. He grabbed Lin Yuan's shoulder and wouldn't let go, desperately trying to pull him into the spirit hall. Child, you are a genius. A true genius. Join the spirit hall, and the Supreme Pontiff will surely take you as a disciple personally. To be honest, Lin Yuan had indeed wavered at that time. After all, besides being forced to lose intelligence later on, the spirit hall was top tier in the world in terms of both resources and beauties, both resources and heritage. Moreover, 3 views follow the 5 senses, so who could refuse Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui? This place is known as the Romance Continent. If you really look into it, except for minor characters like Shui Binger and Yi Lingling who didn't have much screen time and didn't break down, every single one of the others has problems to some extent. But when Lin Yuan calmed down and thought about it, something wasn't right. The god-slaying spear is focused on ultimate slaughter. Bibi Dong is currently being eroded by the Rakshasa divine thought, so her mind isn't very clear to begin with. What if the evil chi of his spirit had some strange chemical reaction with the Rakshasa divine thought and made her even more insane? The risk was too great. Just as Lin Yuan was hesitating. That golden finger, which was 6 years late, finally came online. Ding, detected that the host is facing a choice. Diary fabrication system has been loaded. Activation conditions, refuse to join the spirit hall, enroll in New Academy. Fine. Since the system said so, what else was there to choose? Thus, amidst Su Yuntao's, "Are you stupid?" expression, Lin Yuan righteously refused the spirit hall's recruitment. The reason was quite touching. Grandmaster, I'll get homesick if I'm too far from home, and I can't bear to leave Grandpa Village Chief. I still want to go to a nearby elementary Spirit Master Academy to study first. If we're fated, I'll serve the spirit hall in the future. This speech left Su Yuntao stunned, and in the end, he could only leave a certificate with deep regret, looking back every 3 steps as he left. To avoid unwanted attention, Lin Yuan even gave his spirit a slightly low-profile name, Soul-Slaying Spear. As for those double pupils, Su Yuntao didn't see anything unusual at all. The blind Douluo certainly lives up to his name. But you can't entirely blame him. After all, the spirit masters of this era are still in a primitive stage regarding their understanding of body spirits. Thoughts returned. Lin Yuan had already finished the enrollment procedures and was walking toward dormitory 7. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully enrolling in New Academy. The diary fabrication system is officially bound. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the supreme being of the world. The host only needs to record or fabricate content in the diary every day to receive generous rewards. Rewards include but are not limited to spirit bones, god-bestowed spirit rings, heaven and earth treasures, peerless cultivation techniques, etc. Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth curled up slightly. Getting stronger just by writing a diary. He was familiar with this trope. In the web novels of his previous life, this kind of system was simply the peak of the freebie genre. No need to fight to the death, no need to do tasks or be a sim. Just by moving a pen or using your thoughts, you could level up while lying down. Who writes a diary if they're serious? Lin Yuan complained in his heart. Despicable. But his expression didn't show any sense of being despicable at all. The upturned corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. Immediately after, the system's next prompt left Lin Yuan a bit stunned. Ding, special reminder, the diary written by the host will generate an exclusive diary copy, which will be randomly distributed to certain people on Douluo Continent. Those who hold a diary copy will read the host's diary content in synchronization. The first page of the diary is the user manual. Please be advised, host. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Impressive, system, you're not even pretending anymore. 1. When the host writes the first word in the diary, the preset diary will open and be distributed to certain people on the continent. Lin Yuan, I bet the people the instances are distributed to must be people I know. 2. After the diary copy is distributed, the host gains the character binding function. Successfully binding a diary copy owner allows the host to randomly obtain one of the other party's talent abilities, including spirit abilities, mental techniques, special talents, etc. Binding can be done once a month. If the target does not have a diary copy, the binding fails. Binding attempts cannot be accumulated. Lin Yuan, good grief, system, you want me to guess who has a diary copy, right? Interesting. But what if it's given to someone like Bosaishi or the Silver Dragon King who are far away? Where would he go to bind them? As for successfully binding a character who has a diary copy and obtaining one of her abilities. Besides the spirit abilities they already possess, like Xiaohu's Paragon Golden Body and Teleportation. All Lin Yuan could think of was Ning Rongrong's spirit ring fusion talent and heart separation control secret technique, or BB Dong's Rakshasa divine force. There didn't seem to be much else. Moreover, the system of the Douluo world is very rigid, all abilities rely on spirits and spirit rings, and self-created spirit abilities are pitifully few. Unlike other Xuanwan worlds where cultivation techniques and skills can be used as soon as you get them. This place emphasizes compatibility. Summary: this binding function is a bit useless, more like a prank by the system. P.S. Newbie author, please follow the story tilde. Chapter 2, Natal Spirit Ring, directly exposing the Rakshasa god. In the small grove, mottled shadows of trees fell upon Lin Yuan's body. He continued to flip through the rules of the diary in his mind, the curve of his lips widening as he read. Rule 3. The diary must be updated daily. The content is not limited, including but not limited to daily trivialities, plot complaints, cultivation insights, etc. If in long-term seclusion, the system can upload insights on your behalf. Rule 4. The higher the trust level the diary copy owners have in the host's written content, the higher the critical hit rate of the rewards the host receives. Rule 5. Diary copy owners cannot cause any form of harm to the host, including but not limited to physical attacks, spiritual attacks, curses, poisoning, sending others to attack, etc. Otherwise, the instance will be automatically reclaimed, and the host has the right to counter the holder. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. All rights of interpretation belong to the diary fabrication system. Seeing this fifth rule, Lin Yuan almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Originally, he was worried that if he got too excited and exposed the dark history of BB Dong or Qian Runshui, he might have his throat slit by a titled Douluo sneaking into his bed in the middle of the night. Looking at it now, the system is quite considerate. Oh wait, this is just basic operation for the diary system. Unable to harm, does that mean even if I point at BB Dong's nose and call her love brain, she can only stare helplessly? Wonderful. Just then, the system's prompt sounded at the right time. Ding, newbie guidance ended. A supreme newbie gift pack is available. Would you like to claim it? Claim it, hurry up. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. The next second, a warm current appeared out of thin air, instantly enveloping his entire body. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 gold coins. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a passive skill, martial arts mastery major achievement level. Ding, congratulations to the host's physical fitness for receiving a significant upgrade in meridian reconstruction. Current physique can withstand a limit of 1,000 years. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit exclusive reward, natal spirit rank god slaying spirit double pupils. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a special skill, divine rank aura concealment can freely adjust spirit power fluctuations and spirit ring colors. Boom. His body, which was slightly thin due to his young age, was now filled with an explosive sense of power. Every muscle and every bone emitted a joyful crisp sound. There was no cliché scene of cleansing the marrow and expelling black mud, a system product is always a masterpiece, getting it done in one step. Is this the feeling of being filled with power? Lin Yuan clenched his fist, and a faint sound of an airburst came from the air. Following that, he felt in the dark that both of his spirits had obtained their first spirit ring. If the location weren't wrong, he would have wanted to release them and take a look. Natal spirit ring, formed by the host's spirit itself, no need to hunt spirit beasts. The spirit ring's age will automatically evolve with the improvement of the host's physical fitness. Current age, 1,000 years. Next, information about the first spirit ring flooded into his mind. Double pupil's first spirit ability, void stasis. Effect, forcibly imprisons the space around the target. For targets no more than 10 levels higher than oneself, absolute control for 3 seconds. For those stronger than oneself, the control time decreases, with a minimum of 1 second. Passive effect, after opening the double pupils, the enemy's movements will slow down tenfold in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he can directly see through the weaknesses in the opponent's spirit power flow. God Slaying Spear first spirit ability, God Slaying Piercing. Effect, ignores 50% of defense. Wounds inflicted by the God Slaying Spear carry, heavily Dao evil chi. Unless a titled Douluo level healing spirit master intervenes or there's divine rank healing ability, the wound will never heal and will bleed continuously. 1 absolute hard control, 1 true damage plus anti-healing. And, with 1 ice spirit and 1 tool spirit, he can use them both together in battle, right? Control first, then attack with the God Slaying Spear. Invincible. With a thought, Lin Yuan activated divine rank aura concealment. He disguised these 2 spirit rings as 100-year yellow ones. At this time, if the first spirit ring were 1,000-year one and he didn't join a certain power, it would probably cause quite a bit of trouble. Even if he did join a power, the trouble would not be small. In that case, it's better to just be an ordinary genius. It was just a pity that because they were self-condensed spirit rings, his spirit power did not increase at all, remaining at level 10. Then, with a thought from Lin Yuan, a black diary that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Since content needs to be written to distribute the diary copies, he might as well write something. What should I write? The first diary entry must be explosive enough. It has to make those women who get the instances doubt their lives, and it needs to make them believe me more easily. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan no longer hesitated. Under his will, words began to appear on the diary. Year X, month X, day X, sunny. I really didn't expect that I would actually transmigrate into the world of the novel, Douluo Continent. Although I was an orphan on Earth in my previous life, the start of this life is quite good. At least I don't have a drunkard father like Tang San. Awakening my spirit today almost made me laugh to death. Transmigrators come and go, but Su Yuntao stays forever. That blind Douluo really lives up to his reputation. I clearly awakened the #1 killing weapon of the primordial era, the God-slaying spear, as well as the ancient double pupils, proper twin divine rank spirits. As a result, he actually didn't see that there was something wrong with my eyes, and he even believed my nonsense that the spear was called some soul-devouring spear. But this is fine too, keeping a low profile is the way to go. If that crazy woman BB Dong from Spirit Hall found out, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. Writing to this point, Lin Yuan's pen paused, and a mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If I'm going to play, I'll play big. Directly naming names. Speaking of which, BB Dong is also a pitiful person, but that doesn't mean she isn't terrifying. She carries the legacy of the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god, that is the divinity that dominates evil and resentment. My god-slaying spear has such heavy evil chi. What if it resonates with the Rakshasa divine thought inside her and makes her mental illness even worse? For the sake of my life, I'd better stay away from Spirit Hall. That woman looks noble and cold on the surface now, but behind the scenes, who knows how much she's being tortured by the Rakshasa divine thought. Better not to go looking for trouble. Better to develop quietly in Nuoding Academy first, and incidentally see if that rogue rabbit is really here. This move is called throwing a stone to ask the way, and also dimensionality reduction strike. BB Dong inheriting the Rakshasa god position is an absolute top secret at this point in time. Besides herself, probably only Jian Daoliu knows. If BB Dong really has a diary copy. When she sees this text, that kind of shock and horror will definitely fill the trust level instantly. And according to Rule 4, the more she believes, the more generous the rewards he gets will be. What's even better is that according to Rule 5, even if she's so angry her lungs explode and she wants to follow the network cable to kill him, she can't do it. Hee BB Dong, I hope you like this meeting gift. Jia. Lin Yuan then put away the diary. The diary is finished. Next, it's time to see if the rabbit I'm looking for is in this Nuoding Academy. He brushed the dust off his clothes and walked toward the direction of dormitory 7 with light steps. At this time, he did not know. The moment he finished the last stroke. Deep within the Supreme Pontiff Palace thousands of miles away, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. The entire Supreme Pontiff Palace trembled under this pressure. Chapter 3, Enraged BB Dong, you actually called me a crazy woman. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Inside the Grand Hall, one could hear a pin drop. As the current Supreme Ruler of Spirit Hall, BB Dong sat upright on the Supreme Pontiff's throne, her brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, without any warning, a pitch-black notebook emitting an eerie aura floated in the air before her eyes. On the cover, several gilded words were particularly eye-catching. Lin Yuan's diary copy, BB Dong exclusive. The notebook carried an unquestionable, terrifying pressure that even seemed to transcend all living beings. Presumptuous. BB Dong's phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent, and the terrifying spirit power belonging to a limit Douluo instantly erupted. Boom. The air in the hall seemed to be sucked dry in an instant, and a suffocating killing intent swept out like something tangible. Who exactly is playing tricks? Come out. She slammed her palm toward the notebook. However, a scene that made her pupils tremble occurred. Her palm, which was powerful enough to split mountains and crack stones, actually passed right through the moment it touched the notebook, as if the object existed in another dimension and could not be touched at all. Your Holiness. What happened? Two ghost-like figures instantly flashed into the center of the hall. It was the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo. Feeling the heart palpitating, violent aura coming from BB Dong, the two were so frightened that they immediately knelt on one knee, cold sweat pouring down. What happened to Her Holiness? Since the death of the previous Supreme Pontiff, she had rarely lost her composure like this. BB Dong stared fixedly at the notebook before her, her face cold as frost. She pointed at the void and shouted angrily, do you not see this, Dia? Before she could finish her sentence, a great terror from the depths of her soul instantly enveloped her. It was as if the moment she uttered the word, right, she would die in the next second, with not even a speck of her remaining. That was the power of rules, an erasure warning that transcended even divinity. BB Dong forced herself to swallow the rest of her words, her chest heaving violently. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart, and gave the two a cold sweep of her eyes. It's nothing, I just had a sudden realization. Withdraw, without my command, no one is allowed to step within half a pace of the hall. Yu Guan and Gui may look at each other. Although they were full of suspicion, they wouldn't dare ask even if they were 10 times bolder. Yes, your subordinates withdraw. After the two left, the hall door slammed shut. Only then did BB Dong turn her gaze back to the thing called a diary. She didn't rush to open it, but instead cautiously tested it with her mental force. Lin Yuan. A name I've never heard before. Whose conspiracy is this? Although she was extremely wary, her body seemed to move uncontrollably as she slowly reached out her hand. The diary opened automatically. On the title page, lines of blood red rules caught her eye. Rule 1. The owner can check the contents of the diary written by Lin Yuan at any time. Rule 2. Absolute confidentiality agreement. The existence of the diary must not be revealed to any non-diary owner, otherwise the instance will be revoked and relevant memories will be permanently sealed. Rule 3. Non-aggression treaty. The owner of the main diary and the instances must not be harmed. Violators will have their instances revoked and relevant memories permanently sealed. Rule 4. If the owner feels resistance, they can choose to give up the instance, and the system will automatically erase relevant memories. Rule 5. Daily reading check-in reward. Upon meeting certain conditions, rewards will be randomly dropped: spirit power, spirit bone, immortal herb, god position clues, etc. Rule 6. Watching the diary content continuously for 1 month, half a year, or 1 year will grant a guaranteed reward. The longer the duration, the more benefits obtained. Rule. Looking at these overbearing terms, BB Dong sneered. Hey, just mystery mongering. And I have to read it continuously. Simply absurd. She instinctively wanted to close the book and choose to give up. Her intuition told her this thing was a hot potato. However, when her gaze swept over the words, god position clues, her movement suddenly froze. This diary copy can not only give immortal herbs and spirit bones, but even god position clues. Very well, I shall see what kind of tricks you can write in this diary. With 30% disdain and 70% scrutiny, BB Dong flipped to the main text. However, after reading just a few lines, the expression on her beautiful face began to become quite colorful. First it was doubt, then shock, and finally it turned into uncontrollable rage. I really didn't expect that I would actually transmigrate into the world of the novel, Douluo Continent. This is just a fictional world from a storybook. Utter nonsense. BB Dong laughed out of extreme anger. My spirit hall has a legacy of tens of thousands of years and rules the spirit master's world, yet you say this is a novel world. This Lin Yuan must be a madman. She patiently continued reading. That Su Yun Tao, that blind Douluo, didn't even realize I have twin spirits. God-slaying spear, double pupils. Seeing this, BB Dong was slightly stunned. Su Yun Tao. This name sounded a bit familiar. She quickly searched her mind and remembered a grassroots report that had just been submitted a few days ago. Nuoding City Branch Hall Deacon, Su Yun Tao. The report said that a child with innate full spirit power was discovered. His spirit is a mutated black spear, suspected to be a top-tier tool spirit. BB Dong's pupils shrank slightly. It matches. There really is a person named Lin Yuan. God-slaying spear. Wasn't it the soul-slaying spear? Humph, that blind deacon indeed has poor judgment. If it's truly a divine rank spirit, it's not surprising he couldn't see through it. Although Lin Yuan's existence was confirmed, BB Dong felt more killing intent in her heart. An anomaly who possesses twin divine rank spirits but refuses to join Spirit Hall, and even considers this place a novel world. If such a person joins an opposing force of Spirit Hall in the future, they will surely become an obstacle to Spirit Hall once they grow up. He cannot be allowed to live. However, when she saw the last paragraph of the diary, she was struck as if by lightning and suddenly stood up from the Supreme Pontiff's chair. After all, she has the Rakshasa God legacy on her. What if it resonates with the Rakshasa divine thought inside her and makes her mental illness even worse? That crazy woman. Crack. The armrest in Bibi Dong's hand instantly turned to powder. In those originally noble purple eyes, an eerie ghostly light now flickered, a sign of the Rakshasa divine force spiraling out of control. Crazy woman. How dare you call me a crazy woman? And Bibi Dong took a deep breath, her chest heaving, the shock in her eyes even outweighing her anger. How does he know about the Rakshasa God legacy? This matter was the deepest secret in her heart. Even that old fellow Qian Dalyu thought she was just cultivating in seclusion, having no idea she was undergoing the Rakshasa God trials. Qian Dalyu, guess if I know. ... Chapter 4, Rogue Rabbit, surely it's not talking about me. Could it be, this world is truly just a novel? An unprecedented sense of absurdity and fear instantly crawled up Bibi Dong's spine. Meanwhile, in various corners of the Douluo Continent, countless identical black diaries quietly appeared before those favored daughters of heaven. Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince's Mansion. Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, had just finished dealing with the mountain of memorials and was preparing to rub her aching brow. A black notebook abruptly appeared on the desk. Qian Runshui diary copy. Who dares to be presumptuous in my study? Qian Runshui's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she subconsciously prepared to summon snake lance and porcupine fish. But immediately after, once she finished reading the rules and opened the first page of the diary. This, Your Highness the Crown Prince, who was usually gentle, refined, and maintained composure even when Mount Tai collapsed before him, was now violently trembling, letting out an undignified goose-like cackle. Ha ha ha, crazy woman, Bibi Dong is a crazy woman. Insightful, too insightful. Lin Yuan, is it? Just for that sentence, I, this young lord, find you pleasing to the eye. Qian Runshui laughed so hard that tears were almost streaming down her face. Her relationship with Bibi Dong was like fire and water. Seeing someone criticize the lofty Supreme Pontiff so much in a diary made her feel comfortable all over, as if someone had vented her frustrations. But as she laughed, her laughter abruptly stopped. Her pair of golden eyes stared intently at the words, Rakshasa God legacy, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Rakshasa God, that woman is actually undergoing a divine examination. Because of her special status, she understood that divinities truly existed in this world. For example, the angel god worshipped by their Qian family lineage. But when did Bibi Dong obtain the Rakshasa divine examination? Why wouldn't she know? Could Grandpa not know either? Who exactly is this Lin Yuan? How many other people possess such a diary copy? Qian Runshui now had a pile of doubts in her heart. No wonder she has become increasingly extreme and abnormal over the years. Moreover, this Lin Yuan says this is a novel world. Qian Runshui stood up, hands clasped behind her back, the amusement in her eyes gradually replaced by solemnity. To verify the truth or falsehood of the diary content written by Lin Yuan, she would probably have to start with Bibi Dong. However, her relationship with Bibi Dong was not good, in fact, it could be called very poor. Even if she asked, would Bibi Dong admit it? 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the boudoir. Bastard, who was playing a prank? Ning Rongrong was startled by the sudden appearance of the diary. She was the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, spoiled since childhood. Who would dare to play such a trick on her? But when she saw the 4 characters, novel world, the eyes of this little witch instantly lit up. If it really is a novel world, then I, this young miss, must be the female protagonist, right? Ning Rongrong proudly puffed out her still undeveloped little chest, thinking it was only natural. After all, a girl as beautiful and well-connected as me, if I'm not the female protagonist, who is? Of course, even though Ning Rongrong was mischievous and clever, she didn't believe the world she was in was one from a storybook. If it were, then what was she? Wasn't she a living, breathing person? This world was so real. But immediately after, she saw Lin Yuan's complaint about Su Yuntao. PFF, blind Douluo. This person has such a poisonous tongue, but this young miss likes it. Ning Rongrong curled her lip, looking disdainful. Finally, her gaze fell upon the God-slaying spear and double pupils. Twin divine rank spirits, is that true or false? This Lin Yuan must be bragging without restraint, right? Even Grandpa Sword's 7-kill sword wouldn't dare call itself a divine rank spirit. HMPH, if I get the chance, this young miss must go to Nuoding City to see. If he dares to lie to me, I'll have Grandpa Gu take apart his bones. Although she said she didn't believe it, Ning Rongrong had already developed intense curiosity about this Lin Yuan, whom she had never met. Spirit City, Spirit Academy. Juliana was holding a book about how to strengthen her mental force, hoping to enhance her charm ability. However, the effect of this kind of book wasn't actually particularly great. After the diary appeared, her first reaction was an enemy attack, but after finding she couldn't destroy it, she could only grit her teeth and read on. After reading it, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall was so angry that her full chest heaved and her pretty face flushed red. Presumptuous. This bastard named Lin Yuan actually dares to slander teacher like this. Crazy woman, lunatic, I think you are the lunatic. Juliana adored her teacher Bibi Dong the most, viewing her as her birth mother. How could she tolerate others insulting her like this? She wished she could rush to Nuoding City right now and tear Lin Yuan's mouth off. However, when the anger slightly subsided and reason returned, Juliana looked at those few lines in the diary, and a hint of doubt couldn't help but arise in her heart. Rakshasa God legacy, evil and resentment. Teacher has indeed become increasingly inscrutable lately. Sometimes, her gaze is so terrifying that even I tremble with fear. Could it be? Is what this Lin Yuan said true? No, impossible. Teacher is perfect. Juliana shook her head, trying to shake this terrible thought out of her mind. But once the seed of suspicion is planted, it can never be eradicated. Lin Yuan, is it? You just wait for me. I will definitely verify the truth of your words. Nuoding Elementary Spirit Master Academy, on the square. Xiao Wu, who looked like a carved piece of pink jade, had just finished her enrollment procedures, clutching the carrot in her hand, her cheeks puffed out. Suddenly, a black notebook appeared before her eyes. Xiao Wu was so scared that her rabbit ears twitched. What is it? Scared the rabbit to death. She cautiously flipped it open, when she saw Lin Yuan mention he had awakened twin divine rank spirits and was also at Nuoding Academy. She was also full of doubt and curiosity. Does such a monstrous spirit really exist in this world? Also, the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall actually possesses a divinity legacy. The person from the Spirit Hall who killed my mother, could it be the Supreme Pontiff? She only knew that the person who killed her mother back then came from the Spirit Hall, but she didn't know their name. Also, the rogue rabbit mentioned in this diary, surely it's not talking about me. Xiao Wu's intuition told her that the rogue rabbit Lin Yuan spoke of was indeed her. How was she a hooligan? Pure slander. This made her quite angry. The carrot in her hand immediately lost its appeal, so she put it away and walked towards dormitory 7. She hoped she wouldn't run into this guy at Douluo Academy, or he'd be in for a show. I want to see for myself if the so-called divine rank spirit is really that powerful. On the other side, Lin Yuan followed the instructions and arrived at dormitory 7. However, just as he pushed the door open, a fist came flying straight towards his face. Lin Yuan. P.S. Please follow and read the new book tilde. The diary style Douluo currently has very low readership. Without high follow-through reading, it probably won't pass the trial period. Even if you like the book and want to save chapters, please click through to the last page every day to support the little author tilde. Chapter 5. Show of Force. First meeting with Xiao Wu. Douluo Academy, in front of dormitory 7. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to enter. Dormitory 7, the mixed-gender dormitory for work-study students. I have to say, the dean of Douluo Academy must have a screw loose. To save a little funding, they ignore basic segregation between men and women. Or is this specifically designed to foster relationships for certain people? Lin Yuan shook his head, reached out, and pushed open the creaking wooden door. One must know that in this world, due to the factor of spirit rings, students are considered adults when they graduate from the 6th grade. Just as the door gap began to open. Whoosh. A strong gust of wind rushed toward his face. A massive fist, wrapped in not-so-powerful spirit power, smashed straight toward Lin Yuan's face. A sneak attack. Or a show of force. Lin Yuan didn't even open his double pupils, this attack was so slow in his eyes, like an old woman practicing Tai Chi. Too slow, too weak. Lin Yuan's expression was indifferent, his body merely shifted slightly to the left. The fist grazed past his hair. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan's right hand shot out like lightning, accurately grasping the opponent's wrist, using force from his waist, and tripping their feet. Using force against force, an over-the-shoulder throw. Smooth as flowing water, completed in a single breath. Go. Bang. A muffled sound shook the entire dormitory. The tall figure who launched the sneak attack was slammed heavily onto the hard floor by Lin Yuan, like a broken sack. Dust flew everywhere. Cough, cough. The person on the ground painfully curled into a ball, unable to recover for a long time. A deathly silence. The residents of dormitory 7, who had been preparing to watch the newcomer make a fool of himself, now stood with their mouths wide open, their eyes practically popping out. What the FCK? Boss was instantly defeated. Boss Wang Sheng is a level 9 spirit scholar. He was instantly killed in one move. Lin Yuan dusted off his hands, looking down at Wang Sheng on the floor, and then scanned the work-study students around him who were frozen in shock. There was no trace of smugness in his eyes, only deep disdain. This is dormitory 7's welcoming ceremony. Sneak attacking a newly enrolled student. Is this how you welcome new dorm mates? Lin Yuan's voice carried no warmth, yet it made everyone present feel an inexplicable chill. He truly had no interest in these childish games. If it weren't for wanting to see the so-called, pure and immaculate Tang Buddha, and the 100,000-year rogue rabbit, he would have applied to change dormitories long ago. Even paying out of his own pocket for a single room would be better than being cramped with these little brats. As for money. Anyway, the system's novice gift pack provided 1,000 gold coins, which was definitely enough. Furthermore, wouldn't he soon be able to go to the spirit hall to collect the subsidy? That's 1 gold coin a month. It would be foolish not to take this subsidy. After all, the money was provided by the 2 great empires, the spirit hall merely distributed it on their behalf. But then again, without the spirit hall, there's a high probability that these 2 great empires wouldn't be able to spare the money to subsidize common spirit masters. At this moment, Wang Sheng on the floor finally caught his breath and stood up shakily, clutching his chest. He looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes showing some fear, but he still braced himself and said, "Sorry, this is a unique rule of dormitory 7. Every newcomer must spar with the dorm leader. The winner becomes the new dorm leader." Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and explained, "Don't blame us for being harsh. It's because we work-study students are often bullied by the noble students in the academy. If we don't stick together, if we don't choose the strongest leader, we won't be able to survive in this academy." Hearing this impassioned speech, Lin Yuan almost burst out laughing. Being bullied, so you bully internally? Lin Yuan glanced at him, his tone filled with sarcasm. "I have no interest in being some child king, whoever wants the position can have it. But I have a piece of advice for you. Instead of wasting time on this boring internal conflict, instead of complaining about nobles bullying people, you should spend your time on meditation and cultivation." Wang Sheng was stunned, seemingly not understanding. Lin Yuan sneered and pointed at Wang Sheng's nose, saying, "You're Wang Sheng, right? Since you're the dorm leader, you must be in the 6th grade now. Since you can be this leader, it means your innate spirit power shouldn't be too low, right? At least level 2 or 3. What's the result? In 6 years, you've only cultivated to level 9. You don't even have a spirit ring. Tell me, is this because the nobles bullied you? This is because you were lazy. I'll ask everyone here one question. Besides classes, how much time do you spend meditating every day? Can anyone manage to meditate for 2 hours every day? Can anyone manage to train their physique regardless of wind or rain?" Lin Yuan's words were like loud slaps across the faces of everyone in dormitory 7. Everyone lowered their heads, their faces flushed. Most of their time was indeed spent playing around or complaining about injustice. Don't use talent as an excuse. In this world, talent determines your upper limit, but effort determines your lower limit. Given how lazy you all are, let alone the nobles, even I look down on you. After speaking, Lin Yuan didn't bother to look at them again, carrying his luggage toward the innermost empty bed. As for only reaching level 9 in 6 years, there's no need to discuss his background. Huo Yuhao had level 1 innate spirit power, yet he reached level 10 spirit power by age 11. And wasn't Huo Yuhao's situation back then much harder than that of these work-study students? Since they were oppressed, why didn't they cultivate harder, cultivate until they dropped? Just then, the wooden door of dormitory 7 was pushed open again. "Excuse me, is this dormitory 7? A clear voice rang out, followed immediately by 2 figures entering one after the other. Lin Yuan paused slightly in the act of making his bed and turned to look. Well, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Walking on the left was a plain-looking young man, dressed in coarse, patched clothes, whose eyes seemed gentle but actually revealed an aloofness that kept people thousands of miles away. Tang San. To his right was a charming young girl. She had a delicate, baby-fat face, large, watery eyes, and most notably, a pair of fluffy rabbit ear decorations on her head. Her long black hair was braided into a scorpion braid that hung past her hips, and she was holding half of an unfinished carrot in her hand. Xiao Wu. Lin Yuan hadn't expected Xiao Wu and Tang San to appear almost simultaneously this time. This immediately gave Lin Yuan a guess. Xiao Wu most likely possessed a diary copy of his. When he arrived, the very end of the first diary entry had the 3 characters, Rogue Rabbit, which was meant to test Xiao Wu's reaction. He didn't use the binding function directly on Xiao Wu but decided to test her again. With a thought, a black diary visible only to him appeared. Looking at these iconic rabbit ears, this little girl in front of me must be Xiao Wu. She looks too young right now, completely undeveloped. Too bad I'm not a pedophile. I wonder if this is a butterfly effect caused by my appearance. In the original work, Xiao Wu should have arrived a little later than Tang San. Yet now, the two of them appeared at the same time. Sigh, with these two showing up, they'll probably have to compete for the Dormitory 7 dorm leader position again, but I really have no interest in these childish games. Maybe I should just let Tang San and Xiao Wu compete. After all, Xiao Wu was used to being the big sister in the Stardew Great Forest. As the last period fell, Xiao Wu, who had just stepped through the door of Dormitory 7, instantly froze, her originally light steps nailed to the spot. In the depths of her consciousness, she sensed that new content had been updated in the diary copy in her mind. Xiao Wu subconsciously read the content. The next second, her small face, which had held a mix of curiosity and arrogance, instantly became incredibly expressive. Chapter 6. Saying no with the mouth, but the body is very honest. First to surge into her heart was a wave of shame and annoyance. She subconsciously lowered her head to look at herself. Too small, haven't developed at all. Xiao Wu was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, her pink fists clenched tight. What kind of eyes does this guy named Lin Yuan have? This young lady is clearly naturally beautiful. As long as you give me time, I will definitely be a world-shaking beauty. And it's a pity he's not a pedophilia. Who cares about your pedophilia, pervert? If these few sentences only made her feel angry. Then the last sentence of the diary made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her blood seemingly freezing in an instant. Anyway, Xiao Wu was used to being the big boss in the Stardew Great Forest. Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, striking hard against Xiao Wu's skull. In her large, agile eyes, there was now a look of unbelievable horror. Stardew Great Forest, big boss. How could he know? This secret was her greatest trump card, and also her greatest weakness. The reason she dared to transform and recultivate to enter the human world was because Dumming and Erming had guaranteed her that as long as she didn't actively release her spirit beast aura, even a spirit Douluo might not be able to see through her true form at a glance. But now, she had only just entered the door. She hadn't even had time to introduce herself. This person named Lin Yuan had actually exposed her background completely. He even knew her status in the forest perfectly. How is this possible? Could it be that what he wrote in the diary before was true? He is some kind of transmigrator. And the world I'm in is merely a scripted world written by someone else. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that her every move, even her future, was under this man's control? After the extreme fear, her survival instinct caused Xiao Wu's brain to start working rapidly. She raised her head in panic, her gaze flitting frantically around the dormitory. Finally, her gaze fixed on the youth in black sitting in the corner, who was casually tidying his bedding. Looking at Lin Yuan's handsome and elegant profile, which also showed a hint of indifference, Xiao Wu's heart was in turmoil. He says I'm a rogue rabbit and dislikes that I'm not developed. If I make him unhappy, will he directly catch me and make me into braised rabbit meat? Or spicy rabbit head? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but shiver. But on second thought, her peculiar train of thought suddenly captured a blind spot. Wait, that's not right. If he really dislikes me and really has no interest in me at all, then why did he insist on coming to Dorm 7? With his terrifying strength that can see through my true form, even if he didn't go to Spirit Hall, he could go to other better academies. Why would he nest in a remote place like Nuoding City? Xiao Wu blinked, her expression gradually becoming strange. Moreover, the diary specifically emphasized not being a pedophilia. How does that saying from human spirit masters go? An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Who knows if he's just saying one thing and thinking another? Xiao Wu felt she had discovered the truth. Even if this was Lin Yuan's inner monologue written in the diary, some things, even if one knows others can't see them, will still be said contrary to one's heart for the sake of face. HMPH, if Lin Yuan really isn't a pedophilia, then with his talent, why would he insist on coming to Nuoding Academy to join the fun? He must be here for me. Saying no with the mouth, but the body is very honest. Lin Yuan, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yuan, who was making his bed, suddenly felt his nose itch and couldn't help but sneeze. At this moment, he was completely unaware that he had been quietly labeled as a pedophilia by this over-imaginative rabbit. It was just that he couldn't yet perceive Xiao Wu's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would absolutely, immediately, right now, grab this rabbit and discipline her thoroughly, letting her know what true social danger looks like. And just then, Wang Cheng, who had been knocked dizzy by Lin Yuan in Dorm 7, finally recovered. He glanced at Tang San and Xiao Wu standing at the door in a daze. To regain the face he had just lost, he forced his back straight and put on the air of a senior student. Ahem. There are actually 3 work-study students this year. Wang Cheng's gaze swept over the two of them as he asked loudly, what are your names? What are your spirits? What is your innate spirit power? Although Tang San felt the atmosphere in this dormitory was a bit strange, especially since the youth in black gave him a dangerous feeling. He still maintained his politeness and smiled slightly. My name is Tang San, spirit blue silver grass, innate full spirit power. Blue silver grass. Hearing this trash spirit, the crowd in Dorm 7 burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, blue silver grass, that kind of wild grass seen everywhere by the roadside can be a spirit. You're killing me, even this can be used to cultivate. But immediately following that, when they registered the latter half of the sentence, the laughter stopped abruptly. What, blue silver grass can also have innate full spirit power? Even Wang Cheng's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. And Xiao Wu, who was on the side, was also pulled back from her thoughts by this burst of exclamations. Xiao Wu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said crisply. My name is Xiao Wu, Wu as in dancing, spirit soft bones rabbit, innate full spirit power. This time, Dorm 7 completely exploded. Heavens, another innate full spirit power. What's going on this year? Usually, not even one appears in several years, and this year two come at once. At this time, a clever student suddenly pointed at Lin Yuan in the corner and said, wait. That new boss doesn't seem to have reported his rank yet. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Lin Yuan. Wang Cheng also pointed at Lin Yuan somewhat helplessly and smiled bitterly. Oh right, our Dorm 7 has a rule. Newcomers must compete with the dorm leader, and the winner becomes the boss of Dorm 7. This brother just took me out in one move, so now he is the new dorm leader. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She was just worrying about not finding an opportunity to test Lin Yuan. Setting aside whether this person really knew her identity, just his attitude in the diary earlier made Xiao Wu very unhappy. Since it was a spar, it was perfectly legitimate. Hey, you sitting there. Xiao Wu stood with her hands on her hips and shouted at Lin Yuan, what's your name? We've all introduced ourselves, it's your turn. Lin Yuan put down the quilt in his hand and slowly turned around. Looking at Xiao Wu's eager, yet fearful and provocative appearance, he chuckled in his heart. This rabbit is quite good at pretending. She clearly knows I know her identity and is scared to death, yet she still wants to put on a brave front. However, on the surface, Lin Yuan still cooperated and played along, only then would it be fun. His expression was indifferent, his tone calm. My name is Lin Yuan, spirit soul slaying spear, innate full spirit power. Xiao Wu fiercely spat in her heart. Pretend, keep pretending. ... Chapter 7, A Rabbit's Revenge, 10 years is not too late. Your spirit is clearly the god-slaying spear, and what about that double pupils thing? Although she complained in her heart, Xiao Wu refused to yield verbally, soul-slaying spear. Sounds nothing special. Since you are the current dorm leader, I want to challenge you. If I win, the position of boss belongs to me. Having said that, Xiao Wu didn't give Lin Yuan any chance to refuse. She stomped her right foot hard on the ground, her body like a fully drawn bow, instantly springing forward. Take this. The speed was extremely fast. The combat instinct of a 100,000-year spirit beast allowed her to instantly lock onto Lin Yuan's neck. Soft technique. This was her most proud close-quarters combat skill. As long as she got close, even those with spirit power several levels higher than hers, unless they were defense-type spirit masters, would suffer a great loss. Facing Xiao Wu's fierce attack, Lin Yuan did not dodge, nor did he use his double pupils to see through her movements. He just stood quietly in place, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just as Xiao Wu's hands were about to wrap around his neck, Lin Yuan moved. The martial arts mastery rewarded by the system gathered the strengths of many, including Earth's traditional martial arts, Tai Chi Quan. Lin Yuan's hands moved in a circle, seemingly slow, yet they precisely landed on Xiao Wu's wrists. You are soft, I am hard. You are hard, I am soft. Off you go. Lin Yuan slightly tilted his body, gently pushing along with the force of Xiao Wu's charge. Xiao Wu only felt an irresistible force coming, her previously certain hit attack instantly veered off course, her entire balance lost, and she crashed directly into Lin Yuan's arms. Ouch. This collision was solid. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist, where his hands landed, it felt soft and full of elasticity. I have to say, the name Soft Bones Rabbit isn't just for show, this body's flexibility is simply outrageous. Tisk, is this soft technique? Nothing special. Lin Yuan chuckled in Xiao Wu's ear, then applied slight force with his palms, turning Xiao Wu around like a millstone, and pushed her away again. During the process of pushing her away, his palms, unintentionally, grazed across Xiao Wu's waist, bringing about a strange sensation. Xiao Wu stumbled back several steps before finding her footing. Her face instantly flushed red, like a ripe apple. That was not just because of shyness, but more so out of anger. What was that feeling just now? This bastard, did he touch her several times just now? On her waist, on her back, and... You took advantage of me. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger, her hand pointing at Lin Yuan trembling. You hooligan, shameless, filthy. Lin Yuan, however, spread his hands with an innocent face, his expression as serious as could be. Classmate Xiao Wu, you can eat anything but you can't say just anything. It was just normal physical contact. You practice soft technique, right? This kind of skill inherently requires close quarters attacks. You threw yourself at me, and if you don't pay attention to protecting yourself, you blame me. Do you expect me to keep a 3-meter distance during a fight and kill you with my gaze? These words were spoken righteously and resoundingly. The group of work-study students who were watching the excitement were stunned, and then nodded in agreement one after another. Boss is right. It's a fight, how can there be no physical contact? Exactly. When Boss Wang Cheng was thrown earlier, he didn't scream about molestation. Xiao Wu, this is unreasonable of you. You were the one who attacked first, how can you blame Boss for a defensive counterattack? Hearing the discussion of the crowd around her, Xiao Wu almost couldn't catch her breath and fainted on the spot. She looked at this group of fence-sitters, in disbelief, and then at Lin Yuan, who looked like a righteous gentleman. You all. She felt as if she had fallen into a huge pit. She was clearly taken advantage of, clearly suffered a big loss. Yet now, she was the one who became unreasonable. Moreover, the seemingly light actions Lin Yuan made earlier made her completely understand the gap between them. That strange technique was simply the nemesis of her soft technique. This bastard, he was definitely doing it on purpose. He is a big pervert, a big lecher. Xiao Wu pointed at Lin Yuan and said, I want to use my spirit and spar with you again. Xiao Wu gritted her silver teeth, and the pedophilia label in her heart was stuck even more firmly. Lin Yuan, 100,000-year soft bones rabbit, how is that a child? He. Meanwhile, Tang San, watching this scene, for some reason, suddenly felt a bit sour in his heart. Although he had only known Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu for less than 10 minutes. But he always felt that there seemed to be a green light flickering above his head. Strange, why am I so angry? Although Miss Xiao Wu is cute, I am not the type of person who is swayed by lust. Tang San shook his head, trying to throw this inexplicable thought out of his mind. It must be an illusion. Perhaps it's because the palm technique Lin Yuan used just now is a bit similar to our Tang Sex controlling crane catching dragon. To cover up his embarrassment, Tang San could only force a reason for himself. The more Xiao Wu thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved she felt. As the big sister of the Stardew Great Forest, when had she ever suffered such grievances? I am not convinced. Xiao Wu shouted delicately, the shame and anger in her eyes turning into battle intent. I was careless just now and didn't use my spirit. I want to use my spirit and spar with you again, fair and square. I don't believe your spirit is as powerful as your mouth. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, looking at this rabbit who wouldn't turn back until hitting the southern wall. Are you sure? His voice deepened a few notches, his originally cynical smile fading, replaced by a touch of coldness. If I use my spirit, then the power really won't be controllable. If you get hurt anywhere, I won't be responsible. Xiao Wu snorted coldly. Cut the crap. This young lady also has innate full spirit power. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Lin Yuan nodded. Since this rabbit insisted on looking for abuse, then he would let her see what true, great terror was. With a thought. A heart-palpitating tremor sound instantly resounded throughout the entire dorm 7. The dormitory, which was still somewhat noisy, instantly became dead silent. Lin Yuan extended his right hand and grasped at the void. A long spear, pitch black throughout, with dark red, eerie patterns winding around the shaft, appeared out of thin air. The spear tip flickered with a chilling, ghostly light, as if even the surrounding light was swallowed by it. Soul-slaying spear disguised version. Although Lin Yuan deliberately suppressed part of the aura, the terrifying evil chi originating from the number 1 killing weapon of the ancient times still swept out like a tide. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to have dropped a few degrees. The work-study students present turned pale one by one, feeling difficulty breathing, as if their throats were being gripped by an invisible giant hand. How is this a spirit? This is clearly a vicious beast that crawled out of hell. And what was even more shocking was the halo that slowly rose from under Lin Yuan's feet as the long spear appeared. A bright yellow. 100-year spirit ring. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air rose one after another. 1 ring, he is actually already a 1-ring spirit master. My god, we are still spirit scholars, and boss is already a spirit master. And it's a 100-year spirit ring. This is the optimal spirit ring configuration. The eyes of the people in Dorm 7 looking at Lin Yuan instantly turned from auto-worship. This is definitely a golden thigh, the thickest kind possible. At this moment, Tang San's pupils also contracted violently. Such powerful evil chi. He stared fixedly at the black spear in Lin Yuan's hand, his right hand subconsciously touching the palm of his left hand. There, hidden was his second spirit, the clear sky hammer. The feeling this long spear gives me is actually more dangerous than my hammer. It even carries a chill that makes the soul tremble. Tang San's heart surged with stormy waves. Although he didn't yet know that the clear sky hammer was the number 1 tool spirit in the world, his intuition told him that Lin Yuan's spirit was absolutely superior in quality to his. This person must never be easily provoked. Tang San mentally labeled Lin Yuan as extremely dangerous. And Xiao Wu, facing this evil chi directly, was now so scared that her little face turned pale, and she retreated 3 steps. God-slaying spear, it really is the God-slaying spear. Xiao Wu's legs felt a bit weak, the thought of getting back at him from just a moment ago instantly vanished into thin air. Why fight now? If she were poked by this, even if it just grazed her skin, her soul would probably be damaged, right? Xiao Wu swallowed, the expression on her face instantly becoming extremely stiff. She glanced at the cold glinting spear tip, then at Lin Yuan's smirking expression. Knowing when to back down is a virtue. Those who know the times are outstanding people. A rabbit's revenge, 10 years is not too late. Ahem. Xiao Wu coughed twice, her previously clenched pink fists quietly loosened, and she squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Ah, Boss Lin is indeed powerful. Actually, fighting and killing hurts harmony. This position of dorm leader, I think it belongs to you. As she spoke, her eyes rolled, and her gaze landed on Tang San next to her. If not selling out a teammate now, when? Right, Boss Lin, this Tang San also has innate full spirit power. I think he definitely isn't convinced. Why don't you spar with him? This position of dorm leader, leave it for you two to compete for, I'll just be the second in the dormitory. Tang San, who was watching the show on the side. P.S. Please follow the story tilde. Chapter 8, Identity of the 100,000-year spirit beast exposed. Tang San pointed at his nose with a look of utter bewilderment. Wait, why is the fire suddenly directed at me? Who did I offend? Seeing Lin Yuan's deep eyes turn toward him, Tang San felt his scalp go numb. You've got to be kidding me. He was currently just a blue-silver grass spirit scholar, without even a spirit ring. How could he fight that freak who held a lethal weapon with a spirit ring? This blue-silver grass would probably shatter into pieces before it even touched the tip of the spear, wouldn't it? Tang San took a deep breath, showing a standard, honest man, smile, and waved his hands repeatedly. No, Brother Lin's strength is extraordinary. I, Tang San, am ashamed of my inferiority. The position of dorm leader belongs to Brother Lin by right. Lin Yuan retracted his spirit and nonchalantly clapped his hands. Since none of you have any objections, then it's settled. From now on, I have the final say in dorm 7. Immediately after, someone came over to deliver bedding to Tang San. This time, unlike in the original work, Xiao Wu didn't plan on sharing a blanket with Tang San. And as for letting her share with Lin Yuan, she didn't quite dare to do that either. Thus, she planned to wait until she condensed her first spirit ring, then go to the spirit hall to collect her stipend and buy her own. The turmoil in dorm 7 subsided for the time being. Under Wang Sheng's eager guidance, the group marched grandly toward the cafeteria. Xiao Wu walked in the middle of the group, her eyes drifting toward Lin Yuan from time to time. She didn't dare get too close, but she was also unwilling to stay too far away. A very strange intuition told her that staying by this Devil King's side caused the spirit power circulation in her body to be 10% faster than usual. Perhaps this was why 100,000-year spirit beast transformation required contact with humans to improve. Both Lin Yuan and Tang San possessed innate full spirit power, but she could clearly sense the difference between the two. HMPH, considering he can help this lady cultivate that matter of him taking advantage of me just now. I'll record it in my little notebook for now. Xiao Wu puffed out her cheeks, silently comforting herself in her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was walking nonchalantly on the surface, but in reality, he was communicating with the system. Taking advantage of the contact with Xiao Wu just now, he had quietly activated the binding function. System, binding Xiao Wu. Ding, congratulations host on a correct binding, Xiao Wu does indeed possess a diary copy. Randomly extracting one talent from her, teleportation. The teleportation talent has now been integrated into the host's heavy pupil's talent. Since the teleportation talent involves some spatial abilities, the host's spatial control ability has slightly improved. Lin Yuan's footsteps paused slightly, a flash of joy appearing in the depths of his eyes. Teleportation. This was one of Xiao Wu's most core and practical talent skills. Although there was a distance limit, it was practically an unbeatable divine skill in close quarters combat. With just a thought, he could teleport a distance away. This was equivalent to turning Xiao Wu's teleportation talent into his own self-created soul skill. Although with the level of the heavy pupils, if he increased his rank and control later and actively developed it, he could also develop it himself. But for him, who had just undergone his awakening as a spirit master, it would certainly be quite difficult. And he certainly wouldn't be as foolish as Feng Xiaodian in the early stages, wasting time developing a self-created soul skill. He would definitely focus on increasing his own spirit power. But now, the system had directly saved him this step. At the same time, in various corners of the Douluo Continent, those women holding diary copies had different thoughts at this moment. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong looked at the sentence in the diary. Xiao Wu was used to being the big boss in the Stardow Great Forest, her purple eyes narrowing slightly, flashing with a dangerous light. The big boss of the Stardow Great Forest. And she's 6 years old like Lin Yuan, just enrolled. No pedophilia, that means the other party is in human form, and is a little girl. Linking these keywords together, a startling hypothesis formed in Bibi Dong's mind. 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. Besides this, there was no other explanation. Bibi Dong's memory was instantly pulled back to a few years ago. That day, she had led the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos deep into the Stardow Great Forest to hunt that 100,000-year soft-bones rabbit. At that time, that already transformed rabbit had chosen to sacrifice itself to protect something. And in the chaos, a small rabbit seemed to have taken the opportunity to slip away. A fish that escaped the net. A cold smile curled at the corners of Bibi Dong's mouth. Truly, one can search far and wide only to find it by chance without any effort. I originally thought you had escaped, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my door. However, Bibi Dong soon frowned. Because she remembered the rules of the diary copy, one cannot harm a diary copy owner. And this Xiao Wu, did she possess a diary copy? The other female characters who possessed diary copies also felt moved after judging that Xiao Wu might be a 100,000-year spirit beast transformation. But like Bibi Dong, they were all thinking about how to determine if Xiao Wu also had a diary copy. To know this, perhaps they could only wait a little longer. However, Xiao Wu also discovered that her identity might have been exposed, but she wasn't panicked at all. As long as Lin Yuan didn't make a move against her, those diary copy owners, constrained by the rules, would be unable to touch her. New Outing Academy cafeteria. It was currently mealtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with people. Lin Yuan led the people from dorm 7 through the main door, and a wave of heat mixed with the aroma of food and the smell of sweat rushed toward them. He glanced at the windows on the first floor. Steamed buns, pickles, and congee. Meat dishes were pitifully few, the occasional few pieces of meat seen were the kind of ordinary chicken that obviously lacked oil. That's it. Lin Yuan frowned. Spirit master cultivation requires a large amount of energy replenishment, especially for someone with a powerful physique like him. How could eating just steamed buns and pickles be enough? Let's go, to the second floor. Lin Yuan lifted his foot and headed toward the stairs. Seeing this, Wang Sheng behind him quickly pulled him back, reminding him nervously, "Boss, don't go there. Although the food on the second floor is good, it's incredibly expensive. A single meal costs quite a few bronze coins, or even silver coins. It's simply not something we work-study students can afford. Let's just make do on the first floor." Lin Yuan stopped, looked back at Wang Sheng, and spoke in a flat tone. "It's fine, I still have this much money. I want to go up and see what kind of fancy things this New Outing Academy's second-floor cafeteria can produce." Wang Sheng and the others were slightly stunned. While envious, they also thought that since Lin Yuan already had a first spirit ring, he might have already collected his stipend from the spirit hall. A one-ring spirit master can collect 1 gold coin every month. Eating on the second floor every day wouldn't be a problem. How could they know that Lin Yuan possessed the system, and when he opened the newbie gift pack, it had given him 1,000 gold coins, so he wasn't short on money for now. Just then, a slightly raspy middle-aged male voice suddenly came from the side. "Little San." Everyone turned to look. They saw a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a face full of stubble, and a somewhat decadent appearance walking over. He had his hands behind his back, his eyes revealing a self-righteous depth. It was the one known as, invincible in theory, the Grand Master, Yu Xiaogang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tang San immediately bowed respectfully. "Teacher, why are you here?" Yu Xiaogang nodded slightly, a stiff smile appearing on his face. "I came here to eat. I happened to see you. Do you want to go to the second floor to eat with me?" This was a good opportunity to win over his disciple, and also a moment to display his financial strength and care as a teacher. Furthermore, he was curious about what Tang San's second spirit actually was. The innate spirit power provided by blue silver grass does not exceed rank 1, which meant Tang San's second spirit must be a top-tier spirit, and its innate spirit power must be above rank 9 for him to possess innate full spirit power. Chapter 9, A Shocking Scandal. Yu Xiaogang is actually Bibi Dong's old flame. Please keep reading. However, Tang San glanced at Wang Sheng and the others behind him, hesitated for a moment, and still shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, teacher. But I still want to eat on the first floor with my roommates." A flash of admiration crossed Yu Xiaogang's eyes, and he nodded. Very good, not acting out of character, able to integrate into the group. In that case, go ahead." After he finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back, preparing to head upstairs. As he passed by Lin Yuan, he intentionally paused, striking the pose of an elder instructing a junior, preparing to offer a few comments. After all, he had overheard Lin Yuan saying he was going to the second floor just now. However, Lin Yuan didn't even give him a glance. It was as if he were looking at thin air. Even when passing Yu Xiaogang, his footsteps didn't falter for a second. He brushed past him and strode up the stairs. Ignored. Blatant disregard. The lecture Yu Xiaogang had prepared got stuck in his throat, and the expression on his face instantly froze. That feeling was like punching cotton. It was frustrating beyond belief. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Xiao Wu, who was behind Lin Yuan, also skipped and followed him up. "Hey, Lin Yuan, wait for me." Xiao Wu shamelessly caught up and said with a grin, "I also want to go check out the second floor. But I don't have any money. Can you lend me some first? I'll pay you back once I get my stipend from Spirit Hall, how about it?" Lin Yuan stopped and looked down from the stairs at this rabbit who had no integrity for the sake of food, saying teasingly, "Oh. Who was it that just called me a pervert, a lecher, and a hooligan?" What, now that you're hungry, you remember to borrow money from a lecturer? Student Xiao Wu, this attitude for asking a favor isn't quite right. And Lin Yuan intentionally dragged out his voice, his gaze scanning over Xiao Wu. Borrowing money from a lecturer comes with a price. Hearing this, Xiao Wu subconsciously covered her small chest and took half a step back warily. You, what do you want to do? Lin Yuan laughed inwardly. I want to. But his face remained calm, though his gaze became even more aggressive. Xiao Wu felt hair stand on end from his gaze, and her voice changed pitch. You're not actually a lolicon, are you? Pervert, big pervert. Seeing her look like she was facing a great enemy, Lin Yuan burst out laughing, then switched to a look as if he were looking at an idiot. What are you thinking? I meant that borrowing money requires interest. Why are your thoughts so dirty? Tisk tisk, aren't you a rogue rabbit? What kind of yellow trash is filling your brain? Only because your own mind is twisted would you misinterpret my meaning, right? This series of rhetorical questions left Xiao Wu completely stunned. Her face instantly turned bead red, this time she was truly dying of shame and indignation. Ah. Your thoughts are dirty, your whole family's thoughts are dirty. I just won't eat, okay. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave. But just as she took a step, her stomach let out a loud, incooperative growl. In the quiet stairwell, it was exceptionally clear. Xiao Wu's body froze. Lin Yuan suppressed a laugh and waved his hand. Alright, I was just teasing you. Follow me, my treat today. After saying that, he headed to the second floor without looking back. Xiao Wu stood there, hesitating for 0.01 seconds. In the end, her appetite triumphed over her dignity. HMPH, I'll eat you into poverty. Might as well eat since it's free. She angrily followed him, muttering under her breath, wait until this lady is full, then I'll settle the score with you. Downstairs, watching the two of them leave as if they were flirting, Wang Sheng and the others were also full of envy. Is this the world of big shots? Even if we were given 10 times the courage, we wouldn't dare speak to Boss Lin like that. Only Sister Xiao Wu is that brave. This must be what they call mutual attraction between geniuses. We just don't get it. At the bottom of the stairs, Yu Xiaogang, who had been completely ignored, watched this scene with a deep frown. He turned to Tang San, who was still queuing on the first floor, and asked, Little San, who are those two? Are they also work-study students? Not only did they ignore him, the Grand Master, but they were also so arrogant. Especially that youth in black, he gave him a very bad feeling. That look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a clown. Seeing his teacher's poor expression, Tang San hurried forward to explain. Teacher, that guy is named Lin Yuan. He's the new dorm leader we elected for dormitory number 7. At this point, Tang San paused and lowered his voice. He has innate full spirit power. His spirit is a black long spear. He calls it the soul-slaying spear. And that girl is named Xiao Wu. Her spirit is the soft bones rabbit. She also has innate full spirit power. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiaogang, who had been looking gloomy, suddenly widened his dead fish eyes. What? Both of them have innate full spirit power. His voice even changed pitch due to excitement. He had been freeloading at Nuoding Academy for so many years, yet he had never seen a genius with innate full spirit power, or even one with innate level 7 or 8. And this year, 3 had appeared at once. Yu Xiaogang's gaze instantly became fervent. If he could take both of them as disciples, along with Tang San, and with his training, wouldn't his name, Yu Xiaogang, resound throughout the entire Douluo Continent in the future? At that time, let's see who still dares to look down on him. Little San, are you sure it's the soul-slaying spear and not the soul-breaking spear? Yu Xiaogang asked again. He knew about the soul-breaking spear, it was the legacy spirit of the breaking clan. But what kind of spirit was the soul-slaying spear? Could it be a mutated spirit? After Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu found a seat on the second floor, he also summoned his diary and began to write. Since he had just seen Yu Xiaogang, he had to record it. This was a huge scoop. Seeing is believing. Today, I finally met the legendary Grandmaster at the cafeteria entrance, Yu Xiaogang. Looking at his decadent appearance, I find it hard to imagine that such a level 29 trash spirit Grandmaster was actually the old flame of BB Dong and Luer long back then. I have to say, although this guy's strength isn't much, he really has something when it comes to picking up girls. Not only did he charm our noble and cold Supreme Pontiff into a daze, but he even made Luer Long of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan devoted to him. Unfortunately, this man is a coward at heart, the #1 man to live off women while acting tough. Once the diary content was updated, the girls who possessed the diary copies instantly exploded. Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince's Mansion. Qian Runshui looked at the diary with a look of surprise. What? Yu Xiaogang is BB Dong's old flame. How is that possible? Qian Runshui's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Does that woman have such poor taste? Lin Yuan isn't just making this up, is he? No, this scoop is too big, I need to take a moment. Although she said she didn't believe it, Qian Runshui's heart had already begun to waver. P.S. Trial run tomorrow, please keep reading tilde. Chapter 10, is Yu Xiaogang's theory all plagiarized? Spirit City, Spirit Hall Academy. Juliana stood up abruptly in anger, her pretty face flushing red. Presumptuous. This damn Lin Yuan, how dare he slander teacher like this? Teacher is pure and noble, how could she possibly take a fancy to a level 29 trash? I'm going to kill him, I must kill him. However, Juliana then thought of the rules of the diary copy and felt discouraged again. She wondered if teacher had also obtained a diary copy. If she saw what Lin Yuan wrote, wouldn't she be driven to death by anger? 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong was rolling around on her bed in excitement, her small feet kicking wildly. Wow, what a shocking piece of gossip. The rumored boyfriend of that cold Supreme Pontiff, and he's a scumbag. I want to see if what this Lin Yuan says is true. Once I'm done reading, I must go verify this with Dad, maybe he knows the gossip from back then. However, for 2 other people, this diary entry was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. BB Dong's hand, which was originally reviewing archives, began to tremble violently. The color instantly drained from her exquisite face, replaced by endless horror and shame. Not good. This Lin Yuan, he's coming for me this time. This buried past was her greatest weakness. And now it was being made public. She could now be certain that there must be other diary copy owners. If Qian Runshui saw it, or if those old fogies in the Hall of Worship saw it. BB Dong wasn't sure if the owners of this diary copy were all female, or if males could have them too. Heaven-Do City, Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Along looked at the diary, the wine flask in her hand crushed to pieces. Shouting. Living off a woman while being arrogant, a coward. These words were like a sharp knife, stabbing ruthlessly into her heart. She wanted to refute them but found herself completely powerless to do so. Because at the wedding back then, Yu Xiaobing really did run away. Lin Yuan, who exactly are you? Why do you have to tear open all these scars? Meanwhile, the culprit, Lin Yuan, didn't care about any of that. Although he could fabricate the diary, he felt there was absolutely no need for it. The more truth he spoke, the more those diary copy owners would believe him. Later, once he identified who owned the diary copies, he could use the trust established earlier. Perhaps he could then tell a lie appropriately regarding certain matters. After all, since everything he wrote before was true, those people would think that what he wrote later must also be true. In the second-floor cafeteria, the atmosphere was settled. Yu Xiaobing sat alone in a corner, secretly observing Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu. He took a fancy to Tang San's twin spirits potential, and he also coveted the talent of Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu. As long as I can take these three geniuses as my disciples, I, Yu Xiaobing, will be able to prove myself. When that time comes, even Spirit Hall will have to look up to my theories. Yu Xiaobing swore secretly in his heart, while beginning to conceive how to use his glib tongue to fool these kids. On Lin Yuan's side, he didn't take Yu Xiaobing seriously at all. While eating, he continued writing in the diary in his mind. He felt good roasting him in the diary just now, but it wasn't enough. He had to strip away Yu Xiaobing's dignity completely and let everyone else know what kind of person he really was. This Yu Xiaobing labels himself as a Grand Master all day long and even came up with some 10 core competencies of martial souls. It sounds quite intimidating, but it's actually a complete joke. As long as someone has a brain and some status in the Spirit Master's world, who doesn't know that most of his so-called theories were copied from Spirit Hall's library? The remaining part was pieced together from internal information of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. In my past life, this would be like taking someone else's thesis, changing the name, reformatting it, and then claiming it's my original work. What do you call this? This is called academic fraud. This is called plagiarism. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong looked at the contents of the diary, her expression flickering between light and dark. As the former Holy Maiden and current Supreme Pontiff, she naturally knew what was in Spirit Hall's library. Back then, to help Yu Xiaobing, she had indeed taken him into the library and let him see a lot of research materials. Up to now, Lin Yuan had written many things in the diary that she was aware of, and they were indeed all true. This made Bibi Dong believe more and more that Lin Yuan was truly a so-called transmigrator who knew what would happen in this world's future. In that case, what would her future ending be? Lin Yuan continued writing. Moreover, the funniest thing is that at least half of these so-called 10 core competencies are wrong. One of them says there's a limit to the age of a spirit ring a spirit master can absorb. The limit for the first spirit ring is 423 years. I'm just wondering, how did this, 423, come about? Is there an instrument so precise that it can measure a spirit beast having lived exactly 423 years? Not even 1 year more. I highly suspect this is largely because his father Yu Yuanzhen's first spirit ring age might have been 423 years, or it's an individual case from some material he plagiarized. Otherwise, who would be bored enough to compile data that simply cannot be precise? In fact, there is no fixed limit to how many years a spirit ring a spirit master can absorb, it depends entirely on the spirit master's physique. The stronger the physique, the higher the age they can withstand. Take Bibi Dong for example, she has twin spirits, and her physique far exceeds ordinary people. Coupled with the resources piled up by Spirit Hall, the second soul ring of her Death Spider Emperor spirit is a 1,000-year one. And in Yu Xiaobing's theory, what is the limit for the second soul ring? Less than 800 years. This also directly proves that Yu Xiaobing's theory is wrong. A prerequisite must be added. The age of the spirit ring absorbed is directly proportional to the spirit master's physique. Quote. PFF tilde cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, Xiao Wu, who was stuffing a chicken leg into her mouth, suddenly couldn't hold it and then choked. She coughed violently, her small face turning bright red. What's wrong? Lin Yuan stopped his knife and fork, looking at her with a half smile. Is the way I eat that funny? Xiao Wu waved her hands hurriedly, shaking her head like a rattled drum. No. I just suddenly thought of something happy. As she spoke nonsense, she was laughing hysterically in her heart. Ha, this is killing this rabbit. Lin Yuan's mouth is too wicked, but I like it. As a spirit beast, she knew better than anyone that spirit ring absorption was originally based on the body's endurance. As long as the body and mental force could hold out, a 10,000-year first spirit ring wouldn't be a dream. P.S. Requesting recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, favorites, and following the updates tilde. Chapter 11, Blue Silver Emperor Bloodline Exposed. Yu Xiaobing is misleading his students. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't suspect her, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. If Lin Yuan knew she had a diary copy, it would be a violation of the rules. If it were serious, her memory might even be erased. She still wanted to learn more about this continent from Lin Yuan's diary content. If Lin Yuan really knew the plot, he should know what her future would be like, right? Then she could avoid it in advance. And even if it didn't involve her, there was no harm in enjoying some gossip. Like right now, she just found out that the current Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong actually had a past with a slovenly man like Yu Xiaobing. What on earth was her taste back then? Although Xiao Wu wasn't obsessed with looks, there had to be a reason for falling in love with someone, right? Appearance, temperament, personality. Yu Xiaobing's looks were subpar, his temperament was slovenly, his personality was cowardly, and he might even be a bit arrogant. Bibi Dong actually took a liking to him, it was hilarious. If what Lin Yuan said was true, then this was definitely dark history. Lin Yuan didn't expose Xiao Wu's little thoughts and continued to vent in his diary. When Yu Xiaobing first published those half-baked theories, he indeed fooled many commoner spirit masters who didn't know the truth. After all, in this era monopolized by noble families, information disparity is money and resources. But his irresponsible behavior is simply harming people. Those commoner spirit masters who blindly believe him, if their physique isn't good enough, yet they insist on absorbing spirit rings according to his limit theory. People really will die. If it weren't for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan backing him, plus Bibi Dong's love brain secretly protecting him, this guy would have been beaten to death 800 times over. There's also his most classic quote, which I still think is the joke of the year. There are no trash spirits, only trash spirit masters. Listen to that, how inspirational, how hot-blooded. If this sentence was used to encourage children with low innate spirit power not to give up, I'd have nothing to say, it would be a good piece of chicken soup. But the key is, this is actually one of his core theories. And he even used it on Tang San. Tang San has innate full spirit power, even if his spirit is blue silvergrass, his cultivate speed is top tier. This also shows that no matter how trash blue silvergrass is, as long as he cultivates by following the growth patterns of other plant-type spirits, becoming an ordinary control system spirit master in the future wouldn't be a problem. What does that have to do with whether the spirit is trash or not? On the contrary, Yu Xiaogang himself has half a level of innate spirit power in the Luo Sanpao spirit. According to his own theory, there are no trash spirits, only trash spirit masters. Then, the fact that he's been stuck at level 29 his whole life, doesn't that prove he himself is that trash spirit master? This is so ruthless he's even insulting himself. I'd like to call him a self-destructing truck. Heaven Do City, Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Oolong looked at the diary, her lips moved as if she wanted to retort, but no sound came out. There are no trash spirits, only trash spirit masters. This sentence was once what she admired most about Yu Xiaogang. She felt it was full of defiance against fate. But now, after Lin Yuan's analysis. Yeah, if there really are no trash spirits, then why can't Xiaogang break through to level 30? Why does he research those theories to prove himself instead of proving it through cultivate? Could it be that, subconsciously, he also admits he's trash? Lu Oolong's gaze gradually dimmed. She realized that the glorious image of the Grand Master in her heart was collapsing bit by bit, revealing the cowardly, self-abased, and contradictory soul within. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong was rolling on the bed laughing, completely lacking any ladylike image. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Lin Yuan's mouth is too wicked. Self-destructing truck, although I don't know what kind of truck that is, the mental image is too strong. This Yu Xiaogang is simply a joke. And the content of Lin Yuan's diary continued. Of course, there's another reason why Yu Xiaogang dares to fool Tang San so confidently. That is, he has no idea about Tang San's background. He thinks Tang San is just an ordinary twin spirit's genius. But he has no idea that Tang San's spirit isn't ordinary blue silver grass at all, but a top-tier plant-type spirit possessing the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong was still feeling ashamed and angry about her dark history being exposed, but when she saw this passage, her pupils suddenly constricted. What? Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. As the Supreme Pontiff, she knew all too well the weight of those words. Back then, the previous Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji led a group to hunt down that 100,000-year spirit beast Blue Silver Emperor. He returned heavily injured and eventually died, though she was the one who dealt the final blow. That Blue Silver Emperor was the wife of that man from the Clear Sky sect. Tang San, surname Tang, twin spirits, Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. All the clues connected at this moment. Bibi Dong stood up abruptly, her body emitting a suffocating killing intent. So that's how it is. No wonder he has twin spirits. The other spirit must be the Clear Sky Hammer. Tang San is actually the vile spawn of Tang Hao and that 100,000-year spirit beast. Good, very good. A cold light flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for being ruthless. To pull up weeds, one must remove the roots. Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince's Mansion. Qian Runshui looked at the diary, a golden light flashing in her eyes. Blue Silver Emperor, the legendary emperor of all blue silver grass. I didn't expect someone from a remote small city to have such a significant background. A remnant of the Clear Sky sect. Qian Runshui lightly tapped the table with her finger, the corner of her mouth curling into a playful arc. She didn't have any intention of capturing Tang San. Because she wasn't sure if doing so would cause changes to certain events destined to happen in the future. So far, Lin Yuan's diary content hadn't mentioned her. If the future changed because of one small action of hers, how could she take precautions? Opening square bracket. Blue silver grass with this bloodline has essentially moved beyond the category of trash spirits. It possesses an extremely powerful life attribute within its body. While ordinary blue silver grass also has the characteristic of tenacious vitality, that is a lily life, whereas the blue silver emperor is an imperial life. This is a leap in the level of life. Therefore, for Tang San's blue silver grass, the most perfect cultivation route is actually the life control style or life support style. Utilizing that powerful vitality to achieve endless growth, wildfires cannot destroy it, and it regrows with a spring breeze. But this requires correct guidance. And what about our Grandmaster, Yu Xiaogang? P.S. During the testing period, please add to favorites and keep reading tilde. Chapter 12. Tang San is a transmigrator just like Lin Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, after they finish eating, he'll call Tang San to his office to begin his brainwashing teaching. What cultivation direction did he set for Tang San? Control system, and poison control at that. Adding a poison attribute to a spirit that possesses top-tier life attributes. This is simply a case of his brain being squeezed by a door. Yu Xiaogang's thinking is simple and stupid. He thinks blue silver grass is too fragile and easily broken out of, so he wants to add poison to restrict opponents and increase lethality. But he overlooked a most fundamental problem, attribute conflict. Oh, wait, with his limited vision, he doesn't recognize a hidden spirit like the Blue Silver Emperor at all. After all, it's not as famous as the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python. So he has no idea that Tang San's blue silver grass is different. Even if the Emperor bloodline hasn't awakened yet, its vitality isn't something ordinary blue silver grass can compare to. Life and poison are inherently opposite. Forcing poison into blue silver grass is like feeding arsenic to a healthy person every day to practice martial arts. This will not only suppress the life potential of the Blue Silver Emperor itself, but also make the spirit become mixed and impure. If facing a genius of the same rank, and their spirit ability shatters your fragile blue silver grass directly before the poison is even released, and your spirit collapses first, what's the use? This is simply training a trash account. If it weren't for Tang San's protagonist Halo, and the fact that later at rank 50, Tang Hao took him to the Blue Silver Ancestral Land to awaken the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline and wash away those impurities. This spirit of his would definitely have been completely ruined by Yu Xiaogang. The so-called Grand Master is merely using his disciple's future to validate his own erroneous hypotheses. Tang San taking him as a teacher isn't an opportunity, it's 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong looked at the diary, the mockery in her eyes growing more intense. Life and poison, attribute conflict. Hey, Yu Xiaogang, oh Yu Xiaogang, you don't even understand the most basic principles of spirit generation and restriction, yet you dare call yourself a grandmaster. As the supreme pontiff who possessed two poison attribute spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, her understanding of poison far surpassed ordinary people. Even my Soul-Eating Spider Emperor only dares to absorb poison attribute spirit rings because it inherently possesses a lethal poison attribute. Forcibly feeding poison to a life system plant spirit. Xiaogang, oh Xiaogang, is your insistence on Tang San's blue silver grass having poison based on my understanding of spirits? Bibi Dong had her suspicions. Lin Yuan, this guess seems a bit narcissistic at first glance, but it might actually be right. Lin Yuan didn't stop. The next part was today's main event. Without any surprises, tomorrow Yu Xiaogang, Tang San's teacher, will take Tang San alone to the spirit hunting forest to obtain his first spirit beast. Speaking of which, it's hilarious, in the original work, Tang San almost absorbed a 10-year lone bamboo as his blue silver grass's first spirit ring. Yu Xiaogang clearly knows Tang San has twin spirits and is a rare genius on this continent, yet he actually had such an idea. It was only because they encountered a 400-year-old Datura snake later that Tang San didn't absorb the 10-year spirit ring. However, being able to obtain the 400-year Datura snake spirit ring had nothing to do with Yu Xiaogang. He's just a rank 29 spirit grandmaster, and his spirit Luo Sanpao's two spirit abilities can only fart. Dealing with some ordinary 10-year spirit beasts is fine, he can blast them away. But against a 400-year Datura snake, it was useless. If Tang San wasn't a transmigrator who possessed a full set of Tang Sect ultimate techniques and carried hidden weapons to kill the Datura snake alone. If it were the native Tang San from before his soul was replaced, he would have probably ended up in the snake's stomach. Where does a piece of trash like Yu Xiaogang get the courage to take Tang San to hunt spirit beasts by himself? Doesn't he know he's useless? Boom. As soon as this text appeared, it was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. Near a waterfall not far from Saint Spirit Village. A stalk of blue-silver grass growing by the pool suddenly trembled violently. Although she hadn't regained her human form yet, her consciousness had awakened. Yin, Tang San's biological mother. Transmigrator. Soul replaced. No, that's impossible. My child, my little San, did he really die 6 years ago? Then who exactly is this current Tang San? Tang Sect ultimate techniques, what is that? Yin's leaves swayed frantically, and the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to feel the Empress's sorrow, bowing their heads one after another. If what Lin Yuan said was true, then the child she had been pining for over the past 6 years had actually had his soul swapped long ago. A sense of unprecedented absurdity and heartache washed over her. She now wished she could grow legs to go and see Tang San with her own eyes, to see if this person was still her child. This place was some distance from Saint Spirit Village, and she couldn't monitor the lives of Tang Hao and Tang San in the village at all times. She could only occasionally receive some information transmitted back through low-level blue-silver grass. But those blue-silver grass had extremely low intelligence, how much useful information could they send back? At this moment, Yin thought, how, you live with little San all the time, did you really not notice anything wrong with him? Heaven-Do City, Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong looked at the diary with a face full of surprise. Xiaogang is taking the child to the spirit hunting forest. He's only rank 29. If he encounters a 100-year spirit beast, he won't even be able to run. Since he's at Douluo Academy, why doesn't he ask the academy's teachers or the principal for help? Why is he trying to show off? Lu Erlong wasn't blaming him, but worrying. If it weren't for the fact that traveling to Douluo Academy now wouldn't be fast enough, she would have wished to appear by Yu Xiaogang's side immediately. Moreover, she had the same concerns as the others who possessed diary copies. What if her untimely appearance caused the so-called butterfly effect? What if it aroused Lin Yuan's suspicion? Even if Lin Yuan didn't suspect anything, if her actions caused the future to change, how could she still plan ahead? And the Tang San is actually a transmigrator just like Lin Yuan. Soul replacement. Can anyone in this world really do such a thing? Asura god, humans can, but gods can. Lin Yuan, if you don't come, how can I form a bond? Lin Yuan never imagined that these people who possessed diary copies would be so cautious. Speaking of which, shouldn't he be the cautious one? He had exposed so much, yet not a single person thought of coming to Douluo City to verify it. P.S. Second day of the trial run, please keep reading till the tilde. If there's anything you want to complain about or see exposed, you can mention it in the book reviews or paragraph comments, just in case I missed anything till the tilde. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu, who was frightened, there's actually a titled Douluo nearby. At this moment, Xiao Wu was holding a carrot, but she couldn't bring herself to eat it. Her body was stiff as a stone, her face pale, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Because she had read the last paragraph of the diary. However, if I remember correctly, Tang Hao is also secretly following. If Tang San really can't defeat the Datura snake later, he should intervene. You know, Tang Hao is the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, with the title Clear Sky. He wouldn't be foolish enough to let Tang San absorb a 10-year spirit ring. The age limit of a spirit ring, to some extent, determines the upper limit of a spirit master. If the first spirit ring is a white spirit ring, then the upper limit is basically locked. For others, it's impossible to become a titled Douluo in this life, even with innate full spirit power. Although Tang Hao said he would entrust Tang San to Yu Xiaogang and gave him the Spirit Hall honorary elder token, he had been secretly observing Tang San during his 6 years at Douluo Academy. Perhaps he left midway, but a long absence would probably only happen after Tang San went to Shrek Academy. Clang. The carrot in Xiao Wu's hand fell onto the plate, making a sound, but she couldn't care less. There's a titled Douluo near Douluo Academy. Xiao Wu felt a chill shoot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Why would a titled Douluo appear in such a small town? If Tang Hao had been watching in secret all this time, wouldn't that mean her true form had long been exposed right under a titled Douluo's nose? It's over, it's over. I've walked right into a trap. Xiao Wu looked around in terror, as if a pair of terrifying eyes were hidden in the surrounding air, staring intently at her, this walking 100,000-year spirit beast spirit ring and spirit bone package. Calm down, Xiao Wu, you need to calm down. Xiao Wu's mood plummeted, and even the carrot lost its appeal. Then, Xiao Wu secretly glanced at Lin Yuan, and a strong will to survive suddenly surged within her. She hadn't avenged her mother yet, she couldn't die. This pervert Lin Yuan, since he knows all this, can still eat calmly. He even dared to release his spirit and compete with Tang San just now, so he must have a trump card. Therefore, her only way out now was to quickly cling to Lin Yuan's leg. Perhaps the diary copy would give her a reward for solving this matter. And Xiao Wu's subtle movements all fell into Lin Yuan's eyes. He had, of course, deliberately written this matter into the diary. This was also to make Xiao Wu restrain herself a bit and let her know that if she wanted to survive, the best way was to rely on him. Or to appear around him more often, to see if she could get any rewards from the system. Of course, he currently had no way to deal with Tang Hao. But he was highly skilled and daring. As long as he didn't have any violent conflicts with Tang San, just normal interactions, and even subtly expressed his dislike for Spirit Hall. What do you think Tang Hao would do? He hated Spirit Hall, and Lin Yuan also hated Spirit Hall. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tang San had twin spirits, and to get revenge on Spirit Hall in the future, he would need a team of geniuses. And he was just right for that. As for being a little closer to Xiao Wu, actually, it wasn't a big problem. After all, unless Xiao Wu was willing to sacrifice herself to Tang San, Tang Hao could only act against Xiao Wu after Tang San reached the Spirit Saint or even Spirit Douluo stage. Why not keep her captive? Because he didn't have that much time. As long as he could confirm that he, Xiao Wu, and Tang San would likely act together in the future, Tang Hao wouldn't bother with too much. Instead, he would let Tang San develop freely. Moreover, he had the system, and the system would definitely give him something to protect himself. It was only the first day, Tang Hao hadn't seen anything yet, so he wouldn't be in such a hurry to act. As for whether the system would give rewards to characters with diary copies, does that even need to be said? Lin Yuan was 100% sure there would be. However, he didn't really care about this either. After all, they were all his people. Giving them rewards was equivalent to improving their self-preservation abilities, preventing them from being too far removed from him. Moreover, with the diary rules in place, could these people with diary copies even lay a hand on him? If they accidentally violated the diary rules, not only the rewards but also their memories would be taken back. Xiao Wu, you big bad guy, you still say you're not a pervert. All the girls, we just have diary copies, and you already consider us your possessions. Lin Yuan said, beautiful ladies are what gentlemen pursue. Since he had transmigrated, if he didn't have some high-appearance women, wouldn't it be a waste of the transmigration? As for whether they were just pretty faces, Lin Yuan didn't consider it. He had the system, so his own strength would definitely improve quickly. Could he still expect them to block attacks for him? Even someone like Ning Rongrong, who had sect power behind her, he wouldn't care too much about. Having it was just a bonus. Not having it was also fine. After all, he wanted the person, not the sect behind them. With the system, even a pretty face could be improved. Lin Yuan first cared about their looks, and then whether their values could be twisted to his liking. If they could be twisted, then why not take them? If they couldn't, or even disgusted him, then he couldn't bring himself to do it. Lin Yuan looked at Xiao Wu, whose small face had lost its rosy color, and knowingly asked, even reaching out to touch her forehead, what's wrong? Are you suddenly feeling unwell? Xiao Wu did not evade Lin Yuan's touch. In fact, the moment his warm palm rested on her, she felt a long-lost sense of security. It was like finally finding a safe harbor in a storm. No, no. Xiao Wu shook her head frantically, her big, watery eyes a little moist, looking pitiful and charming, making people want to cherish or bully her. I don't know, I just suddenly feel a bit cold. Can we go back to the dorm together after dinner? Seeing the somewhat frightened Xiao Wu, Lin Yuan secretly chuckled. It seemed the effect had been achieved. However, he felt he had played a bit too much. He couldn't stand to see people cry. Unless it was because of him, crying. All right. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to Xiao Wu's side, and gently ruffled her head, messing up her neatly braided scorpion braid a little. Let's go, back to the dorm to rest a bit. Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed, her face flushed, and she said, my legs are a bit soft. How embarrassing. A dignified 100,000-year spirit beast was so scared she couldn't even walk. Lin Yuan looked at her pitiful appearance and sighed helplessly. Such a bother. He complained with his mouth, but his body was honest. He turned around, half squatted, and patted his shoulder. Come on up. ... P.S. Please keep reading ... Chapter 14. The first disciplining of Xiao Wu. Please follow. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment. Looking at that broad back, a warm current surged in her heart. Thank you. She whispered softly, then carefully climbed onto his back. Lin Yuan supported the back of her knees with both hands and stood up easily. He had to admit, the feel was soft and light, carrying a faint fragrance. Lin Yuan adjusted the girl on his back and strode out of the cafeteria. Lying on Lin Yuan's back, Xiao Wu buried her face in the crook of his neck. Feeling the body heat coming from the youth and that powerful heartbeat, her originally icy hands and feet finally began to warm up. That feeling of fear from the gaze of death seemed to have been blocked out by this broad back. This pervert, although his tongue is a bit sharp and his heart is a bit wicked. But at critical moments, he's actually quite reliable. A warm current flowed through Xiao Wu's heart. No words were spoken along the way. The two of them left the cafeteria under the slightly confused and gossiping gazes of the crowd. Inside the cafeteria, Tang San frowned as he watched Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu suddenly leave. Especially since Lin Yuan was carrying Xiao Wu on his back. However, after finishing his meal, he still had to go to his teacher's office. A moment later. Yu Xiaobing's office. Come, little San. Yu Xiaobing took out a greaseproof paper package from a drawer, which contained a slightly shriveled roasted chicken leg. As if presenting some rare treasure, he handed it to Tang San. You probably didn't eat your fill just now, this is for you. You're at the age where you're growing, you can't fall behind on nutrition. Tang San looked at the chicken leg, and his eyes instantly lit up. For someone who grew up drinking thin porridge, this was an unparalleled delicacy. Thank you, teacher. Tang San took the chicken leg and, disregarding his image, began to wolf it down. Cough, cough, cough. Eating too quickly, a bone got stuck in his throat. Tang San's face instantly turned red, and his eyes nearly popped out. Slow down, slow down. Yu Xiaobing was startled and quickly handed over a cup of water. Tang San took a huge gulp of water and finally managed to swallow the bone, nearly dying on the spot. After Tang San finished eating, Yu Xiaobing put on a serious expression and asked, Little San, do you know much about those two classmates of yours? That Lin Yuan, and the Xiao Wu. They are both innate full spirit power just like you, which is a rarity even on the continent. Perhaps you can become friends, it would also be beneficial for your future development. Of course, what Yu Xiaobing was thinking was, it would be even better if you could trick them into taking me as their master. Tang San wiped the grease from his mouth and shook his head. Teacher, we only met for the first time today. Aside from knowing their names and spirits, I don't know anything else. Furthermore, Tang San paused, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. That Lin Yuan's personality is too arrogant, and he doesn't seem to respect you very much. I don't think such a person is worth befriending. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang nodded in deep agreement. Yu Xiaogang sighed and brought the topic back on track. Well then, let's not talk about that for now. First, release your second spirit and let me take a look. Meanwhile, on the way back to the 7th dormitory while carrying Xiao Wu, Lin Yuan was bored. He asked the system. System, will those who possess my diary copies also receive rewards? Ding, answering the host. Diary copy holders can indeed obtain system rewards. The mechanisms are as follows. 1. Guaranteed rewards. A fixed reward will be given every 7 days, 1 month, 6 months, and 1 year. The longer the host writes in the diary, the richer the rewards. 2. Lucky Koi. The system will randomly select one lucky winner every day. The more times a character is mentioned in that day's diary content and the higher the relevance, the greater the chance of winning. 3. Trust feedback. Every time a holder's trust level in the host's diary content reaches the milestones of 60%, 90%, and 100%, they will receive an additional gift pack. 4. Defying fate. If the diary content successfully changes a character's original tragic fate milestone, rewards can also be obtained. Note, rewards for the host and instance holders are distributed uniformly at midnight every day. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yuan was amused. This system really has something going for it. After returning to the 7th dormitory, Lin Yuan walked to Xiao Wu's bed and was just about to put her down. But Xiao Wu suddenly grabbed his clothes tightly, refusing to let go no matter what. Xiao Wu buried her head low, her voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Yuan. What's wrong? Do you want me to carry you all the way onto the bed? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. No, Xiao Wu took a deep breath. She looked up, her face red, and pointed to the empty bed next to Lin Yuan's. In a tone that was shy but exceptionally firm, she said, Tonight I want to move my bed next to yours. Lin Yuan. This happiness came so suddenly that even he didn't quite react in time. Lin Yuan blinked and deliberately teased her, it's possible. However, I expect I'll be moving out in a few days. As you can see, the environment in the 7th dormitory is too poor. It's mixed gender, and the smell of stinky feet is too strong, it affects my cultivation. Once I go to the spirit hall to collect my gold coin subsidy, I plan to spend money to apply for a private room or rent a place outside. Hearing this, Xiao Wu instantly became anxious. If Lin Yuan moved away, leaving her alone here to face the terrifying title Douluo Tang Hao, she'd rather be killed. Xiao Wu was stunned, then immediately said, then, wherever you go, I'll go. I'll move with you. Anyway, I can also collect a subsidy. I have money. Seeing her, sticking to him, look, the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth curled into a playful arc. He turned around, crossed his arms, and looked down at Xiao Wu sitting on the edge of the bed. I say, classmate Xiao Wu, we only met today, right? Why does it feel like you've latched onto me? Could it be because I'm too handsome that you fell in love at first sight? I still remember you calling me a lecher and a pervert today. Having her thoughts exposed, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned as red as a large tomato. She lowered her head, twisting her fingers together, her voice as low as a mosquito. But you are a pervert. There's no one in the dormitory now, don't tell me you didn't do it on purpose. Lin Yuan chuckled and shrugged, looking righteous. Who told you your soft technique was no good? I was giving you a heads up so you'd know how sinister society can be. At this point, Lin Yuan suddenly changed his tone, sounding somewhat earnest. Xiao Wu, it's not that I'm picking on you. Your soft technique has good close quarters power, but its drawbacks are too great. Think about it, you're a girl. In the future, if you have a boyfriend or a husband, and then your significant other sees you in a fight with someone else, with your legs wrapped around another man's neck and your whole body hanging off him, do you think any normal man could stand that? P.S. 3rd day of the trial run, please follow tilde. Chapter 15, Innate Zero Spirit Power, Mysterious Heaven Skill Exposed. These words were like a blow to the head. Xiao Wu was completely stunned. She blinked her large eyes, looking utterly confused. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Looking at her eyes, which were clear yet tinged with stupidity, Lin Yuan held his forehead and sighed. He almost forgot that Xiao Wu was originally from Stardo. There was no way she would have heard that phrase before. Anyway, just remember to try and use these close quarters combat techniques as little as possible from now on. Unless you want to be unable to get married in the future. Of course, I don't mind if you use them on me. Since I'm already a pervert anyway, it doesn't matter, ha ha ha. Xiao Wu nodded as if she half understood, then asked hesitantly, do you boys care about this kind of thing a lot? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. What man would want his wife to be physically intimate with others in public? Xiao Wu fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she realized something and pointed at Lin Yuan, saying huffily, wait, that's not right. That's still no excuse for you to take advantage of me. Did you say all that just to cover up the fact that you just touched me? This rabbit actually caught on. Lin Yuan smiled. All right, I won't say any more to you. I'm going to prepare to cultivate. Then, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. Leaving Xiao Wu sitting alone by the bedside, staring at Lin Yuan's handsome profile, lost in thought. Lin Yuan's words from just now kept echoing in her mind. Xiao Wu looked down at her long legs and murmured to herself, since Lin Yuan said so, I should try to use soft techniques to entangle people less often from now on. But if I don't use soft techniques, what should I use? Maybe I could practice some leg techniques, the kind that kicks people flying directly. It's a pity that my instant kill 8 stage drop won't be able to exert its maximum power until I become a spirit elder and have teleportation. But just as Xiao Wu intended to cultivate with Lin Yuan, she noticed movement in the diary copy in her mind again. Fine, he says he's cultivating, but he's actually secretly writing in his diary, isn't he? At this very moment, if I'm not mistaken, that unlucky kid Tang San should be sitting in Yu Xiaoging's office, listening to that, Grandmaster's, nonsense. Speaking of which, I can't help but complain again about Yu Xiaoging's so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls. One of them is the basis he used to judge that Tang San has twin spirits. He said, according to his research, the quality of Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit is too low to support the intensity of innate full spirit power. Therefore, another more powerful spirit must be hidden within Tang San's body to fill the remaining gap in spirit power. At first glance, doesn't this theory seem very reasonable? Doesn't the logic seem airtight? But with even a little bit of brain power, one would realize this is a massive loophole. To give the simplest example, Bibi Dong. She also has twin spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. Either one of these spirits, taken individually, is a top-tier super spirit, and both are sufficient to support innate full spirit power. According to Yu Xiaoging's complementary theory. Since both spirits are of equal quality, does that mean each of BB Dong's spirits only provided 5 levels of innate spirit power? Isn't that nonsense? If that were really the case, wouldn't BB Dong's talent be nothing more than the superposition of 2 trash spirits? So, Yu Xiaoging being able to discover that Tang San has twin spirits was purely down to good luck, he just guessed right. Moreover, there's an even bigger secret hidden here, a shocking revelation that even Yu Xiaoging himself doesn't know, and even Ayan has been kept in the dark about. That is, Tang San's soul. The current Tang San is not the original Tang San at all. He is an adult soul from another world Bashu Tang sect who has undergone possession and rebirth. Boom. As soon as these few lines appeared, all the female characters reading the diary felt a chill rush straight to the tops of their heads. Possession. According to the original setting, the quality difference between Tang San's 2 spirits Blue Silver Grass and Clear Sky Hammer is too great and their attributes are incompatible. In fact, mutation and conflict occurred within his body. This caused the innate spirit power that originally belonged to this body to dissipate long ago due to the conflict. In other words, if nothing else had happened, Tang San should have been a trash with innate 0 spirit power. Even if he had twin spirits, he wouldn't have been able to awaken even a shred of spirit power. But here's the key point. This possessed soul of Tang San brought with him a peerless cultivation technique, the mysterious heaven skill. How miraculous is this cultivation technique? It allows one to begin cultivating internal energy, which is spirit power even before spirit awakening. From the time he could remember at age 3, Tang San woke up early every day to climb mountains and cultivate, practicing for a full 2 or 3 years. He used this cultivation technique to forcefully turn a trash body with innate 0 spirit power into one with innate full spirit power. Therefore, Yu Xiaoging's deduction that spirits support spirit power was fundamentally wrong. Tang San's full spirit power wasn't brought by his spirits at all, but was something he cultivated through his practice. This is what they call diligence makes up for lack of talent, or rather, cheats changing one's fate. Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince's Mansion. The pen in Qian Runshui's hand snapped with a crack. She stood up abruptly, her golden eyes burning with unprecedented greed and shock. Mysterious heaven skill. It can be cultivated before spirit awakening. It can turn a piece of trash into one with innate full spirit power. How can such a heaven-defying cultivation technique exist in this world? As a peerless genius, with level 20 innate spirit power, Qian Runshui knew better than anyone what this implied. This meant that the rules of the Spirit Master's world would be completely rewritten. As long as one had this cultivation technique, even commoners with the worst spirits would have a chance to become powerful. Lin Yuan, that's actually impossible. Tang San can die, but this mysterious heaven skill must be obtained by this young lord. However, just as Qian Runshui was already conceptualizing in her mind how to capture Tang San and interrogate him for the technique, the next part of the diary was like a bucket of cold water being doused over her head. However, if anyone thinks they can rely on the mysterious heaven skill to mass-produce genius spirit masters with innate full spirit power, I can only say they are too naive. Before I transmigrated, I had similar thoughts, but thinking about it now, it's unfeasible. Even though people in the Douluo Continent world are generally quite precocious, the day of spirit awakening is at age 6. And this requires someone like Tang San, starting to cultivate the mysterious heaven skill from the age of 3 and persevering with it. Just ask yourself. If it weren't for having an adult soul, with an adult's comprehension ability and self-discipline, who could say that a 3-year-old brat could successfully cultivate the mysterious heaven skill? Chapter 16, The Elder Token, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan Scheme. Seeking follow-up reads. Never mind cultivating, he probably wouldn't even be able to understand the diagrams of meridians and acupoints written in it, right? Expecting a 3-year-old child who's still playing in the mud to understand, sinking chi into the dantian, or opening the ran and do meridians. Isn't that just nonsense? Therefore, Tang San's success cannot be replicated. Because he doesn't just have a cheat, he's an adult wearing a child's skin. Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince's Mansion. As Qian Runshui looked at these few lines of text, she felt like a deflated balloon and sat back down in her chair. True, a 3-year-old child can't even recognize all the characters. How could they possibly understand profound cultivation techniques? An adult soul, possession, this Tang San, he's hidden himself truly deep. Although the inability to mass-produce geniuses disappointed Qian Runshui, her killing intent toward Tang San grew even stronger. And, old freak, with such schemes and trump cards would definitely become a great disaster for the Angel Clan if allowed to grow. Lin Yuan, do you really think so? Besides, the world of Douluo Continent doesn't have cultivation techniques at all, there are only meditation methods for cultivating spirit power. To put it bluntly, these things are just rhythms of breathing to absorb spirit power from the air into the body. As for how it circulates inside, it's mostly very crude. But cultivation techniques are different, they are profound skills involving the operation of meridians and acupoints. If we're talking about whose meditation method on this continent is closest to the prototype of a cultivation technique, it might actually be the set in Yu Xiaoging's hands. Back when Tang San became his disciple, Yu Xiaoging brought that set out, which even gave Tang San a bit of a shock. But here's the question. How could Yu Xiaoging, a spirit grandmaster who can't break through rank 29 in his entire life, possibly research such profound theories? With that big spirit of his that can only fart. Don't be ridiculous. Behind this series of theories, there actually stands a woman, BB Dong. Without BB Dong, how could a piece of trash like Yu Xiaoging, who was ostracized by his family, have the chance to access the most complete spirit data on the entire continent? What was BB Dong's status back then? The Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. Her status was second only to Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji. And what about Yu Xiaoging, an outcast of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, a rank 29 joke? Reasonably speaking, Spirit Hall's library pavilion is the most forbidden of forbidden lands, non-core personnel are not allowed inside. On what basis could Yu Xiaoging enter and read as he pleased? And for several years at that. Was it really because Qian Zunji showed great kindness? Hey, don't be naive. In this, there was not only BB Dong's love brain at work, but also the schemes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Back then, to win over the upper 3 sects and demonstrate Spirit Hall's transcendent status, Qian Zunji specially created the highest level tokens and distributed them to the sect masters of the upper 3 sects. Seeing the token is like seeing an elder. This was not just an honor, but power. The reason Yu Xiaoging could swagger into Spirit Hall and even get close to the Holy Maiden BB Dong back then was likely due to that elder token in Yu Yuanzhen's hands. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's hand gripping her scepter suddenly tightened, her knuckles turning white from the force. The Elder Token. She murmured to herself as the gates of memory were forced open. Indeed, although Yu Xiaoging's strength was low back then, he did indeed possess a token of that level. At the time, she had been blinded by love and hadn't thought carefully about the logic behind it. So, there's only one truth. Yu Xiaoging's visit to Spirit Hall wasn't some journey at all, it was highly likely he went there with a family mission. That old fox Yu Yuanjun didn't despise this trash son, instead, he gave him the most core support. The goal was to use this token in Spirit Hall's courtesy toward the upper three sects to send Yu Xiaoging for further studies. Didn't Yu Xiaoging like researching theories? Then send him to Spirit Hall to steal and learn all the spirit research data accumulated by Spirit Hall over thousands of years. Of the so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls, how much was Yu Xiaoging's original work? And how much was copied from the ancient books of Spirit Hall? Even getting close to Bibi Dong might have been part of the plan. After all, what could be more convenient for obtaining core secrets than winning over the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall? Boom. A terrifying, dark purple spirit power suddenly erupted from Bibi Dong's body. The desk in front of her, made of 10,000-year-old agarwood, instantly turned into powder. Utilized, and undercover, this is impossible. Bibi Dong's voice trembled, not out of fear, but from extreme anger and shame. She had always thought that their meeting back then was an arrangement of fate. She thought that although Yu Xiaoging was weak, he had a heart that pursued truth and was an unrecognized genius. But now, Lin Yuan's diary was like a demon reflecting mirror, revealing the base nature of that man. So, from the very beginning, was this all a meticulously calculated scheme? The so-called talent was just plagiarism of Spirit Hall's heritage. The so-called love was just a shortcut to steal secrets. Impossible. What this Lin Yuan said is just his speculation. Unless there was solid evidence, it was impossible for her to just believe it like this. The diary's content continued, every word piercing the heart. Otherwise, for a piece of trash like Yu Xiaoging, why would Yu Yuanjun be willing to withstand the pressure from within the clan and other sects for him? In the end, he was merely expelled from the sect. It looked like an expulsion, but in reality, it was protection. Enough. Bibi Dong stood up abruptly, her chest heaving violently as she roared at the diary copy in front of her, but it was clearly useless. In those beautiful eyes, a raging fire was burning. Heaven Do City, Blue Tyrant Academy. When Luo Long saw the series of speculations from Lin Yuan, her first reaction was also disbelief. Xiaoging went to Spirit Hall back then to steal their research secrets. But back then, when she met Xiaoging, why did he have that expression? A look of utter heartbreak. How could that state possibly be faked? But Luo Long hadn't considered that if Yu Xiaoging truly loved Bibi Dong, why did he turn around and fall in love with her after only traveling with them for 2 years? Was the relationship between him and Bibi Dong really just that? Could everything he shared with Bibi Dong be so easily discarded just because a woman suddenly appeared to comfort him? Before the women could recover from this wave of conspiracy theories, Lin Yuan's next complaint dealt them another critical blow. But that's not even the most disgusting part. The most disgusting thing happened a few years later, during the Spirit Master Tournament. P.S. Seeking follow-up reads tilde. Chapter 17, I will destroy Spirit Hall at all costs. Tang Hao also has one of these elder medallions in his hand. After today, he will likely show up to meet Yu Xiaoging and give his medallion to him. And it's precisely because of this elder medallion that, during the Spirit Master Tournament a few years later, Yu Xiaoging tries to solve the problem of Tang San's twin spirits. This guy actually takes the elder medallion Tang Hao gave him and runs off to Spirit Hall alone to find Bibi Dong. What was he doing there? Reminiscing? No, he went to ask Bibi Dong for the cultivation method for twin spirits. When I first saw this part, I was absolutely shocked by his shamelessness. He clearly knew that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, the son of the enemy who had beaten Qian Zunji into a state of heavy injury back then, and an enemy of Spirit Hall at least on the surface. He actually had the face to go to Bibi Dong and ask for a secret manual. What kind of top-tier, average but overconfident, male logic is this? On what grounds? Because you have a big face. Because you think Bibi Dong still loves you. But Bibi Dong is also quite pathetic. In the end, she still harbored old feelings for Yu Xiaoging. I really don't get it. Back then, Yu Xiaoging was so cowardly and left her, and later he fell for Luo Long. Was Bibi Dong's feeling for him truly old love, or was it an obsession born from love turning into hate? PFF. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong spat a mouthful of tea directly onto Sword Douluo's white clothes. Cough, cough, cough. Is this Grandmaster really that much of a piece of work? Is his brain filled with mush? Even this young miss couldn't do something so shameless. Beside her, Chen Chen had a look of helplessness. Rongrong. Ning Rongrong blinked at Chen Chen and gave a playful smile, trying to act cute to get away with it. Oh right, Grandpa Sword, you're free right now anyway. Can you tell me some things about Spirit Hall? She took this opportunity to probe for information. Chen Chen, along with Ning Fengji and Ji Yurong nearby, all found it a bit strange. Rongrong, why are you suddenly interested in Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji asked. Ning Rongrong said as if it were only natural, Father, I am a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School after all, and I'm going to have my spirit awakening in a few months. I hear you all talking every day about how the relationship between Spirit Hall and the sect is delicate and whatnot, so I just wanted to learn about it in advance. They really couldn't find any fault with Ning Rongrong's reasoning. Chen Chen chuckled. Then what do you want to know about Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong pretended to hesitate for a moment, then said, how about Grandpa Sword tells me about the current Supreme Pontiff? I heard she's a very powerful woman and was the disciple of the previous Supreme Pontiff. Alright, I'll tell you what I know. Chen Chen patted Ning Rongrong's head, speaking very dotingly. Even though Ning Rongrong hadn't awakened her spirit or shown any talent yet, it didn't stop the three of them from spoiling her. Ning Rongrong was Ning Fengji's only daughter and the only little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Added to that, Ning Rongrong had a lively personality and often made them happy, so they were very fond of her. Even her little witch personality, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, was seen by them as a source of joy, a bit of spice in life. To them, it was even a virtue. As for talent, to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, talent wasn't actually that important. As long as Rongrong could awaken the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit, that was enough. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit had a flaw. One could only cultivate to the peak of the spirit saint level at most. Having high innate spirit power just meant reaching that bottleneck faster. While Ning Rongrong listened to the three of them describe Bibi Dong's deeds from her youth, she also watched the diary's contents. During the conversation, she also intentionally or unintentionally mentioned the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang. Although Ning Fengji and the other two didn't say it explicitly, seeing the subtle expressions on their faces, Ning Rongrong knew that what was written in Lin Yuan's diary was likely all true. Who would have thought that Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang really had a thing back then? However, she couldn't quite see the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Luo Long yet. She only learned from the three of them that Yu Xiaogang, Flender, and Luo Long were the golden triangle that once shook the continent. Their most famous feat was their Trinity martial soul fusion skill, the Golden Holy Dragon. When the three were together, they could fight a Douluo. The even funnier part comes later. Bibi Dong naturally refused him and told him that since Tang San has twin spirits, such a genius could never be left alive. She had already sent people to kill Tang San. And what did Yu Xiaogang say then? This level 29 spirit grandmaster flew into a rage on the spot, pointing at Bibi Dong, the supreme pontiff, and roaring. Bibi Dong, listen to me clearly. If anything happens to Tang San, I will destroy Spirit Hall at all costs. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore. I want to laugh every time I think of this part. Really, my stomach hurts from laughing. Bro, who do you think you are? You, a spirit grandmaster, want to destroy Spirit Hall at all costs. Destroy it with what? Your top no jutsu, or that pig of yours that only knows how to fart. If Bibi Dong hadn't shown mercy, he wouldn't even have made it out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Did Yu Xiaogang think that by relying on that level 95 old dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, or perhaps by uniting the Clear Sky Sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and even the 2 Great Empires, he could destroy Spirit Hall? It's only because Jian Dalyu isn't involving himself in affairs right now. Otherwise, he alone could kill all the current titled Douluo of the upper 3 sects. Crown Prince's mansion. Hey. Qian Runshui let out a cold laugh filled with extreme contempt. Destroy Spirit Hall. With just him. As the young lord of Spirit Hall, she felt this was simply the biggest joke of the year. Never mind her grandfather Qian Dalyu, even just any one of the worshippers from the Hall of Worship could deal a significant blow to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Yu Xiaogang's arrogance stemmed from his ignorance. However, this Bibi Dong is also truly pathetic. A flash of annoyance crossed Qian Runshui's eyes. To be insulted like that to her face and still let him go. It seems the so-called Supreme Pontiff is nothing more than a stupid woman whose head has been clouded by emotions. At this moment, Qian Runshui already had a suspicion in her heart. The reason Bibi Dong disliked her, could it be because of Yu Xiaogang? According to what Lin Yuan said, Bibi Dong still had old feelings for Yu Xiaogang, but didn't she eventually have her with Jian Zunji? What was that all about? Meanwhile, at the Supreme Pontiff Palace, there was a deathly silence. Bibi Dong stood in the center of the hall, the surrounding air seemingly frozen solid. If anything happens to Tang San, I will destroy Spirit Hall at all costs. These words were like a red-hot iron, searing themselves into her heart. Although this hadn't happened yet, given her understanding of Yu Xiaogang's conceited personality, he would definitely say such things. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes, monthly votes, bookmarks, and following the story _. Chapter 18, Ultimate Slaughter Attribute, Chaos God Slaying Record. And the diary content came to an abrupt halt here. Lin Yuan saw that today's diary entry was just about finished. He'd first see what kind of reward he could get tonight. No matter how much he wrote now, he had no way to determine who else owned a diary copy besides Xiao Wu. How he wished those diary copy owners who saw the content would take the initiative to come to Nuoding Academy. Otherwise, he would have to go find them one by one. Finding them was impossible. After all, it was time-consuming and labor-intensive. It wasn't as easy as writing a diary every day. When Wang Sheng and the others returned from the cafeteria, they originally wanted to rest for a bit. But as soon as they entered the dormitory, they saw Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu sitting side by side on the bed, meditating. Instantly, Wang Sheng and the others lost any thought of resting, as Lin Yuan's previous words echoed in their minds. Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu's talent and cultivation were both higher than theirs, yet they were still working so hard. This made them feel a sense of guilt in their hearts. Especially Wang Sheng. He was already in the 6th grade this year, but his spirit power was still only at rank 9. If he didn't break through to rank 10 this year, he wouldn't be able to go to an intermediate spirit master academy to study. A strange scene occurred. That afternoon, all the work-study students, aside from the necessary work to earn bronze coins for the students and attending classes, spent the rest of their time meditating. However, for spirit masters who didn't yet have a single ring, limited by their mental force, their daily meditation time could not exceed 2 hours. Exceeding this time would lead to mental exhaustion. The higher the talent, the longer one could meditate initially, like Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu. The former had twin spirits, and one of them was the mental-type double pupils, so his initial meditation time was naturally longer. The latter was a 100,000-year spirit beast incarnation and had her own foundation. If Xiao Wu wanted to, her meditation time would probably be even higher than Lin Yuan's, by a tiny bit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's diary entry and successfully binding with diary copy owner Xiao Wu. Triggered critical hit reward. Reward 1. Divine Rank Cultivation Technique Douluo Adapted Version Chaos God Slaying Record, First Stage. Note, this technique is tailor-made for the God Slaying Spear Spirit. It can condense ultimate slaughter chi and temper the physique and spirit power. Reward 2. Absolute Life-Saving Item, Void Grand Displacement Talisman 1. Note, can be triggered automatically when encountering life-threatening danger, or used actively. Can instantly tear through space and teleport 1,000 miles away, ignoring space locks of the title Douluo level. Can carry others. Reward 3. Infinite Spatial Storage Spirit Tool. Holy crap. Lin Yuan snapped his eyes open, a sharp light bursting from his gaze. I'm rich. This time, I've really struck it rich. I was just worried that my original meditation method was too trashy. This, Chaos God Slaying Record, is simply a godsend. Lin Yuan was ecstatic. One must know that both his God Slaying Spear and double pupils were divine rank spirits, and the God Slaying Spear possessed the ultimate slaughter attribute. As everyone knew, although ultimate attributes could give a spirit master the ability to kill those at higher levels, the drawbacks were also obvious. After rank 30 and before becoming a spirit saint, the cultivation speed would become extremely slow. Ordinary meditation methods only absorbed free external energy to fill oneself, without involving meridians and acupoints, making the conversion efficiency relatively low. But this technique not only involved meridians and acupoints but could also domineeringly bypass external energy. Combined with the characteristics of the God Slaying Spear, his cultivation speed would increase exponentially. By the time his cultivation reached rank 30, even if his cultivation speed dropped, it should still be roughly the same as a normal innate full spirit power spirit master, or even exceed it. As for that void grand displacement talisman, Lin Yuan looked out the window at the pitch-black night sky, as if piercing through the void to see that slovenly figure hidden in the shadows. Tang Hao, oh Tang Hao, with this thing, even if I jump around right under your nose, you won't be able to do anything to me. His sense of security was instantly maxed out. As for that storage spirit tool, standard procedure, standard procedure. He just happened to be lacking a storage item. However, even without a spirit tool, his double pupils could open up a small separate space for him to store things. Meanwhile, with the arrival of midnight, the minds of all female characters who possessed a diary copy also rang with a notification sound. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong was sitting cross-legged on her bed in her bedroom, her body surrounded by purple-black Rakshasa divine force. Because of the content in the diary regarding Yu Xiaogang, her state of mind had fluctuated wildly today, nearly leading to chi deviation. She had only just managed to calm down with great difficulty. The diary copies in the minds of everyone who owned one also emitted a mechanical voice. Ding, a total of 4 diary copy owners were mentioned today. Among them, Bibi Dong Hidden was mentioned the most times and has the highest relevance. Therefore, she receives today's reward, Spirit Power Cultivation Core Method, Soul Core Condensation Hidden. Bibi Dong, wait, you've already clearly stated who was mentioned today, and said the person mentioned the most times gets the reward. Isn't that just me? Bibi Dong didn't understand, what was the need for this, hidden, business. This caused Bibi Dong's face to flush between blue and white, she believed the other 3 people were also easy to guess. Presumably, only 4 women had appeared in Lin Yuan's diary copy in total. However, besides the 4 of them, there were also Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and Tang Hao. They weren't sure if these 3 also had diary copies, after all, the system hadn't explicitly stated that it only bound female characters. But according to Bibi Dong's internal speculation, Lin Yuan clearly didn't get along with those 3, otherwise, he wouldn't have been complaining about them in the diary copy all day. If this so-called system was acting in Lin Yuan's interest, it wouldn't go and fund his enemies. Subsequently, Bibi Dong's attention fell onto the reward she had obtained. Soul Core. What was this thing? But before she could wonder, soon, a power from the system poured into her body. The spirit power within her began to compress. Gradually, a purple-black crystal only the size of a longan but emitting a terrifying pressure slowly took shape in her dantian. That was the Death Soul Core, filled with the power of poison and death. Boom. At the moment the Soul Core was successfully condensed. Bibi Dong only felt her body become light, as if some heavy shackle had been broken. The spirit power within her that had been suppressed because of the divine examination instantly gushed out like a volcanic eruption. Rank 97 peak, broken. Rank 98, achieved. Moreover, she felt that this rank 98 was even stronger than a previous rank 98. The existence of the Soul Core made the spirit power in her body endless, her spirit power consumption decreased, and her recovery speed accelerated. Bibi Dong felt the power surging like an ocean within her, her eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. Is this the power of a Soul Core? Good, what a diary copy. P.S. Today's follow-up reads are very important, please follow along till the tilde. Chapter 19, Shadowless Kick, this move is named Daybreak. Because she had indeed received the system's reward, at this moment, she also somewhat believed that this diary copy was real. Of course, only the system was real, as for the content Lin Yuan wrote in the diary, that remained to be investigated. She wouldn't believe so easily that Xiaogang approached her with an ulterior motive, she would verify it for herself. If I find that you are truly as despicable as the diary says. A cold light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, and the temperature of the entire dormitory instantly dropped to freezing point. When the other girls saw that the reward the system gave Bibi Dong was actually hidden, they immediately curled their lips, thinking it was boring. Many of them felt that the person who received the reward this time should be Bibi Dong. After all, they weren't stupid, they felt the system's concealment was a bit redundant. It was just that they were somewhat curious about what exactly Bibi Dong had obtained. Just as they thought the system rewards for today were over. That mechanical voice rang out again. Ding, since today is the first day you have bound to the diary copy, everyone who possesses a diary copy will receive a small gift pack. New Loading Academy, Dormitory 7. Ding, congratulations on obtaining. High-level concealment technique can perfectly hide the aura of a spirit beast, undetectable even by a titled Douluo. Ding, congratulations on obtaining. Leg technique, Shadowless Kick, body moves with a will, kicks are shadowless. Xiao Wu, who was originally pretending to sleep on the bed, felt her long eyelashes tremble upon hearing this reward, her heart filled with wild joy. Great. With this concealment technique, even if a titled Douluo stands before me in the future, they won't be able to discover that I am a 100,000-year spirit beast. The heavy stone hanging in Xiao Wu's heart finally fell to the ground. With this peace of mind, this rogue rabbit finally fell into a deep sleep. Inside an exquisite and luxurious bedroom in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Let me see what good stuff it is. Ding, congratulations on obtaining, innate spirit power +1 level. Seeing this reward, Ning Rongrong's originally excited little face instantly collapsed, turning into a bitter expression. That's it. Ning Rongrong angrily punched her pillow. For an ordinary spirit master, increasing innate spirit power by 1 level is a heaven-defying change of fate. But for her, I have the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit. It has an inherent flaw, allowing me to cultivate at most to a level 79 spirit saint. What's the use of giving me spirit power? My talent couldn't possibly be so poor that I can't even reach level 79. If only you could solve my spirit's flaw, that would be wonderful. Ning Rongrong grumbled dissatisfiedly, rolled over, and pulled the quilt over her head. Forget it, sleeping. The next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Tang San opened his eyes right on time, as if he had a biological clock inside him. He nimbly got dressed and subconsciously looked toward Lin Yuan's bed. It was empty, and the bedding was folded neatly. Tang San's pupils constricted slightly, and a strong sense of urgency inexplicably rose in his heart. He also has innate full spirit power, and his spirit quality is even higher than my blue silver grass. And yet he gets up even earlier than I do. No, I absolutely cannot fall behind. He got up at this time to absorb the purple chi and cultivate the purple demon eye, so what was Lin Yuan doing getting up at this hour? The anxiety of being crushed by a peer made Tang San's movements quicken a bit. He quickly finished washing up, and with a flash of his figure, he left the dormitory, preparing to cultivate the purple demon eye the moment the purple chi came from the east. After breakfast, at the academy gate, Yu Xiaogang, with his hands behind his back, looked at Tang San before him with a look of smug satisfaction. Little San, is everything ready? Teacher, everything is ready. Tang San nodded respectfully. Good, then we shall set off for the spirit hunting forest to obtain your first spirit ring. Yu Xiaoging's mood was indeed at its peak right now. Yesterday, he had Tang San release his second spirit, and it was actually the Clear Sky Hammer. This was something he hadn't expected. The Clear Sky sect had long since closed its gates for many years. There was no one else who could be outside the sect besides Tang Hao. Yu Xiaoging immediately guessed that Tang San's father was the famous Clear Sky Douluo, Tang Hao. After instructing Tang San that they were going to the spirit hunting forest to obtain his first spirit ring early this morning, he had let Tang San leave. Not long after Tang San left, Tang Hao appeared. Although Tang Hao's attitude was cold, even carrying a somewhat commanding tone. That heavy elder's token was indeed placed into his hands. Grandmaster, I leave Little San in your hands from now on. Additionally, that child named Lin Yuan also has innate full spirit power. If possible, have Little San get closer to him. Even without Tang Hao saying so, with two such genius students at Nuoding Academy, he also wanted to take them as his disciples. However, that would have to wait until Tang San returned from obtaining his first spirit ring. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoging took Tang San and boarded a carriage heading for the spirit hunting forest. Meanwhile, at the Nuoding Academy training grounds, the morning sun was just rising, casting golden light onto the grass and causing a faint mist to rise. A figure with a bare upper body was holding a pitch-black long spear, dancing in the morning light. It was Lin Yuan. Phew. Lin Yuan adjusted his breathing, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. In his mind, the spear techniques of the first layer of the Chaos God Slaying record quickly flashed by. Because this cultivation technique was produced by the system, he was able to quickly understand what was written inside and how to cultivate it. But to truly master the basics or even become proficient, he needed to practice hard on his own. This move is named Daybreak. Swish. Lin Yuan lunged forward, power surging from his waist and abdomen, his spine twisting like a great dragon as force was transmitted layer by layer to his arms. The God-slaying spear in his hand instantly transformed into a bolt of black lightning, thrusting straight ahead. There were no flourishes. Only extreme speed and extreme ruthlessness. Puff. The air was instantly torn apart, letting out a sharp sonic boom. Where the spear tip pointed, the space itself seemed to distort slightly. So strong. Lin Yuan withdrew his spear and stood still, looking at the residual cold light on the tip, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. Although it's only an introductory move of the first layer, this piercing power could probably easily break through the defense of even a 100-year spirit beast. If combined with my first spirit ring, even some 1,000-year spirit beasts probably wouldn't be a match for me. As expected of a cultivation technique produced by the system. It's a pity that I only have one ring right now, and the spirit power in my body is too little. I can't use this move many times at all. Sweat slid down his lean, muscular lines, glistening with a bronze luster in the sunlight, full of the masculinity and wildness unique to a youth. Just then, Lin Yuan. A crisp and pleasant voice, tinged with a bit of surprise, came from behind him. Lin Yuan turned his head. He saw Xiao Wu standing by the edge of the training grounds, her pink little mouth slightly agape, her large eyes staring straight at his abdominal muscles. This girl had run in a hurry just now, her face still carrying a bit of the flush from just waking up. P.S. Seeking votes, seeking follows tilde. Chapter 20. The plan to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. The wise Yu Xiaoging. He had been in a great mood because he obtained the stealth technique last night, but as soon as he arrived, he saw the scene. It had to be said. Although Lin Yuan had only just reached the age of spirit awakening, he had developed exceptionally well due to cultivating a divine rank cultivation technique, his twin spirits, and the martial arts mastery reward he had received. While his muscles were knotted like an adult's, his physique was sleek and full of explosive power. Combined with his handsome face and the sharp aura he exuded while practicing with his spear just now. This kind of masculinity was simply devastating for Xiao Wu. Ahem. Xiao Wu subconsciously swallowed her saliva, her gaze somewhat wandering. Wang Sheng said you came out to cultivate early this morning, so I thought I'd come and take a look. Aren't you working too hard? Lin Yuan casually picked up a towel nearby to wipe the sweat off his body and said, now is the best age to increase my rank, so naturally, I can't be lazy. Unlike you, who sleeps until dawn, that's a bit of a waste of your innate full spirit power talent. She snorted and put her hands on her hips, trying to save face. Who slept in? I'm also working very hard, okay. Besides, you're covered in sweat from practicing. You stink. Despite her words of disgust, her body honestly didn't take a single step back, and her large eyes couldn't help but peek at Lin Yuan. Is that so? Lin Yuan smiled, not exposing her. Since you're here, let's go to the cafeteria together. I'm hungry. After we eat, I'll go talk to the principal and see if I can apply for a private dormitory. Saying that, Lin Yuan threw on his clothes and headed toward the cafeteria. Watching Lin Yuan's back, Xiao Wu blinked, her mind still replaying the elegance of that daybreak spear strike from earlier. Then, Xiao Wu hurriedly chased after him. Since you're changing dorms, how about I join you? Xiao Wu giggled. Oh, Lin Yuan gave a teasing smile. I don't have any objections. But, I'm a perverted wolf, you know. Aren't you afraid of being in a room alone with me? What if I eat you up? Xiao Wu blinked. Would you? I don't believe it. Besides, how old are we? We're not even adults yet. Careful, you might get caught. Lin Yuan shrugged helplessly. Why would I refuse meat delivered to my door? Don't think of me as someone noble. Forget it. Since you want to move out of the 7th dormitory together, then move. Innate full spirit power should at least come with some privileges. But, we split the rent 50-50. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. At most, I'll just give you all the gold coins I get from Spirit Hall. You just take care of my room and board. With my talent, if I cultivate hard, becoming a rank 20 spirit grandmaster in 2 or 3 years won't be a problem. I heard the monthly allowance I can get then is 10 gold coins. Lin Yuan didn't expose Xiao Wu's proactive behavior. It was nothing more than her being afraid that Tang Hao would make a move on her, so she wanted to stay with him. If he hadn't obtained the Void Great Shift talisman yet, he wouldn't have dared to share a room alone with Xiao Wu either. After all, Tang Hao was watching from the shadows. Although he had many interactions with Xiao Wu yesterday, they were actually within normal boundaries. After all, in Tang Hao's eyes, he was just a 6-year-old child. It was only natural for him to be interested in Xiao Wu, who also had innate full spirit power. Geniuses are naturally attracted to each other. Unless Xiao Wu and he had clearly crossed the line, letting Tang Hao know for sure that he and Xiao Wu would stand in opposition to Tang San rather than being friends. Otherwise, Tang Hao wasn't stupid enough to take action. After all, he hadn't expressed any desire to join Spirit Hall. Tang San would need a team to take revenge on Spirit Hall in the future. There was no reason for Tang Hao to stifle a genius like him instead of trying to win him over. However, Lin Yuan thought to himself, this is still a bit unsafe. After all, if I live in the same dormitory as Xiao Wu, the nature of things might change. A better way would be to get Tang Hao to leave Nuoding City so he doesn't keep focusing on Nuoding Academy. Soon, Lin Yuan had an idea. Since he was going to the Spirit Hall branch to collect his allowance later, he might as well drop off an anonymous report letter. Then he would mention it in his diary to test if Bibi Dong really had a diary copy. If she really had one, she would definitely take action. Soon, after explaining their needs to the principal, they left the principal's office. Xiao Wu grumbled, really, we have to wait a while just to change dorms. They said the academy doesn't have any empty rooms right now. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Maybe, then we'll just wait a while. I'm not in a hurry anyway. He hadn't expected to be able to move into a new dormitory the very next day after asking. At the very least, he had to wait until Tang Hao left. Let's go, we'll go register at the Spirit Hall branch and collect our allowance while we're at it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Spirit Hunting Forest, 400 miles away from Nuoding City. A carriage slowly came to a halt, and Yu Xiaoqing was the first to step down, holding a medallion in his hand. Two striking patterns were carved on the medallion, shining brightly in the sunlight. The soldiers on guard immediately let him through upon seeing the medallion. He turned his head and beckoned to the thin, small youth behind him. Little San, keep up. At this moment, Tang San had an exquisite belt around his waist, inlaid with 24 pure white jade stones. It was the storage spirit tool Yu Xiaoqing had given him, 24 moonlit bridges. Yes, teacher. Tang San followed quickly, his eyes full of curiosity and longing for the unknown. After entering the forest, ancient trees reached for the sky, and the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. For Tang San, who was experiencing the world of spirit beasts for the first time, everything seemed both dangerous and fascinating. Teacher, what kind of spirit beast do you think I should hunt for my first spirit ring? Tang San asked humbly while vigilantly observing his surroundings. He now had a strong thirst for knowledge regarding the spirit theory system of this world. After all, this concerned his future achievements. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoqing stopped, put his hands behind his back, and struck the pose of an unfathomable grandmaster. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Little San, your blue-silver grass spirit follows the control system route. Since it's about control, the primary focus is toughness. Only with sufficient toughness will your blue-silver grass not be easily broken or cut by an opponent. At this point, Yu Xiaoqing paused, a gleam of wisdom flashing in his eyes. However, your blue-silver grass is just a trash spirit, its basic attributes are too inferior. Merely increasing its toughness isn't enough to give you powerful combat strength. Therefore, my suggestion is that it's best to add a poison attribute as a secondary attribute. Poison. Tang San was slightly stunned. P.S. Please keep reading tilde. Chapter 21. Anonymous report. Maybe wait until reaching title Douluo to come out again. That's right, poison. Yu Xiaoqing nodded with certainty and analyzed confidently. This way, once your control takes effect, even if it only traps the opponent for a moment, the toxins in your spirit can invade the opponent's body. Even if your blue-silver grass is shattered later, that poison isn't something that can be cured in a short time. Continuous weakening and damage. This is the true essence of the control system. Looking at his teacher talking eloquently, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Tang San's eyes. So that's it, teacher's theories are indeed brilliant. At this moment, Tang San also thought to himself that since he was a Tang sect disciple, he was most skilled at using poison. However, if Lin Yuan were here, he would probably burst out laughing. Adding poison to blue-silver grass. This seemingly reasonable suggestion actually completely narrowed the path for blue-silver grass. What is the blue-silver emperor? It is the unceasing force of life. It is the tenacity of, wildfires cannot burn it all, it grows again with the spring breeze. You're adding poison to a royal spirit with its life attribute maxed out. It's like smearing feces on a peerless sword. While it's disgusting, it also ruins the sword's own edge. Unfortunately, the current Tang San didn't understand this. He only knew that the man before him was his guide, as well as the culprit leading him astray. Not long after, Yu Xiaoqing, Tang San, and the others arrived at a place filled with bamboo. Yu Xiaoqing even reached out to touch it. Tang San asked in confusion, Teacher, is this also a spirit beast? Am I supposed to absorb the spirit ring produced by this spirit beast? Yu Xiaoqing shook his head. This is just a 10-year lone bamboo. Although it's suitable for your blue-silver grass, the attributes it can provide are a bit low. Let's look for other suitable ones first. If we can't find any, we can come back and absorb the spirit ring. Tang Hao in the shadows. I asked you to look after Little San for me, and this is how you do it. Even Tang Hao was starting to lose his composure. Yu Xiaoqing actually had the idea of letting a genius with twin spirits absorb a 10-year spirit ring. Tang Hao thought to himself, if you really dare to do that, I'll give you a hammer blow immediately. What kind of grandmaster is this? Moreover, the reason he followed along was because he was worried. He was quite clear about what level of spirit master Yu Xiaoqing was. His spirit could handle 10-year spirit beasts without much trouble, but for 100-year spirit beasts, it would depend on luck. Nuoding City Spirit Hall Branch. Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu left after finishing their registration and collecting their subsidies. During this process, Hall Master Ma Xunuo also extended an invitation to the two, but they both refused, citing their studies at Nuoding Academy. In Lin Yuan's impression, Ma Xunuo was a relatively good Hall Master. In the original work, Tang San had innate full spirit power and also joined Nuoding Academy first. As a member of Spirit Hall, Ma Xunuo didn't force the issue and wouldn't compete with outside academies. This actually illustrated a point. Spirit Hall wouldn't pointlessly stifle spirit master geniuses with good talent. Lin Yuan believed the main reason they moved against Tang San in the original work was due to Tang San's stance. Setting aside whether he supported the Heaven Do Empire, the fact that he was from the Clear Sky sect was enough to trigger the killing intent of Bibi Dong in Spirit Hall. It was common knowledge that Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect did not get along. Tang San wasn't the only genius on this continent. Others like Oscar and Feng Xiaodian also had innate full spirit power, and Spirit Hall didn't care. You should know that the innate spirit power of the three in the Golden Generation was only level 9. Besides Tang San and Oscar, there were also talented students in the major elemental academies, yet they remained safe and sound. So in the early stages, as long as one didn't openly oppose Spirit Hall, there would be no trouble at all. Not long after Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu left the Spirit Hall branch, an anonymous letter suddenly appeared on the ground at some point. This was left by Lin Yuan using the spatial techniques of his double pupils. Ma Xunuo frowned and opened it. It read. The Clear Sky Douluo, a mortal enemy of Spirit Hall, is suspected to be active in Nuoding City. For the safety of the Spirit Hall branch personnel, it is hoped this will be reported truthfully to the Spirit Hall headquarters. Remember, you must report this, otherwise, if there are casualties, you will be responsible for the consequences. Ma Shunhuo was shocked upon reading it. At this time, Su Yuntao had just returned from outside. Seeing Ma Shunhuo like this, he was confused. Hallmaster, did something happen? Ma Shunhuo said, someone gave me an anonymous letter saying the Clear Sky Douluo from back then has been active near Nuoding City recently and wants us to report it. Do you think this might be someone's prank? Su Yuntao asked, how did this letter appear? Ma Shunhuo shook his head. I don't know either. Before I noticed, the letter was already at my feet. Su Yuntao said, Hallmaster, someone with such methods likely has a cultivation level that isn't low. Why don't we explain this in detail and report it honestly? After all, it's not a small matter. Who would pull a prank like this for no reason? Those who know of the Clear Sky Douluo and his grudge with Spirit Hall generally wouldn't have a low status or cultivation. Ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to these things at all. After leaving the Spirit Hall branch, Lin Yuan simply went for a stroll in the city with Xiao Wu. While wandering the streets, he wrote today's diary entry along the way. Just came out of the Spirit Hall branch and got a gold coin for free. I wonder if Ma Shunhuo will report my anonymous tip about Tang Hao to the Spirit Hall headquarters. I'm not sure if his authority as a hallmaster in a remote area is enough to reach that high. Sigh, letting Tang Hao wander around Nuoding Academy isn't a long-term solution. Having a titled Douluo constantly observing from the shadows feels unsettling. Furthermore, Tang Hao has definitely discovered Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. If he doesn't leave, it'll be hard for me to interact with her. The worst-case scenario is that I'll have to stay away, otherwise, I'm really afraid Tang Hao might accidentally hammer me to death. After all, he's already discovered Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year spirit beast. In Tang Hao's mind, Xiao Wu's spirit ring and spirit bone are likely already his for the taking. What a pity, I still have many things I haven't recorded in the diary. Do I really have to take Xiao Wu and hide in some remote mountain forest? The system just gave me a transfer treasure that can move people together when encountering danger. If this anonymous letter is intercepted, or if Spirit Hall doesn't send anyone to handle it, then I'll just run away with Xiao Wu and wait until I'm a titled Douluo to come back out. Otherwise, it's too dangerous. Anyway, as long as she's with me, Xiao Wu's cultivation progress won't be an issue. Oh no, am I really becoming a pervert? I'm really not a lolicon. Xiao Wu. Bibi Dong. Qian Runshui. Chapter 22, Lin Yuan's open scheme takes effect. Simultaneous action from Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu walked side by side, eating freshly bought skewered carrots while they browsed. While nibbling on a carrot, Xiao Wu stole glances at Lin Yuan with an extremely peculiar look in her eyes. A faint blush inexplicably appeared on her slightly baby-fat, pretty face. This guy. Xiao Wu muttered to herself. He writes such perverted things in his diary, using such wild phrases like, not a lolicon. But in reality, even when he's thinking about running away, he's thinking about taking me with him. What does that make him? A very principled, very loyal, pervert. This strange realization didn't make Xiao Wu feel repulsed. Instead, it gave her a sense of inexplicable goodwill and reliance toward this boy she had only known for a few days. After all, in this human world full of hidden dangers, finding someone who always thinks about protecting you is far too rare. Furthermore, after learning that Lin Yuan possessed a divine rank life-saving item like the Void Realm Great Displacement Talisman, the heavy stone that had been hanging in Xiao Wu's heart finally dropped. However, if I want to completely escape the shadow of that titled Douluo and live peacefully in a dormitory with Lin Yuan, I still have to send that jinx Tang Hao away first. Xiao Wu took a bite of her carrot, her eyes flickering. She was thinking that if Lin Yuan's speculation was correct and someone in Spirit Hall truly possessed a diary copy, then they would surely send a titled Douluo over, right? That bad woman who killed my mother, could she also have a copy? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu's eyes dimmed slightly, her heart filled with complexity. If she did, it meant that woman was protected by some kind of rule. Even if she became stronger in the future, she might not be able to take revenge directly. Spirit Hall. When Bibi Dong saw that Lin Yuan actually had the idea of taking Xiao Wu to live in seclusion in the mountains and forests, she immediately grew anxious. In fact, it wasn't just her, other diary copy holders were also anxious, but Bibi Dong was the most concerned. Because at midnight, she had indeed received a reward from the system. As for the newbie meeting reward, she had only gained a 600-year increase for all her spirit rings, which changed her Death Spider Emperor's spirit ring configuration from 1 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 1 red to 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red. It was a small improvement. But compared to the reward of the condensed attribute soul core she had obtained, there was no comparison. To obtain these diary rewards, the diary's content needed to have a high correlation with her. Ideally, her name should be mentioned the most. So what should she do? The best way was to know Lin Yuan's whereabouts and then occasionally cause some commotion around him. For example, since Lin Yuan now wanted Spirit Hall to send a titled Douluo to make Tang Hao leave Nuoding City, she would fulfill Lin Yuan's wish. In passing, she could verify if Tang Hao really was near Nuoding City. If he was, then the things Lin Yuan said before were most likely true as well. But if she left it alone and Lin Yuan truly went into seclusion with Xiao Wu, it would be difficult for her to obtain rewards. She didn't believe the periodic pity rewards would be very good. After thinking for a moment, Bibi Dong said coldly, Yu Guan, Gui Mei. The next moment, the space within the hall distorted slightly, and 2 figures instantly appeared. One was enchanting and seductive, the other was eerie and ghost-like. Supreme Pontiff, what are your orders? Yu Guan and Gui Mei bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Bibi Dong looked down at them from her high position and spoke indifferently. The two of you, set out immediately for Nuoding City in the Fasnuo province of the Heaven Do Empire. There has been a report that the long-missing Clear Sky Douluo, Tang Hao, has been spotted in that vicinity. I want you to confirm whether the information is true. As soon as these words were spoken, the bodies of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who had been bowing their heads, suddenly stiffened. The two exchanged a look, both seeing a trace of terror in the other's eyes. Go look for Tang Hao. And confirm if the information is true. What a joke. The tragic scenes of that battle years ago were still vivid in their minds. The previous Supreme Pontiff, Qian Zunji, had taken so many experts with him, yet they were all hammered by Tang Hao alone. He was heavily injured and eventually died from his wounds according to the official statement. The two of them were also there at the time, and they had a certain psychological shadow regarding Tang Hao's strength. What, you don't want to go? Seeing that the two did not respond for a long time, BB Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a terrifying feeling intent instantly locked onto them. Your subordinates wouldn't dare. The two were startled, and cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Ghost Douluo hurriedly explained, Supreme Pontiff, it's not that we don't want to go, it's just that Tang Hao's strength is terrifying. Rest assured. BB Dong withdrew her killing intent and said indifferently, I'm only asking you to confirm his whereabouts, not to fight him to the death. If he is there, test him, but there's no need for a life and death battle. If he isn't, then consider it a trip to clear your heads. Hearing this, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't being sent to their deaths. Yes, your subordinates obey. Before their voices had even faded, their figures turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the hall. BB Dong looked at the empty hall, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Two useless wastes. If it weren't for the fact that I need people right now. Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince's Mansion. Qian Runshui looked at Lin Yuan's plan in the diary, a flash of appreciation in her eyes. What a fine move of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. This Lin Yuan, though young, has a meticulous mind. Since you want to muddy these waters, then this young lord will give you a hand. Qian Runshui stood up, and beneath the gentle as jade face of Shui Qing, a domineering aura belonging to the angel clan emerged. Xilong, Si Shui. The next moment, two figures appeared before Qian Runshui at some unknown time. Young lord. Qian Runshui looked at Xilong Douluo. Xilong, go to Nuoding City now. I have received intelligence that the long-missing Clear Sky Douluo might be appearing there. Go and see if it's true. If you find him, test his strength while you're at it. Actually, you probably won't be able to test him alone. Si Shui, you go with Xilong. Young lord, you mustn't, Xilong Douluo said hurriedly. The two of us came here to protect your safety. How can we both leave your side? Besides, Tang Hao is a titled Douluo. Why would he live in seclusion in such a remote small city? If this information is false. Before Xilong could finish, he was interrupted by Qian Runshui, who said coldly, what? Are my orders as young lord no longer effective? I am currently disguised as Shui Qing. What danger could there be? Being able to obtain information about Tang Hao's appearance is extremely rare. I am sending you there precisely to confirm its truth. Go, now. P.S. Brothers, there's a high probability the promotion failed. Please keep reading tilde. Chapter 23, Binding. Completely redundant. Snake Lance and Porcupinefish Douluo were helpless, but they still persisted. Snake Lance said, Young lord, let me go instead. Let Si Shui stay. You must have a titled Douluo by your side for protection, otherwise we won't be able to explain it to the high priest. Qian Runshui saw their persistence and agreed after thinking for a moment. Anyway, sending someone this time wasn't really to clash with Tang Hao. If BB Dong has a diary copy, she'll likely send titled Douluo too. Barring any surprises, it should be Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. If there are 3 titled Douluo by then, even if they can't take down Tang Hao, he definitely won't dare stay in Nuoding City. As for Tang San, she didn't explicitly mention him, planning to set him aside for now. After all, Spirit Hall deploying titled Douluo to capture Tang Hao could be explained by an anonymous letter. But what about Tang San? There's no evidence that Tang San is Tang Hao's son. What if catching him now arouses Lin Yuan's suspicion? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's diary continued. Sigh, I wonder how Yu Xiaogang and Tang San are doing in the spirit hunting forest. The thought of Yu Xiaogang using the farting swine of a spirit to help Tang San get a spirit ring makes me lose it. The image is too beautiful, I don't even dare to imagine it. Yu Xiaogang is really bold. Knowing his strength is pathetic, he still dares to take Tang San deep inside alone. It inevitably makes one doubt his motives. Reasonably speaking, Yu Xiaogang has lived for so long and was once a member of the Golden Triangle. Even if he hasn't eaten pork, he's seen a pig run, he should have a decent idea of the strength of a 100-year spirit beast. Rather than believing he intended for Tang San to absorb the 10-year lone bamboo, it's more likely he said that on purpose. Or even, he deliberately led Tang San into danger. Seeing this, the women peeking at the diary felt their hearts skip a beat. Deliberately led into danger. For what? Simple, to force Tang San to accept his theoretical experiments out of desperation. After all, according to the path he planned for Tang San, the first spirit ring should be from a poisonous and resilient plant-type spirit beast. That would be the safest choice. But Yu Xiaogang just wouldn't. He wanted to do something big, he wanted to prove his 10 core competencies of martial souls. However, Yu Xiaogang almost crashed later. Instead of acting cool, he got wrecked. He probably never dreamed that on the outskirts of the spirit hunting forest, he'd have the luck to encounter a 400-year-old Datura snake. A spirit beast of this level is incredibly ferocious and extremely fast. Forget a level 29 spirit grandmaster like him, even some attack system spirit grandmasters with 2 rings might not win in a one-on-one. And the result? If Tang San hadn't been carrying a bunch of hidden weapons and had Tang Sek's ultimate techniques to rely on, this master and disciple would have ended up in the snake's belly today. Spirit hunting forest. Fart like thunder, heaven shaking, earth shattering Luo Sanpao. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang and a cloud of yellow smoke, a creature resembling both a pig and a dog flew out screaming. Luo. Luo Sanpao rolled on the ground a few times, looking at its master aggrievedly. Not far away, the dark green Datura snake, emitting a foul stench, was flicking its tongue and staring coldly at the 2 humans. Yu Xiaogang was in a sorry state, his clothes were torn by branches, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, how could we encounter such a ferocious beast? He panicked. His proud theories seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength. Little San, run. Yu Xiaogang shouted, but his own legs went weak, and he almost fell. Just then, the Datura snake suddenly attacked, biting Luo Sanpao on the butt. Ah! Yu Xiaogang screamed, clutching his own butt as he fell to the ground, his face instantly turning pale. The spirit and the host are of one heart and mind, damage feedback. Poison. Opening square bracket. I have to say, external beast spirits have this downside, they're basically moving targets. The pig gets bitten, and the person suffers. It's only because Tang San was a grandmaster of poison in his past life and cured him, otherwise, this grandmaster would have been finished here today. And here comes the most ridiculous part. After Tang San fought to the death to kill the Datura snake, Yu Xiaogang actually had Tang San absorb its spirit ring. That's right, making a plant-type spirit absorb an animal spirit beast's ring. Actually, this is theoretically feasible. As long as the attributes don't conflict, the body won't explode. But is this the freaking optimal solution? This is completely misleading the student. Lin Yuan's words in the diary were passionate and rhythmic, as if one could see his frustrated expression. Shouldn't the most suitable thing for a plant-type spirit to absorb be a spirit ring from a plant-type spirit beast? Coming from the same root and source with matching attributes, there's no rejection during absorption, and it provides the best nourishment for the spirit's origin. The common belief that beast rings provide more attribute boosts than plant rings is pure nonsense. It's just that they haven't seen higher-level plant-type spirit beasts. For example, comparing a 10-year lone bamboo to a 10-year datura snake, the latter definitely provides more attributes, no doubt about it. But what if a 10-year thundercrash hell vine is compared to a 10-year datura snake? The former would crush the latter. So, unless there's an overwhelming difference in age or bloodline, suitability is the only thing that matters. And what did the datura snake bring Tang San? First spirit ability, binding. Plus a tiny bit of paralytic toxin. Seeing these words, Lin Yuan went straight into mockery mode. Who gets it? What is blue silver grass? It's grass, it's a vine. Its instinct is to bind. You give a spirit that already binds things an ability called binding. What is this like? It's like giving a tiger a spirit ring and getting an ability called biting. Isn't this like taking off your pants to fart, completely redundant? As long as Tang San trains his spirit power or practices control techniques, this binding could be a self-created soul skill. It doesn't need to take up a precious spirit ring slot. Also, that paralytic toxin is trash. What's the datura snake's strongest asset? A lethal neurotoxin. Yu Xiaogang almost died from one bite, yet after Tang San absorbed it, he only inherited a trivial paralysis. This is literally picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon, a massive loss. Yu Xiaogang was a bit disappointed after learning the result, but he actually thought it was just bad luck. Brother, the direction is wrong. Following his current direction, if he had absorbed a 400-year-old ghost vine or poison vine, not only would he get a powerful toxin, but he'd also significantly increase the toughness of the blue silver grass, and might even get skills like parasite or piercing. As for binding, that would just be a given. P.S. Going premium tomorrow, please keep reading tilde. Chapter 24. What? Luo Sanpao is actually a benign mutated spirit. Please keep reading. Originally, the women actually felt that Tang San's first spirit ability for the blue silver grass, binding, seemed okay. It was considered a normal and ordinary control spirit ability. The datura snake should add a lot of toughness attributes to the blue silver grass, and it also comes with a paralyzing toxin. But after Lin Yuan said this, they finally realized. That's right. Blue silver grass itself is capable of binding. As long as Tang San's rank increases or he practices more, he can naturally master the self-created spirit ability of binding. There is absolutely no need for a spirit ring to grant it. Moreover, Tang San didn't inherit the origin toxin of the datura snake, which is a massive loss. Instead of absorbing such a spirit ring, it would be better to absorb a plant-type spirit ring of the same age. This Yu Xiaogang is indeed misleading his students. And many people also recall the 10 core competencies of martial souls that Lin Yuan mentioned before. One of them was that plant-type spirits can absorb beast spirit rings. However, this theory has never been proven. It is also not recognized by the outside world. Yu Xiaogang advocated that beast spirits can absorb beast spirit rings and can also absorb plant spirit rings. Tool spirits like the sword category can also absorb both types of spirit rings. And since plant-type spirits are also classified as tool spirits, why should they only be able to absorb plant-type spirit rings? They should be able to absorb both, just like spirits like the sword. However, as soon as this theory was announced, it was laughed at. So he is using Tang San's life and safety to conduct an experiment. If it really fails and a conflict occurs, at best the spirit will be ruined, and at worst his life will be in danger. Thinking this way immediately made many people feel a chill in their hearts. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong frowned. Since this Yu Xiaogang wants to verify whether his theory is correct or not, why must he make Tang San absorb a beast spirit ring? Although Tang San's innate spirit power was raised by the mysterious heaven skill, he is still at innate full spirit power, and he has Tang Hao behind him. If the experiment really fails, isn't Yu Xiaogang afraid of being retaliated against by Tang Hao? There are plenty of spirit masters on the continent with plant-type spirits. With his status, it should be very easy to find experimental subjects, right? As the little princess of the second now and onlooker, Ning Rongrong directly raised such a question in her heart. In fact, Spirit Hall should have conducted this experiment internally as well. After all, if special bloodlines are not mentioned, the attributes provided by beast spirit rings are indeed much higher than those from plant-type spirit rings. Because this is a very intuitive manifestation, you can see very powerful beast spirit masters, but you basically never see very powerful plant-type spirit masters. This makes it easy to draw a conclusion. Plant spirit masters absorb plant spirit rings, so they are inferior to beast spirit masters. Although this conclusion is quite arbitrary. Subsequently, the content in the diary was updated again, and this time, the bomb Lin Yuan dropped directly stunned all the female characters who were peeking. Having finished talking about Tang San's spirit ring selection, let's talk about Yu Xiaogang himself. Many people, including Yu Xiaogang himself, believe that because of a malignant mutation of his spirit, it turned into a pig that only knows how to fart, which caused his innate spirit power to be only rank 0.5, making him a waste. But I want to say something fair here. Luo Sanpao says, I'm not taking the blame for this. Because Luo Sanpao isn't some viciously mutated trash spirit at all. On the contrary, it is an extremely rare, benign mutation growth spirit. The women. Seeing this line of text, whether it was Bibi Dong far away in Spirit City, Qian Runshui in the Crown Prince's mansion, or Luo Long at the Blue Tyrant Academy. A row of question marks popped up on all of their foreheads in unison. Benign mutation. A pig that only knows how to cry out, Luo, whose means of attack is farting, and whose innate spirit power is only rank 0.5. As soon as these words came out, they were all stunned. You're calling this a benign mutation? One must know that before Yu Xiaogang, the concept of rank 0.5 innate spirit power didn't even exist for spirit masters. Generally, anything lower than rank 1 spirit power was classified as being unable to cultivate. But who was Yu Xiaogang? No matter how down and out he was still the young lord of the Blue Lightning family at the time. Relying on the resources piled up by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, his strength was pushed directly to rank 29. Then, Lin Yuan quickly answered their doubts. Here, Lin Yuan spoke intentionally. He wanted to completely expose Yu Xiaogang's useless side to those who possessed his diary copy. Can such a person still be considered a grand master of theory? It's undeniable that Yu Xiaogang does have some real skill, otherwise Tang San's theoretical knowledge wouldn't be so substantial. But in some of his theories, there are truly many errors. It's just that for Tang San, they happen not to be fatal. Don't look at how Luo Sanpao looks like a pig, its body actually flows with the noble bloodline of the Golden Holy Dragon. According to the current spirit quality classification, it is roughly divided into common, high tier, top tier, and divine rank. Spirits like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Seven Kill Sword, and Clear Sky Hammer all fall into the category of top tier spirits, while the Seraphim and Sea God Spirit are divine rank. But 10,000 years later, between top tier and divine rank, there is actually a super rank. Unfortunately, the Golden Holy Dragon is a super martial soul. Its quality is one level higher than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which is currently recognized as the #1 beast spirit on the continent. Boom. This paragraph was like a clap of thunder, exploding in the minds of the women. Super martial soul. That waste Yu Xiaogang actually awakened a super martial soul that is second only to a divine rank spirit. How is this possible? Inside the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong suddenly jumped down from the swing, her small face flushed red, full of indignation. Nonsense. How could a pig be more powerful than Grandpa Sword's 7 Kill Sword? Grandpa Sword's 7 Kill Sword is known as the #1 tool spirit in terms of attack power. What kind of thing is that pig? Ning Rongrong stomped her feet angrily. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she admired her sect's 2 guardian deities very much. Now Lin Yuan actually said that waste spirit quality was stronger than Grandpa Sword's, how could she accept this? Also, in her impression, wasn't the Golden Holy Dragon the Golden Triangle's Trinity Martial Soul Fusion skill? On the other side, at the Blue Tyrant Academy, Luo Long felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body frozen in place. Golden Holy Dragon. She murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock and realization. As a member of the Golden Triangle back then and the owner of the Horn of Slaughter, she knew all too well what their Trinity Martial Soul Fusion skill was. It was the Golden Holy Dragon. No wonder when the three of us performed the Trinity Martial Soul Fusion skill back then, Xiaogang clearly had the lowest spirit power and could even be said to be the one holding us back. But the leading core of the spirit fusion skill was him, or rather, his Luo Sanpao. P.S. Brothers, as expected, I failed the promotion. Now that it's launched, I'm begging for follow-up reads. Without the subsequent promotional pushes, your follow-up reads are very important. Tilde. Chapter 25. What kind of Trinity Spirit Fusion skill is the Golden Holy Dragon? For a long time, Luo Long thought it was because Yu Xiaogang's wisdom was extraordinary, or because the two of them were willing to accommodate him. Looking at it now, that wasn't the case at all. It was because only Luo Sanpao possessed the true Golden Holy Dragon bloodline. She and Flender were merely 2 power banks providing spirit power. The true core has always been a pig. At this moment, the content of the diary continued, answering the biggest doubt in everyone's hearts. Since it's a super spirit, why is the innate spirit power only half a rank? This brings us to a very interesting theory, the host's inability to carry the spirit. It's like a nursing infant whom you insist on giving a mountain-cleaving axe weighing several hundred pounds. What would the result be? Not only would the infant be unable to move it, but they would be crushed to death or injured by the axe instead. This was the case for Yu Xiaogang. The quality of the Golden Holy Dragon was too high, so high that when Yu Xiaogang first had his awakening, whether in terms of physical fitness or bloodline purity, he simply couldn't carry this power. Thus, to protect the host from exploding, the spirit underwent self-degeneration and seal. That's how it turned into this ridiculous appearance of Luo Sanpao, but Luo Sanpao is exactly the form of a Golden Holy Dragon hatchling. And in the era 10,000 years later, there is a son of luck named Duo Yuhao. He awakened the body spirit, Spirit Eyes, which is a top-tier mental system spirit involving the eyes and brain. The result, his innate spirit power was only rank 1. Why? Because he lived in the Duke's mansion since childhood but suffered extreme abuse, long-term malnutrition, and his body was too severely depleted to support the awakening of a top-tier spirit. So, low innate spirit power sometimes really isn't because the spirit is trash, but because the person isn't up to it. Bibi Dong and Luo Long felt very complicated when they saw what Lin Yuan said. So that's how it is. It wasn't that heaven was unfair to you and gave you a trash spirit, but that Luo Sanpao itself is a very powerful spirit, and it was your own body that couldn't handle it. To think Yu Xiaogang spent all day using this as an excuse, wallowing in self-pity, feeling like the whole world owed him. It turns out the root cause was actually himself. If Yu Xiaogang were a person of great perseverance, he shouldn't have given up on himself to go do some theoretical research. He should have frantically trained his physical body, sought out heaven and earth treasures to improve his bloodline, and found ways to break this restriction. As long as his body could withstand it, Luo Sanpao could evolve back into the Golden Holy Dragon at any time. Unfortunately, he chose the easiest path, escape. He packaged himself as a grandmaster and used theories to cover up his own incompetence. This is his true tragedy. Moreover, what makes me feel most speechless is Yu Xiaogang's way of feeding Luo Sanpao. Can you believe it? He actually feeds a spirit with true dragon bloodline white radishes. The reason was actually to induce farts. PFF, forgive me for laughing unkindly. The reason it's named Luo Sanpao is because if it doesn't eat radishes, it can only release 3 farts in a short period of time. What kind of divine rank logic is this? The reason a spirit ability is called a spirit ability is that it's a manifestation of rules driven by spirit power. As long as you inject spirit power, you can release it. It's very simple and convenient. That's why no one is willing to waste so much effort on self-created spirit abilities, because it's time-consuming, labor-intensive, and delays cultivation. And what about Yu Xiaogang's spirit ability? It actually needs to rely on the waste gas produced by eating radishes, stored in the spirit's body, and then released through spirit power. Then what's the use of his spirit power? To act as a fuse. Normal logic should be that the spirit master inputs spirit power, and the spirit automatically converts the spirit power into an attack form, right? Why did it change when it came to him? The girls, though Lin Yuan's words are a bit crude, the logic is damn solid. Thinking about it carefully, it really is weird. Yu Xiaogang's way of cultivating Luo Sanpao is brain dead from the roots. No wonder Luo Sanpao has always looked like a swine and hasn't evolved at all in decades. Setting aside everything else, although Luo Sanpao looks like a pig, it definitely contains true dragon bloodline. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean Yu Yuanzhen's wife cheated on him, that she cuckolded the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Since it mutated from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, it's a dragon species. In the Spirit Beast Forest, have you ever seen a Tyrant Dragon Spirit Beast that's a vegetarian? If the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit had a physical form, would it choose to eat white radishes that cost a few bronze coins per pound, or would it choose to eat spirit beast meat rich in blood and chi energy? For an external beast spirit, not only can the spirit master cultivate, but the spirit itself can also grow through eating. You feed it radishes every day, besides giving it flatulence, what nutrition can it have? What is it supposed to use to evolve? Farts. Ha ha ha, this young miss is dying of laughter. Inside the sect, Ning Rongrong laughed unkindly. This Lin Yuan's way of speaking is so interesting that she's a bit curious to meet him in person. And Xiao Wu, next to Lin Yuan, was also struggling to hold it in. What should the correct cultivation method be? Simple, eat meat, eat highly nourishing things. Luo Sanpao is a golden holy dragon hatchling, possessing extremely strong power and light attributes. Yu Xiaogang should have looked for spirit beast meat with golden bloodlines or light attributes and fed it to Luo Sanpao every day. Preferably sub-dragon meat, or even dragon blood. Combined with high-intensity physical training to activate the golden bloodline within its body. Pity, the current Luo Sanpao has been completely ruined by Yu Xiaogang's rearing. Unless he obtains some heaven-defying immortal herb or divine medicine, it'll just be a farting pig for the rest of its life. Inside the Crown Prince's mansion. Qian Runshui looked at the diary and shook her head helplessly. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Playing a good hand of cards terribly, that's exactly the kind of person he is. Just when the girls thought the roasting had ended there, Lin Yuan's next words directly shattered the last remaining filter Luo Long had for Yu Xiaogang. Since we're talking about Yu Xiaogang's spirit, how can we not mention that golden triangle, which has been hyped to the heavens? Especially that so-called first Trinity spirit fusion skill on the continent, the Golden Holy Dragon. In the eyes of outsiders, this thing is very impressive, capable of fighting across major realms. But in my view, that doesn't even deserve to be called a spirit fusion skill. At most, it's just a three-person combination technique. A true spirit fusion skill is when two or more spirits perfectly fit together, producing the qualitative change and giving birth to a completely new and more powerful existence. For example, the Star Luo Imperial family's Hell White Tiger, the White Tiger and Civet merge to become a giant Hell White Tiger with multiplied power. For example, the Dragon Snake couple's Dragon Snake Joint Strike, that control and destructive power give a Spirit Emperor and a Spirit Douluo the confidence to challenge a title Douluo. Even the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo's two-level stasis field is control on a rule level. And what about the Golden Triangle? P.S. Please continue reading tilde. Chapter 26. You don't even have martial soul resonance, and you call this a spirit fusion skill. When the three of them merge, what is summoned? It's the Golden Holy Dragon. But the problem is, Luo Sanpao was originally a Golden Holy Dragon hatchling. The fusion of the three did not produce a new form, nor were any new abilities born. It was merely forcibly pouring the spirit power of Luo Long and Flender into Luo Sanpao's body, allowing it to temporarily escape the limitation of insufficient energy and manifest its true form. What kind of fusion is that? The evidence is also quite obvious. In the original work, the three of them once fought Du Gubo. Who is Du Gubo? He is recognized as the weakest titled Douluo existence, with spirit power of only level 91 and bottom tier dueling capabilities. Du Guyan. At that time, among the three, Flender and Luo Long were both high-level spirit saints, and Yu Xiaogang was a spirit grandmaster. Logically speaking, the martial soul fusion of three people, especially with the stacking of 16 spirit rings, should theoretically produce a qualitative change and crush Du Gubo. Referencing the unrivaled Dragon and Snake, a spirit Douluo with a spirit Emperor could exchange a few moves with a level 95 Chrysanthemum Douluo. What was the result? The Golden Holy Dragon fought Du Gubo with such difficulty that it only barely managed to contend with him, even being at a disadvantage, with its weakness easily exploited. Three people in body integration couldn't even beat the weakest titled Douluo. This level of quality is simply appallingly low. If it were truly a perfectly fused Golden Holy Dragon, that would be the complete form of a super martial soul. Never mind Du Gubo, even a titled Douluo below level 95 would likely be ground into the dirt. Besides that, there is also the most obvious piece of evidence proving that the trinity of Yu Xiaogang, Luo Long, and Flender is not a so-called martial soul fusion, but just a combination skill. The conditions for the emergence of a spirit fusion skill are strange and impossible to explain clearly, but for people with martial soul fusion compatibility, when they are within a certain distance of each other, their martial souls will definitely sense one another. In the original work, when Zhu Zuqing went to Shrek Academy and met Dai Mubai, they clearly hadn't met before. But Dai Mubai, relying on the throbbing of his own martial soul, knew that Zhu Zuqing had come looking for him. Because in this world, besides Zhu Zuqing, there is no second person who can have martial soul resonance with him. However, what about Yu Xiaogang's trio? After Shrek Academy, led by Qin Ming, was rejected from joining the Heaven Do Royal Academy and blocked by Shui Beng and Du Gubo. They instead joined Blue Tyrant Academy, which was established by Luo Long. At that time, their group was led by a teacher to the back mountain of Blue Tyrant Academy where Luo Long was. At that moment, Luo Long had her back to Yu Xiaogang and the others, watering flowers. If Flender hadn't spoken up, Luo Long probably wouldn't have even known Yu Xiaogang and Flender had arrived. This also shows that there is no martial soul resonance at all between the martial souls of the three, proving that their trinity is not a spirit fusion skill. Rumble. In the back mountain garden of Blue Tyrant Academy. Martial soul, resonance. Luo Long murmured to herself, her face as pale as paper, as she struggled to recall the Trinity Golden Holy Dragon she performed with Xiaogang and Flender. When they first traveled the continent, they were unknown at the start. It was only after Yu Xiaogang researched how to fuse their three martial souls together to form the Golden Holy Dragon that the name Golden Triangle came about. Back then, she didn't know that Luo Sanpao actually carried the Golden Holy Dragon bloodline. So even if the Trinity was performed using Luo Sanpao as the host vessel, she didn't think much of it. After all, without knowing this truth, the martial souls of the three of them indeed looked like they had fused together, producing a massive change. A pig, a fire dragon, and an owl fused into a Golden Holy Dragon. Isn't that the same process as the White Tiger and Hell Civet of the Star Luo Dai and Zhu families fusing into the Hell White Tiger? But looking at it now, there really is a difference. The Dai and Zhu families have martial soul resonance, but she, Xiaogang, and Flender do not. This clearly doesn't meet the conditions for performing a spirit fusion skill. So, the Golden Triangle we were so proud of is actually just a combination skill. Luo Long closed her eyes in pain. However, after only a few seconds, Luo Long snapped her eyes open, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her gaze. No. Even if this isn't a true spirit fusion skill, even if there's no martial soul resonance, this was still researched by Xiaogang. Being able to make three completely different martial souls combine for power comparable to a titled Douluo is proof of his wisdom in itself. Although Lin Yuan's diary has some truth, he doesn't understand Xiaobing's painstaking efforts. That's right. This was Luo Long. A woman who wouldn't turn back even if she hit a brick wall, a typical late-stage, love-brought patient. Even with the bloody truth laid out before her, she would still subconsciously find excuses for that man. And now that she knew Yu Xiaobing's martial soul was a golden holy dragon hatchling, if she followed what Lin Yuan's diary said and fed Luo Sanpao the meat of dragon-type spirit beasts with the same bloodline, would it help his cultivation? Although Lin Yuan said in the diary that unless some heaven and earth treasures were found, ordinary spirit beast meat wouldn't be very useful for now. But how would she know without trying? It just so happened she had nothing to do in the academy every day. She might as well go to the nearby Sunset Forest to see if there were any dragon-type spirit beasts with a light bloodline. If there really weren't any, then she could only go to the Stardew Great Forest. Why not look for spirit beasts with a golden bloodline? That was because Luo Long had no idea what kind of spirit beast possessed such a bloodline. At this moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Luo Long's body. That was the evil chi belonging to the Horn of Slaughter. For Yu Xiaobing, she was willing to be a fool once more. Only this time, her goal was no longer blind waiting, but raising a pig. At the same time. Heaven-Do City, Heaven-Do Royal Academy. As the highest spirit master institution in the empire, it was nestled by mountains and rivers with a serene environment. Those who could study here were either wealthy or noble. Currently, inside a spacious and bright classroom. Two beautiful young girls were sitting together, but their minds were clearly not on the boring theory lesson being taught by the teacher on the podium. Because in front of them, a black diary that only they could see was floating. The girl on the left had short emerald green hair, and her eyes were a rare emerald green. Her entire body exuded a strange, wild charm. It was Du Guyan. And the girl on the right was dressed in black, her temperament as cold as an ice mountain lotus. Only her light blue eyes were exposed, revealing a sense of aloofness that kept people away. The successor of the nine-heart begonia, Yi Lingling. Chapter 27, cut off at the critical moment, are you impotent or something? At this moment, both of their expressions were quite interesting. Especially Du Guyan. She stared fixedly at the large words, Lin Yuan's diary Du Guyan exclusive on the cover of the diary copy, her chest heaved violently, clearly having been made quite life-chi. HMPH, this makes me so life-chi. Du Guyan gritted her silver teeth, because they were in class, she didn't dare to make a loud scene and could only lower her voice, her small face flushing red. That bastard named Lin Yuan. On what basis does he say my grandfather is the weakest title Douluo? What's wrong with spirit power rank 91? What's wrong with being at the bottom in a 1v1? My grandfather is the poison Douluo. His poison dominates the world. If it really came to a fight, who below the level of a titled Douluo could survive more than 3 seconds in his poison formation? Even a titled Douluo wouldn't dare to lightly touch grandfather's jade phosphor serpent poison. As Du Gubo's granddaughter, Du Guyan was famously protective of her own. In her heart, her grandfather was an invincible existence in her pride. But now, this diary that appeared out of nowhere actually belittled her grandfather as worthless. It even said he was barely held at bay by the 3 people of the Golden Triangle, who aren't even titled Douluo. Lingling, you be the judge. Du Guyan turned her head, pulled the sleeve of her best friend beside her, and said indignantly. This guy is simply talking nonsense. If my grandfather really wanted to kill those 3, he would have turned them into petals of pus long ago. Yi Lingling tilted her head slightly, her cool eyes scanning the content of the diary, a faint ripple flashing through her eyes. Compared to Du Guyan's explosion, the point she focused on was completely different. Yan, don't be life-chi first. Yi Lingling's voice was cool and ethereal, as if it could soothe the agitation in one's heart. Look at the passage he wrote about the theory of the host being unable to carry the spirit. If this is true. Yi Lingling paused, a hint of faint sorrow showing in her gaze. Does that mean the flaws of some spirits aren't actually problems with the spirit itself, but that we aren't strong enough? As the successor of the nine-heart begonia spirit, she bore the curse of single-line inheritance. Only 2 spirit masters can exist at the same time. The analysis of the essence of spirits mentioned in this diary allowed her to faintly see a different glimmer of hope. Even if she guessed wrong, she vaguely felt in her heart that Lin Yuan might have a way to help her solve this curse. Oh, Lingling, why are you still speaking up for that bastard? Du Guyan interrupted her huffily. We haven't even verified if what he said in the diary is true yet. How can we so easily trust something of unknown origin? Yi Lingling's cool voice rang out. But didn't we both receive rewards from the system? Could this possibly be fake? The newbie gift packs they both received were the same, an increase of 1 rank in innate spirit power. This didn't just directly increase their spirit power by 1 rank, it also significantly increased their cultivate speed. Both of them had rank 7 innate spirit power, and now it had directly become rank 8 innate spirit power. While the 2 girls had different thoughts. The text on the diary scrolled again, as if hearing Du Guyan's complaints, Lin Yuan actually began to comment in detail on that poison Douluo. Speaking of which, that old man Du Gubo is also an oddity. Although his 1v1 is indeed subpar, he has one point that no titled Douluo in the entire continent can match. And that is, the divine skill of clearing out fodder. Du Guyan was stunned. Clearing out fodder? If the battlefield were 2 armies facing off, and Du Gubo were given enough time and a safe distance, he alone could slaughter an entire city. In terms of strategic deterrence, he is even more terrifying than a titled Douluo with strong single-target attacks like Sword Dao Chen Xin. What a pity, this old man is also a pathetic person. He played with poison his whole life, and as a result, he poisoned his entire family. His son died, his daughter-in-law died, and now only one granddaughter, Du Guyan, remains. If no accidents occur, according to the nature of their family's toxin backlash, Du Guyan probably won't live past 30. When that time comes, this old man will truly be left all alone. The part about not living past 30 was, of course, made up by Lin Yuan. If Du Guyan had this diary copy, she would definitely be nervous, and then his importance could be demonstrated. Boom. If the previous words only made Du Guyan life-chi, then this passage was like a bucket of ice water, drenching her to the core. Her originally flushed small face instantly turned deathly pale. Won't live past 30. Du Guyan's pupils contracted violently, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She wanted to refute it. But the words reached her lips, yet she couldn't say them. Because she remembered her deceased parents, remembered her grandfather's bone-piercing cough every rainy day, and the occasional stinging pain she felt in her meridians. This Lin Yuan, how could he know so clearly? She had once asked her grandfather if there was something wrong with her body. But her grandfather said it was likely because her cultivate speed was too fast, and combined with their unique spirit, her body hadn't adapted to the toxins, so this phenomenon was normal. As long as the cultivate speed slowed down a bit, there would be no problem. And she naturally had no doubts about her grandfather. So now she was 13 years old and only had rank 26 spirit power. This was even with the system adding 1 rank, otherwise it would have only been rank 25. It seemed now that her grandfather had lied to her. This was spirit backlash, she was poisoned. Beside her, Yi Lingling looked at her best friend's appearance, a flash of pity in her eyes. Although she usually had a cold personality, Du Guyan was one of her few friends. Yan Yan. Yi Lingling reached out and gently held Du Guyan's cold little hand. Don't panic yet. Since this Lin Yuan can point out your family's secret in 1 word, it shows he understands your situation very well. Since he understands the cause of the illness, then he might have a cure. Yi Lingling's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing the darkness before Du Guyan's eyes. That's right. Since Lin Yuan knew it was toxin backlash, he must know how to detoxify it. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Du Guyan suddenly raised her head and stared fixedly at the diary. Write it quickly. Bastard, since you know, then write down the detoxification method. She screamed frantically in her heart. However, the text on the diary came to an abrupt end, just like that. Gone. What followed was a desperate blank space. Ah. Lin Yuan, you bastard. You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. Du Guyan was so life-chi she almost went on a rampage on the spot. If Yi Lingling hadn't been quick to hold her down, she probably would have flipped the table in front of her. Damn it. This made Du Guyan's expression not look very good, cutting off at the critical moment. Are you impotent or something? ... Chapter 28, Indirect Kiss, Xiao Wu's Self-Rationalization. At the same time, on the bustling streets of Nuoding City, Lin Yuan, the instigator of it all, was currently enjoying his raising time with a look of pure contentment. Wow, this looks delicious. Xiao Wu pointed at a candied hawthorn skewer from a street stall, her eyes sparkling. Buy it. After all, he had just received his stipend, and with some savings from before, raising a rabbit was more than manageable. Watching Xiao Wu's adorable, satisfied face as she nibbled on the candied hawthorn, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. Although his diary was filled with all sorts of wild talk, things like raising and not a lolicon. But deep down, he understood this wasn't just about grinding for rewards, it was also about finding a companion for himself in this unfamiliar world. Being alone, only knowing dull cultivation, how boring would that be? Forget children finding it hard to settle their minds for cultivation, even he, a recent university graduate in his previous life, would struggle to immerse himself in cultivation for long periods. Even knowing that cultivation brings progress and power. But resisting that kind of monotony requires immense mental fortitude. Therefore, cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Besides, who could resist a fragrant, soft, 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit whose eyes are only for you? Right now, she's just a delicate, porcelain-like little lily, not fully grown yet. But Lin Yuan had read the original work. After 10 years, once she's fully matured, that figure, that character model, would absolutely be stunning. So, while Xiao Wu was new to the Spirit Master Society and still relatively naive, it's time for training, time to make a move. Being close to the water gets the moon first, that's the wisdom passed down by our ancestors. Just as Lin Yuan was making his calculations in his heart. Lin Yuan, you have a bite too. Xiao Wu suddenly stood on her tiptoes, offering the half-eaten candied hawthorn skewer to Lin Yuan's mouth, saying with a giggle. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then didn't stand on ceremony and took a bite. Pretty sweet. Hee, right. Xiao Wu laughed even more happily, her 2 little dimples faintly visible. However, the next second, after swallowing the hawthorn in his mouth, Lin Yuan suddenly raised an eyebrow and said in a meaningful tone. But Xiao Wu, you can't do this kind of thing with others in the future. Only someone as kind-hearted as me wouldn't mind your saliva. Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's smile instantly froze. 1 second later, she reacted. You, who are you saying has saliva? Shame and indignation instantly flooded her heart. Xiao Wu's delicate, pink face flushed red all the way to the tips of her ears. She lifted her right foot clad in a pink little leather shoe and stomped hard on the top of Lin Yuan's foot. HMPH, what's wrong with my saliva? This young lady is fragrant. And you mind, this young lady doesn't even mind you. Lin Yuan, having anticipated this, shifted his body slightly, easily dodging this rabbit-kicking the eagle move. Looking at Xiao Wu's flustered and exasperated appearance, Lin Yuan shrugged, wearing an innocent expression. Just telling the truth, girls should be modest. You. Xiao Wu was so angry she stomped her feet, finally letting out a cold snort and turning her head away to fiercely bite the remaining candied hawthorn, as if it were Lin Yuan's flesh. However, the moment she turned her back, her heart began to churn. I wouldn't do this kind of thing with others anyway. The atmosphere just now was too good. Seeing Lin Yuan watching her eat, she had subconsciously offered it. She hadn't thought about it at all. Now, after Lin Yuan pointed it out, she belatedly realized. The same skewer, you take a bite, I take a bite. Isn't this what the books call an indirect kiss? Boom. Xiao Wu felt her whole body grow hot, especially her cheeks, burning as if on fire. She hadn't even considered this aspect. Yet Lin Yuan, that big straight man, directly pointed it out. Ah. This rabbit is dying of shame. I must be crazy. Xiao Wu covered her burning cheeks, letting out a mental wail. We only met yesterday. Is it because he carried me back to the dorm yesterday that I let my guard down around him? Watching Xiao Wu's slightly flustered back ahead, a mischievous smile curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. This rabbit's self-rationalization progress bar seems to be moving faster than expected. After eating lunch in the city, Lin Yuan brought Xiao Wu, who still hadn't recovered from her shyness, back to Nuoding Academy. For the afternoon, both tacitly chose to go to the library and classrooms. Although Lin Yuan was a transmigrator with a god's eye view, he wasn't omniscient and omnipotent. Regarding the detailed spirit beast knowledge, herb compendiums, history, and geography of this world, he didn't know much more than the natives. To establish himself in this world, relying solely on cheats wasn't enough, he also needed brains. So, aside from practicing with his spirit dawn, he spent the rest of his time frantically absorbing knowledge or meditating to cultivate. Of course, at his current realm, he couldn't go days and nights without sleep like high-level spirit masters. A few hours of meditation a day was his limit. Soon, a fulfilling day passed in busy study and cultivation. Late at night, midnight, The familiar mechanical prompt tone sounded in Lin Yuan's mind right on time. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing today's diary entry. Reward obtained, Mental Force Cultivation Secret Technique, Soul-Shattering Spirit Refining Art, Beginner. Lin Yuan's eyes snapped open, a flash of pleasant surprise in his double pupils. A mental force cultivation technique. This is really good stuff. After all, in the early stages of the Douluo Continent, aside from Tang San's purple demon eye, there were almost no systematic mental force cultivation methods. And the strength of one's mental force directly determines control over spirit abilities, resistance to illusions, and whether one can absorb spirit rings with a lifespan of over 10,000 years. Directly at the beginner level, skipping the comprehension time. Good. Lin Yuan immediately began inspecting the technique information in his mind. However, as he looked, his expression gradually turned somewhat strange. SS's. Continuously shattering, reassembling, and regenerating mental force. To temper the resilience and strength of mental force this way. Isn't this just self-torture? It's like breaking a bone to let it regrow, although it becomes harder afterward, the process. System, are you sure you're not messing with me? Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. He seriously suspected the system felt his life was too comfortable and specifically wanted to ramp up the difficulty. Moreover, according to the technique description, this cultivation method was extremely taxing on the mind and spirit. It was best paired with medicinal herbs possessing nourishing mental force properties as a catalyst for the best effect. Mental force herbs. A place instantly surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind. Sunset Forest, the ice and fire yin-yang well. There's an immortal herb there called, gazing through autumn dew, that can enhance mental force. And such a large place should have other herbs suitable for mental force cultivation. It seems, once my strength increases a bit, I must pay a visit to Du Gubo's old lair. Chapter 29, Cultivating Mental Force, Xiao Wu shares medicine. On the other side, a mechanical voice also sounded in the minds of the girls. Ding, there were a total of 4 diary copy owners mentioned today. The one with the highest relevance is Xiao Wu hidden. Therefore, Xiao Wu receives the following rewards. 1. Storage Spirit Tool, Flowing Cloud Ring contains 10 cubic meters of space. 2. 10,000-year Holy Soul Grass Essence 1 bottle. Note, this essence is condensed from the core sap of the 10,000-year Holy Soul Grass. Consuming it can nourish the soul and enhance mental force. Special tip, it has miraculous effects on stabilizing the origin of a transformed spirit beast and helping them pass through their juvenile stage. It also has a significant auxiliary effect on the cultivation of spirit power and the strengthening of the physique. Usage, the medicinal effect is potent, it is recommended to use at most 3 drops per day. Looking at the silver ring and the exquisite small jade bottle that appeared out of thin air in her hands, Xiao Wu was so excited she almost jumped off the bed. 10,000-year Holy Soul Grass. Xiao Wu covered her small mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. As a 100,000-year spirit beast incarnation, she knew the value of this item all too well. In the Stardew Great Forest, although Holy Soul Grass was not extinct, those at the 10,000-year level or above were definitely as rare as phoenix feathers. And this was even in essence. With this, I can pass through the juvenile stage faster and completely stabilize my human form. Xiao Wu happily held the small bottle rewarded by the system, her gratitude toward Lin Yuan deepening by a few more degrees. The next morning, just as a hint of fish belly white appeared on the horizon, Lin Yuan opened his eyes on time. He dressed quietly and prepared to head out. However, this time, his goal wasn't just to practice spear techniques. Although the description of the soul-shattering spirit refining art he obtained last night was somewhat terrifying, as a transmigrator who wanted to establish a foothold in this world, he knew the importance of mental force. No matter how painful it was, he had to practice it. Just as Lin Yuan got up to leave, Xiao Wu in the neighboring bed sat up with a whoosh. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at Lin Yuan, who was about to go out, grumbling. Going off to cultivate in secret again. Wait for me, I'm coming too. She couldn't stand Lin Yuan out competing her on his own. Everyone has innate full spirit power, so why should you get stronger in secret while I'm sleeping? Moreover, she had also obtained the leg martial skill, Shadowless Kick, yesterday, which also required practice to go from entry level to mastery. Lin Yuan looked at her with some surprise, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Fine, let's go together. The two quietly left dormitory 7 and arrived at the empty playground in the early morning. Then the two of them quietly left dormitory 7. Lin Yuan found a secluded corner to sit cross-legged and said to Xiao Wu, who was not far away. You practice your leg techniques, I'm going to meditate for a while. Tisk, so mysterious. Xiao Wu muttered a word and then started stretching her muscles and bones on the playground by herself, practicing that mysterious leg technique. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into his sea of consciousness. Shatter the soul, spirit refining, no creation without destruction. As the cultivation technique operated, Lin Yuan's originally calm sea of consciousness instantly surged with stormy waves. An indescribable, sharp pain struck without warning. It felt as if countless blunt knives were sawing back and forth in his head, tearing and grinding his mental force bit by bit. Hiss. Lin Yuan gasped, his face instantly turning pale, and bean-sized beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. But he didn't make a sound, gritting his teeth tightly and using his tenacious will to forcibly endure this torture. Shattering, reorganizing, shattering again, reorganizing again. Half an hour later. The sky was fully bright, and students gradually began their morning runs on the playground. Xiao Wu finished her stance, wiped the thin sweat from her forehead, and looked refreshed. Phew, this shadowless kick is indeed powerful, I feel like the strength in my legs has increased. She nodded with satisfaction and turned to call Lin Yuan to go to the cafeteria for a meal. Hey, Lin Yuan, let's go eat break. Ah, what happened to you? When Xiao Wu saw Lin Yuan's current state, she was frightened pale and rushed over immediately. Lin Yuan's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat as if he had been pulled out of the water. His whole body was trembling slightly, as if he were enduring immense pain. Lin Yuan, don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Did you suffer a chi deviation while cultivating? Xiao Wu grew anxious and hurriedly reached out to support him. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. They were bloodshot and looked somewhat exhausted, but his gaze was exceptionally bright. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, waved his hand, and said in a slightly raspy voice. I'm fine. I just tried a new mental force cultivation method, it's a bit unconventional. To put it simply, it's about shattering mental force and then piecing it back together. The process was indeed even more refreshing than I imagined. Lin Yuan gave a bitter smile and wiped the sweat from his face. This half hour had truly felt like years. But the effects were also significant. He could clearly feel that although the total amount of the reorganized mental force hadn't changed for the time being, its texture was more condensed, and its resilience had improved by a large margin. Once his mental force fully recovered, he would know if it had actually improved, even a tiny bit would be worth it. Shatter mental force. Xiao Wu's scalp tingled as she heard this, and her gaze toward Lin Yuan was filled with disbelief. Are you a lunatic? You actually dared to try such a self-mutilating cultivation method. Lin Yuan forced himself up and gave a weak smile. If you want to become stronger, you always have to pay a price. However, it seems I need to go to the city to see if there are any herbs that can assist in mental force cultivation. Relying solely on endurance is too inefficient and far too painful. Seeing Lin Yuan's swaying but forced posture, Xiao Wu's heart softened for some reason. Mental force cultivation. This must be the reward he got from writing in his diary yesterday, right? The system gave him the cultivation technique but didn't provide any auxiliary medicine. That's such a rip-off. Xiao Wu bit her lip, and the bottle of 10,000-year holy soul grass essence in her ring suddenly came to mind. That was specifically rewarded to her by the system to stabilize her origin, and it was quite important to her. But as Xiao Wu looked at Lin Yuan's pale face, a battle raged within her heart. This guy is pushing himself so hard just to get stronger. Besides, I was only able to get this thing because he wrote in his diary. Without him, I'd still be worrying about being captured by Tang Hao. How could I have this treasure? Thinking of this, Xiao Wu took a deep breath, her gaze becoming firmer. Lin Yuan, you wait here for me a moment, I'll be right back. With that, before Lin Yuan could react, Xiao Wu ran toward the woods on the other side of the playground like a pink whirlwind. A few minutes later, Xiao Wu reappeared in front of Lin Yuan with her hands behind her back, a bashful blush on her face. Chapter 30, Eating soft rice hard, Tang San being ignored. She reached out her hand and passed over a slightly smaller jade bottle. What is this? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Oh, don't worry about what it is. Xiao Wu's eyes drifted, not daring to look into Lin Yuan's eyes. This is, a good thing I accidentally picked up. It's said to be a little bit helpful for cultivating mental force. Considering you treated me to candied haws yesterday and took me to play, this young lady, will reward you with a little. Lin Yuan took the jade bottle and opened the stopper. A clear, refreshing fragrance instantly rushed into his nose. Just by taking a whiff, his originally stinging sea of consciousness felt instantly much cooler. This is. Lin Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. This aura was definitely a top-tier supplement for mental force. Moreover, he had long noticed the extra ring on Xiao Wu's left hand. It seems that the reward the system gave this girl last night was very generous. 10,000-year level medicinal liquid. Lin Yuan looked at the emerald green liquid in the bottle. There was a full half bottle. This girl actually shared half with him. In an instant, a warm current surged through Lin Yuan's heart. Honestly speaking, this feeling of being kept by a rich woman was actually quite nice. Although this rich woman had a slightly low milk supply. At the same time, he also mentally gave the middle finger to that damn system and complained. System, look at Xiao Wu. A medicine that increases mental force for others, but you don't give it to me, the host. I have to rely on my wife, rely on a friend for relief, aren't you ashamed? System, hey, eating soft rice hard, and you think you're in the right, host. If it's really not working, return the cultivation technique, and I'll give you the medicinal liquid. Lin Yuan didn't act coy, he directly put away the jade bottle and looked at Xiao Wu earnestly. Thanks. This thing is very important to me. In the future, if you want to eat candied haws, I'll provide them as much as you want. Xiao Wu hummed haughtily. Who wants your candied haws? I want to eat at the most expensive restaurant in Nuoding City. No problem, it's arranged. In the afternoon, the originally calm Nuoding Academy suddenly became as lively as a frying pan. Wang Sheng ran all the way into Dorm 7, panting, face flushed red, and his eyes flashing with the fire of gossip. Boss. They're back. Lin Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed refining the medicinal liquid, opened his eyes and said, who's back? Why make such a fuss? Who else could it be? Of course, it's the Grand Master and Tang San. Wang Sheng swallowed his saliva and gestured wildly. You guys didn't see that scene, it was too miserable. That Grand Master was carried in on a stretcher by several teachers. He was lying on the stretcher, and his butt was as swollen as a big millstone. His pants were even ripped open. I heard he insisted on showing off in the spirit hunting forest, and as a result, he was bitten on the butt by a spirit beast and was poisoned. If it weren't for the timely detoxification, Grand Master probably wouldn't have made it back to the academy. Ha ha ha. The work-study students next to them burst into laughter after hearing this. This is the Grand Master, just this, doesn't he know his own strength isn't enough? And he took Tang San to the spirit hunting forest alone. Isn't this courting death? Xiao Wu sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her two small legs. Hearing this, she couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan. So everything Lin Yuan said was true. The diary only mentioned yesterday that Yu Xiaobing would be bitten on the butt, and today he really came back with a swollen butt. Ding, Xiao Wu's trust in the host's diary content has reached over 60%, and she will receive an additional reward. This reward will be issued in 5 days in the form of the first guaranteed critical hit trigger. However, just at this moment, Tang San had already returned to Dorm 7. The others in Dorm 7 immediately stopped laughing. Yu Xiaobing was, after all, Tang San's teacher, and they had returned successfully, which meant Tang San had already obtained his first spirit ring. He was now an official spirit master with 1 ring. This was not someone the spirit scholars could provoke. And just at this moment, coincidentally, Wang Sheng, in order to liven up the atmosphere, asked Tang San curiously, Tang San, what kind of spirit ring did you get this time? Can you tell us about it? You don't know, those noble students in the academy led by Xiao Chunyu often find trouble with us. Now that we work-study students have 3 spirit masters, that Xiao Chunyu probably won't dare to cause trouble. Tang San nodded calmly, his eyes looking faintly at Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu on the side, and he still stretched out his right hand. The next moment, his blue-silver grass spirit appeared in his right hand. However, due to absorbing the Datura snake spirit ring, his blue-silver grass had undergone a huge change. The leaves had become a bit larger, and most importantly, there were black spots on the leaves, which looked poisonous at a glance. And his spirit ring also slowly floated up. Holy crap, Tang San, your first spirit ring is actually a yellow 100-year spirit ring. Tang San nodded and said, yes, my first spirit ring comes from a 400-year-old Datura snake, and the spirit ability is binding. Wang Sheng swallowed his saliva. You should go to the spirit hall to register when you have time. You can check how much spirit power you have now, and after becoming a spirit master, you can receive a gold coin subsidy every month. Tang San nodded faintly, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Well, congratulations on obtaining a binding spirit ability. Lin Yuan said faintly. Then he started to cultivate again, and Xiao Wu beside him did the same. After all, she had long known from Lin Yuan's diary what kind of spirit ability Tang San would obtain, so she felt no freshness at all. She even felt that this spirit ability wasn't very good. It wasn't even as good as her first spirit ability, waist bow. Instantly increasing her own waist strength by 100% and resilience by 50%. After reaching level 10 spirit power, every additional level increases the amplification effect by an additional 1%. This is the foundation for her executing the instant kill 8-stage drop. Tang San had originally been a little self-satisfied, but he saw that the two geniuses he valued didn't seem interested in his spirit ability at all, and he suddenly felt a bit strange. This made him frown slightly. But before he could think too much, he left Dorm 7. He had to find a blacksmith job in the city. This was not only to earn money but also to practice the disorder-splitting wind hammer method his father taught him and to prepare for making the godly zoo crossbow. And incidentally, go to the spirit hall to register. Soon, 5 days passed. This day was the 7th day that Lin Yuan and the women obtained the diary. And except for the first 2 days when Lin Yuan revealed some things about the original work, the remaining 5 days were returning to daily life. After all, it was a diary, so naturally, it recorded things that happened that day, so these past few days, he wrote his cultivation, what Tang San and Yu Xiaogang did, and his interactions with Xiao Wu in the diary. This way, others wouldn't suspect that he actually knew others had a diary copy, and the content he wrote would be more worthy of others' belief. And Lin Yuan had waited for 5 days, finally waiting for a bit of movement. P.S. Seeking recommendation tickets, seeking monthly tickets, seeking collections, seeking follow-up reads tilde. Chapter 31, 4 titled Douluo's Gather. Yu Xiaogang takes the blame. Boom. A world-shaking explosion rang out, as if the god of thunder were beating war drums in the 9 heavens. The once peaceful Nuoding Academy was instantly shaken by the terrifying sonic boom. The glass of the teaching buildings shattered into a mess on the ground, and countless students and teachers still in class turned pale with fright, rushing onto the playground in a panic. Above Nuoding City, the once clear sky suddenly shifted with roiling clouds. Though several terrifying figures could not be clearly seen, the overflowing ripples of spirit power made the very air in the space turn viscous. Wow, are those people flying? Wang Sheng hid behind a pillar under the teaching building, his eyes wide and his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. When did experts like this appear in a small place like our Nuoding City? Even the dean wouldn't be able to walk on air like that, right? By now, the dean of Nuoding Academy was already standing on the top floor of the office building. He looked at those figures in the sky, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. Flying through the air, that is the hallmark of a titled Douluo. And there's more than one. Good heavens, are they going to tear Nuoding City apart? The dean could only pray frantically in his heart that these masters wouldn't involve his shabby little academy in their fight. Meanwhile, among the crowd on the playground, compared to the panic of the others, Lin Yuan appeared exceptionally calm. He looked up slightly, and within his eyes, the double pupils quietly activated. The originally blurred high-altitude battlefield instantly became crystal clear in his vision. Hey, as expected, they've come. A playful arc curled at the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. In the sky, the disheveled man in a black robe fluttering in the wind, holding a giant clear sky hammer, was indeed Tang Hao. Opposite him, it wasn't just the chrysanthemum and ghost Douluos. Besides those two figures, one effeminate and one ghostly, there was actually an additional old man holding a 10-foot 8-inch snake lance, radiating a sharp aura. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, those are BB Dong's people. As for the one with the lance, a sharp light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Snake lance Douluo, Shilong. It seems not only is BB Dong anxious, but even that, Shui Qing, highness lurking in the Heaven Do Crown Prince's mansion can no longer sit still. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt completely at ease. The appearance of the snake lance Douluo confirmed that Jian Runshui was also a holder of a diary copy. This was getting interesting. This pair of mother and daughter, who shared a love-hate relationship, had actually sent people at the same time for the very same reason. Just as Lin Yuan was analyzing the situation, a pair of cold and soft little hands suddenly grabbed his arm tightly. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked down to see Xiao Wu trembling as she hid behind him. Her normally pink little face was now deathly pale, devoid of its usual liveliness. It was a shudder from the depths of her soul. Even with the stealth technique rewarded by the system to ensure she wouldn't be discovered. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, the instinctive fear rooted in her bloodline could not be suppressed when facing the terrifying auras of 4 titled Douluos erupting simultaneously. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Yuan reached back and grasped those cold little hands. Feeling the warmth and strength from his palm, Xiao Wu's panicked heart miraculously settled a bit. She subconsciously leaned closer to Lin Yuan, only by his side did she feel a shred of security. On the other side, Tang San was also doing his best to circulate his purple demon eye, trying to see the situation in the sky. But his purple demon eye was only at the entry level, so he could only see a few blurry black dots. The weapon in that black-robed man's hand. Tang San's brow furrowed as an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. It looks like a hammer. As for the other three, they were shrouded in Gui Mei's black mist, and he couldn't even see their shadows. High in the sky, the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. Tang Hao stood in midair, the clear sky hammer in his hand radiating a dark red light, looking like a demon god descended to the world. His cold gaze swept over the 3 people opposite him, finally landing on Chrysanthemum Douluo's flamboyant face. Hey. A chrysanthemum, a little ghost. And a little snake that popped out of nowhere. All of you are trash. Snake lance Douluo Shilong's mouth twitched, the veins on the hand holding his snake lance bulging. Trash. He, a dignified rank 92 titled Douluo, was actually being called trash to his face. Tang Hao, do not be so arrogant. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan pinched his fingers in an orchid gesture and shrieked in a high-pitched voice. Since we were able to find this place, we naturally came prepared. Came prepared. Tang Hao gave a disdainful cold snort, and the clear sky hammer in his hand jolted, causing the air to instantly explode. I don't know how you learned of my whereabouts. But did you think that with just the 3 of you, you could keep me here? Have you forgotten how that old bastard Qian Zunji died back then? Boom. Before his voice could fade, a red domain filled with slaughter and coldness instantly erupted with Tang Hao as the center. Slaughter God domain. Following that, Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 spirit rings slowly rhythmically pulsed under Tang Hao's feet, especially that blood-red 100,000-year spirit ring, which emitted a terrifying pressure that directly shattered the surrounding clouds. What terrified the trio of Chrysanthemum Douluo the most was the spirit power fluctuation Tang Hao was currently displaying. Rank 94. How is that possible? Chrysanthemum Douluo screamed, his flamboyant face instantly twisting. It's only been 6 short years. How could your cultivation have improved so quickly? One must know that in the battle back then, although Tang Hao was fierce, he was also heavily injured. Logically, he should have been hiding in some dark corner nursing his wounds for these 6 years. How could he have advanced instead of regressing, even soaring by 2 ranks? At the level of a titled Douluo, every single rank of improvement was as difficult as reaching the heavens, let alone for someone with severe internal injuries. Could it be that his injuries are completely healed? Gui Mei's raspy voice also carried a hint of trembling. If Tang Hao was at his peak, the 3 of them combined might truly not be enough to withstand a single strike from his hammer. Yu Guan, Shilong, don't let him intimidate you. Gui Mei urgently sent a sound transmission. There's an academy below with many people. We must lure Tang Hao outside the city. Even if his strength has recovered, the 3 of us aren't pushovers. Yu Guan and I still have our spirit fusion skill. Tang Hao clearly had no intention of starting the battle here either. After all, Tang San was still in the academy below. If the shockwaves from a battle between titled Douluos shook his own son to death, it would be a disaster. Moreover, now is not the time to reveal his identity and let Tang San know. Want to go outside the city to die? I'll grant your wish. Tang Hao sneered, his body turning into a streak of black and red light, instantly sweeping toward the outskirts of the city. The 3 titled Douluos looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and followed closely behind. As the 4 terrifying figures disappeared over the horizon. The suffocating feeling that had been weighing on everyone's hearts finally slowly dissipated. On the playground of Nuoding Academy, a sound of relieved sighs rang out. Only Yu Xiaogang, standing in a corner of the crowd. At this moment, his face was ashen, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Because just now, at the moment Tang Hao left, a bone-chilling killing intent had precisely locked onto him for a single second from 1,000 meters in the air. That was a warning. And even more so, a suspicion. It's over. Yu Xiaogang swallowed hard, his heart filled with desolation. How could the people from Spirit Hall know Tang Hao was here? I should be the only one who knows about Tang Hao being near Nuoding City. Now the 3 titled Douluos from Spirit Hall have come knocking, Tang Hao must think I was the one who leaked the secret. Yu Xiaogang felt as if a massive scapegoat spot had been slammed squarely onto his head, pressing down so hard he couldn't breathe. What the hell is this? I clearly didn't do anything, I was even thinking about how to help him train his son. Yet, in the blink of an eye, I've been labeled a traitor. Wrong. I'm more wrong than Doi. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes, collections, and follow-up reads tilde. Chapter 32, Why won't you let go of me? On the other side of the playground. With the crisis resolved, the surrounding students began to excitedly discuss the spectacle they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was still immersed in the lingering fear from moments ago. She was about to pat her chest to calm herself down and exhale the suffocating feeling she had felt. However, as soon as she moved, she realized something was wrong. Her hand seemed to be welded to something. She looked down. She saw her soft, boneless little hand being tightly enveloped by a large, warm hand. Not only were they holding hands, but their fingers were interlocked. Ah! Xiao Wu let out a low cry and tried to pull her hand back as if she had been electrocuted. But the grip of that large hand was strong, like an iron pincer, and she couldn't pull away at all. The warm sensation of palm against palm traveled up her arm and flushed her face. Xiao Wu's face was as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The crisis is over. Why are you still holding onto my hand? Didn't you say it yourself, men and women should maintain a proper distance? Hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't let go, instead, he pushed his luck and squeezed the soft little hand. He turned his head and looked at the rabbit in front of him, who was so embarrassed she seemed about to smoke, with a self-righteous expression. Yeah, I did say that. But you were the one who held my hand first. I'm a rather passive person. Since you took my hand, I have to take responsibility and protect your safety. Who knows if that old freak in the sky will double back? Xiao Wu. That's actually his excuse. Xiao Wu felt that Lin Yuan was being a bit of a rogue. But everyone is watching. Xiao Wu looked around frantically, although everyone was discussing the events in the sky and few were paying attention to them. The feeling of holding hands in public still made her embarrassment level skyrocket. Let them watch. Indifferently, Lin Yuan shrugged, leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear, and chuckled. They all know I'm a pervert, anyway. What's wrong with a pervert holding someone's hand? As for you, Xiao Wu. Your palm seems to be sweating. Is it because you're too nervous? Boom. Xiao Wu felt a buzzing in her head. This bad man. It's clearly because he's holding on too tight, okay. She wanted to argue back, to stomp on his foot. But for some reason, hearing the teasing voice in her ear and feeling the warmth from his palm. Her frantically beating heart inexplicably felt a hint of sweetness. HMPH, rogue. In the end, Xiao Wu could only scold him with a coquettish pout. But the hand being held honestly stopped struggling. And Lin Yuan, quite shamelessly, led Xiao Wu by the hand back to dormitory 7. On the way back, he took advantage of this free time to write today's diary entry. I didn't expect Spirit Hall to be so fast. It's only been 5 days since I sent the anonymous tip, their efficiency is quite high. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong looked at these words, a playful cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. High efficiency. Little guy, you're still too naive. Bibi Dong's slender fingers lightly tapped her scepter. That anonymous letter only reached my hands today. The reason I could send people 5 days in advance was purely because I read your diary and planned ahead. After all, if you really ran away and went into seclusion with that 100,000-year rabbit, how would I get the diary rewards? To keep Lin Yuan, this spoiler cheat, she had to play along with his script. Over the past few days, Lin Yuan had been writing about his daily cultivate routine, as well as Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, and Xiao Wu. Others were mentioned occasionally, but less frequently. Even though the system said that being mentioned the most didn't guarantee a reward. Even so, over these 5 days, Xiao Wu definitely received rewards more often than any of the others. This actually caused dissatisfaction among many people. Some hadn't received a single reward yet. For example, a certain little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and Du Gubo's granddaughter, Du Guyan. Of course, the system couldn't give good things every time. Over these few days, Xiao Wu had only received some gold coins and some experience for the shadowless gift to assist her training. The diary content continued. The lineup that came this time is quite interesting. Besides BB Dong's personal chrysanthemum and ghost Douluo, there's even one who uses a snake lance. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the snake lance Douluo Shilong, who has been undercover in the Heaven Do Imperial Palaces, Shui Qinghei's bodyguard, right? Tisk tisk, it seems even that Zunere young lord, Qian Runshui, can't sit still anymore. Qian Runshui looked at the diary. She wasn't surprised that Lin Yuan recognized Shilong. On the contrary, this raised her level of trust in Lin Yuan by another notch. Since you can recognize Shilong, it means you were indeed at the scene. And Shilong's presence there also indirectly confirms the fact that Tang Hao is in Nuoding City. Lin Yuan. A sharp light flickered in Qian Runshui's golden eyes. It seems the prophecies about the future written in your diary aren't just groundless rumors. At this moment, both BB Dong and Qian Runshui felt their trust in Lin Yuan's diary reach the 60% threshold. They no longer viewed it as a joke but began to seriously examine its intelligence value. Of course, except for some unacceptable, emotional gossip. For instance, that Yu Xiaogang approached BB Dong with an ulterior motive. On this point, BB Dong still held reservations. Although Xiaogang's theories are a bit extreme, his character. BB Dong frowned slightly, a glimmer of hope still remaining in her heart. However, Lin Yuan's subsequent combat analysis immediately poured cold water on the actions of these 3 titled Douluo. I just don't know if these 3 titled Douluo can keep Tang Hao there. The Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo have the 2-level stasis field at least. I just hope they aren't too stingy to use it when the time comes. If they think Tang Hao was seriously injured in that battle years ago and has internal ailments that will prevent him from showing his full strength, they are dead wrong. Tang Hao is someone who excels at exploding with power in desperate situations. Don't assume Tang Hao can't use Ring Explosion and the Great Sumeru Hammer just because of his old injuries. He actually used them during the finals of the Spirit Master Tournament in the original story. In the original story, during the finals of the Spirit Master Tournament a few years later, Tang Hao, with his broken body, managed to smash through Spirit Hall's defenses right in front of BB Dong and several titled Douluo. The power of that hammer strike could be described as world-shattering. The spirit power barrier jointly set up by BB Dong and several other titled Douluo was like paper, shattering instantly. P.S. Please keep reading tilde. Chapter 33, Shrek Academy. Isn't that a scam den? Although Tang Hao ran away after fighting, he only had the strength for 1 blow. But don't forget, although BB Dong's strength was suppressed at the time due to the Rakshasa God trial and she couldn't exert the level of a rank 99 limit Douluo, she was still at the rank 98 peak. And at that time, Tang Hao was only rank 95. Rank 95 going head to head against rank 98 plus a spirit power shield deployed by a group of titled Douluo, and he could still shatter it. With this kind of combat power, do you think those 3 rank 91 or 92 guys, Zhu, Gui, and Shi, could block him? Even if Tang Hao has internal injuries now, as long as he wants to leave, or even if he just wants to take 1 or 2 people down with him. Among these 3 people, someone would definitely end up in a coffin. When Tang Hao made his move back then, what he said was, "Little San, this is the true Clear Sky Avatar." But I feel that if it were just the Clear Sky Avatar, could it really break through a spirit power shield jointly set up by so many titled Douluo? I feel like this guy definitely secretly exploded a few low-year spirit rings to strengthen his Clear Sky Avatar, otherwise, how could it have such power? Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, BB Dong looked at the diary, her expression becoming exceptionally solemn. Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion. She naturally knew the terror of these 2 techniques. It seems I still underestimated Tang Hao's threat. However, since Tang Hao has been forced to leave Nuoding City, then my goal has been achieved. A cold smile curled at the corner of BB Dong's mouth. As for whether I can kill him, there's plenty of time. Although Tang Hao himself once said in the original work that the internal injuries in his body were difficult to heal even for high-level healing type spirit masters. But he actually has another solution, which is to use spirit power to guide the internal injuries and stagnant blood into one of his arms and one of his legs, and then like a gecko, sever the limbs to survive. And as he loses his hand and foot, his internal injuries will naturally cease to exist. However, this action also caused his cultivation to drop directly by 20 ranks. It's a method that cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. And now that he knows Tang San has such talent, he will definitely want to stay by his side to protect him for these few years, so he can't do that for the time being. I just wonder, after being scared like this by 3 titled Douluo this time, how long can he stay away from Nuoding City? It would be great if he could leave for 2 or 3 years. In 2 or 3 years, my cultivation should have broken through to Spirit Grandmaster, or even be pushing for Spirit Elder, right? By then, there will be no need to stay in this small Nuoding Elementary Academy. I'll just skip grades and go to an Advanced Spirit Master Academy. And there aren't many Advanced Spirit Master Academies on this continent that suit me. Element Academies don't need to be considered, they only accept students with corresponding attributes. And forget about Shrek Academy, where Tang San went in the original work. The entire academy is built in a village in the suburbs, and the academy is dilapidated. Never mind the most basic mimicry cultivation environment, it doesn't even have a decent cafeteria, and students have to help the villagers with farm work. What's even more ridiculous is that this crappy academy doesn't even have formal teaching qualifications and hasn't received recognition from the Ballot Kingdom at all. To put it bluntly, it's just an unlicensed, pheasant, university. It can't even get a slot for the regular Spirit Master tournament. The girls. Seeing this, many female characters who were peeking at the screen were stunned. Shrek Academy. The academy Tang San went in the original work. Does it sound that pathetic? What I find most outrageous is this academy's admission standards. Flender, that old bird, shouts slogans that shake the heavens, only accept monsters, not ordinary people. What is the entrance threshold? Before the age of 12, spirit power reaches rank 20. But this is just a stepping stone. Admission also requires 4 rounds of assessment. Most rank 20 spirit masters will be stuck at the first 3 stages. Only those prodigies who reach rank 25 or higher by the age of 12, or even have higher talent, can truly pass through the 4th stage and become students. Isn't this purely a scam? Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff Palace. BB Dong's brow furrowed, a look of disbelief on her face. Is this Shrek Academy, out of its mind? As the Supreme Ruler of Spirit Hall, she had a profound understanding of the Spirit Master training system. 12 years old, rank 25 spirit power. This kind of talent would be cultivated as a core seed even in Spirit Hall. BB Dong really couldn't understand. Geniuses of this level, instead of going to Spirit Hall, the royal academies of the two great empires, or even an advanced Spirit Master Academy with some reputation to enjoy the best resources. They run off to a broken village that doesn't even have a mimicry cultivation environment. What for? Mimic environment cultivation isn't as simple as just giving you an environment. For example, if you are a plant-type Spirit Master, you are definitely suited to cultivate in a forest-type environment, but this doesn't mean that just having the corresponding plants is enough. You should know that for Spirit Elder level Spirit Masters, a mimicry cultivation environment is practically a necessity. It's not just as simple as planting a few trees. A complete mimic environment requires a huge investment to build, including specific spirit power magnetic fields, spirit beast ecological interactions, and so on. And because it requires a lot of money, mimic cultivation rooms are not something elementary or intermediate Spirit Master Academies can afford to equip. These are precious cultivation resources often equipped by advanced Spirit Master Academies and large clans, which can increase a Spirit Master's cultivation speed. Cultivating in such an environment, the speed can be increased by at least 20 to 30%. Perhaps this is also why in the original work, many Spirit Masters with high talent do not exceed rank 30 in Spirit power before the age of 12, and if they do, they are the minority. Because in the early stages, they cannot enjoy this kind of high-level mimic environment for cultivation. And after the age of 12, with the addition of the mimic environment. Under normal circumstances, a Spirit Elder can increase by 1 rank in 3 months. This speed is considered relatively fast. Does that mean when they were 1-ring Spirit Masters, they should have increased their Spirit power by 1 rank every month? It doesn't seem like it can be calculated that way. And this is what BB Dong finds regrettable. If these geniuses who were fooled into going to Shrek could join Spirit Hall. Flender, you are misleading the children, you are wasting the future of the continent. Heaven Do Royal Academy, Girls' Dormitory. Du Guyan looked at the diary, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Advanced Spirit Master Academy. That's right, Lin Yuan, that little rascal, will definitely go to an advanced academy in the future. He looks down on that crappy Shrek village, so is there any better choice than Heaven Do Royal Academy? Although there are a bit too many nobles in our academy and the atmosphere is a bit poor. But in terms of hardware facilities, it's definitely top tier on the whole continent. Mimic cultivation grounds, top-tier Spirit Beast meat cafeteria, scholarships funded by the imperial family. Which one isn't 100 times stronger than that pheasant Shrek? The more Du Guyan thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. P.S. Please follow, please vote tilde. Chapter 34, Ridiculous Running Training, What's Wrong with Princess Syndrome? She was originally thinking about whether she should find a time to go to Nuoding City to deliberately create a chance encounter and get to know him. Using the excuse of going out to clear her head, she would have her grandfather take her. When she suddenly met the two of them, perhaps Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to help but complain about her in his diary, and might even mention how to help them neutralize the poison. For now, this was just an idea of hers, she was still thinking about how to convince her grandfather. But thinking about it now, she absolutely had to go to Nuoding City. She had to abduct Lin Yuan to Heaven Do Royal Academy. Sigh, I don't know when Grandpa will be back. The enrollment conditions for Shrek Academy are truly too ridiculous. Surely no one is stupid enough to disregard their future just to enroll there. In Du Guyan's view, it didn't matter where one attended elementary and intermediate Spirit Master Academies because the difference wasn't large. But the choice of a high-level academy directly determined a Spirit Master's future ceiling. What could an academy without resources provide to its students, no matter how strong the teachers were? Could they give students 10,000 years Spirit Beast meat to eat? Could they provide top-tier mimicry environments? No. Then what's the point of going? And Lin Yuan's diary continued. Besides the harsh enrollment conditions, Shrek has an even more disgusting rule. And that is the registration fee. 10 gold coins per person. And the most outrageous part is that this money is paid before the test. As long as your spirit power doesn't meet the standard, or your bone age is over by even a day, you're disqualified immediately. As for those 10 gold coins, sorry, no refunds. Isn't this freaking highway robbery? You should know that a 2-ring Spirit Grandmaster only gets 10 gold coins for a month's allowance from Spirit Hall. That old bird Flender is clearly using these commoner Spirit Masters with dreams to fill his shriveled wallet. To put it bluntly, he's using the only accepting monsters gimmick to pull a scam. Even more ridiculous is that if you pay the money and actually get selected, you'll find that this crappy academy has nothing. Mimicry cultivation grounds, none. A decent cafeteria, none. The food is worse than what pigs eat. Steamed buns and pickled mustard tubers. They don't even have decent school dorms. They live in the villagers' old wooden houses. This is the so-called high-level Spirit Master Academy. I can only say that Flender really knows how to get something for nothing. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong looked at the diary, her originally exquisite little face full of astonishment. 10 gold coins. And no refunds. This is way too stingy and pathetic, right? As the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she usually spent hundreds of thousands of gold coins just to buy a piece of clothing. She truly couldn't imagine that an academy run by a dignified spirit saint would actually scam commoner students out of their money for a mere 10 gold coins. Truly a disgrace to spirit saints. Ning Rongrong wrinkled her nose in disgust. Flender also brags all day, saying that although their academy is poor, the teaching staff is powerful. Saying things like there are more teachers than students, every teacher is at least a spirit emperor, and there's even him, a high-level spirit saint. In the past, when I was young and ignorant, I thought that seemed pretty impressive. But looking at it now, this is a classic case of looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. What is the standard configuration for a high-level Spirit Master Academy? You must have a spirit saint in residence just to be eligible to apply. And for academies that are even slightly famous on the continent, like the 3 committee members of Heaven Do Royal Academy, they are all Spirit Douluo above rank 80. As for the deans of the 4 element academies, which one isn't a Spirit Douluo? Yet here Flender is, a rank 78 spirit saint, bragging about having invincible teaching staff. I completely understand now why, in the original work, after Ning Rongrong was mistreated upon entering the school, she would point at Flender's nose and curse him as a mere spirit saint. Boom. Seeing this sentence, Ning Rongrong's large, expressive eyes instantly widened. In the original work, I would go to that crappy academy. And I even cursed at Flender. Ning Rongrong was startled, but immediately after, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. Well cursed. Exactly, he's just a spirit saint, he wouldn't even count as high-level management in my 7 treasure glazed tile school. Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Ji, you could crush him with the flick of a finger. Many people who saw that part said Ning Rongrong had princess syndrome and that she didn't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. But in my view, that's just hating for the sake of hating. First of all, she is the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, what's wrong with having a bit of a princess's temper? Isn't that only natural? Secondly, why did Ning Rongrong get angry? It was because of Flender's brain-dead training method. He actually made a support system spirit master run 20 laps around the village. The reason was, support spirit masters have no self-defense capabilities, and only by running fast can they have a better chance of survival. Ha ha ha. When I heard this theory, I almost laughed my teeth off. What kind of bullshit logic is this? What is the position of a support system spirit master? They are the core of the team. They are the objects everyone protects. If a team falls to the point where the support system spirit master needs to run for their life, then the attack system and defense system teammates might as well find a piece of tofu to bash their heads against. That's trash. What is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda? It is the #1 support spirit on the entire continent. With just 2 rings, it can provide a 30% boost, and when this boost lands on a spirit grandmaster, they instantly leap to the combat power of a spirit elder. And if teammates are boosted like that but still can't protect a core support, then they should just change teammates, they're impossible to carry. What? In future team battles, when the opponent's spirit ability flies over, Ning Rongrong is supposed to just ditch her teammates and run away. Besides, in the face of absolute strength, what use is running? Doesn't Flender know that high-level spirit masters have spirit power pressure? For someone at the level of Ghost Douluo, with just one look, you wouldn't even be able to move a finger. You run. Where are you going to run? In this situation, training physical stamina is a false proposition. What truly should be trained is positioning, awareness, and spirit power control. Instead of running laps like a fool. If it were just running a few laps to warm up or something, Ning Rongrong probably would have run. It's not like she hasn't run in her sect. After all, support spirit masters also need to have good physical fitness, so basic exercise is definitely necessary. As Ning Rongrong's father and the continent's #1 support, Ning Fengji certainly understands this logic. Well said. Ning Rongrong was so excited her little face turned red. This truly spoke to her heart. Exactly, this young miss is a support. A support. Where's the logic in making a support train for long distance running? If I encountered a titled Douluo, even if this young miss ran until her legs broke, I still wouldn't be able to escape. P.S. Asking for tickets, asking for follows tilde. Chapter 35. A Shrek graduate becomes a spirit hall elder. BB Dong, how come I don't know about this? Ning Rongrong looked at the diary, her eyes filled with the emotion of finding a rare kindred spirit. This Lin Yuan, he's quite insightful. Lin Yuan's favorability rating in Ning Rongrong's heart shot straight up. If Lin Yuan knew that Ning Rongrong's favorability toward him was soaring, then his goal would have been achieved. Rather than criticizing this little witch in the diary, it was better to cater to her personality. This little witch is clearly the type who responds to kindness, not coercion. Furthermore, what he wrote in the diary wasn't wrong, she truly is a princess. Moreover, since the 7 treasure glazed tile school is so close to the Heaven Do Empire, Ning Rongrong clearly knew about the teaching staff situation at Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yet, being scolded by Flender, a mere spirit saint, someone who had never suffered a setback, she naturally felt indignant. As for Ning Rongrong daring to call Flender a mere spirit saint, I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Given her perspective, a spirit saint truly isn't a significant figure in her eyes. Her only problem, if you could call it that, is that she is too naive and doesn't take her own safety seriously enough. She thought she had snuck out and that no one knew. But she didn't consider, what kind of person is Ning Fengji? How much do Sword and Bone Douluo dote on her? If she hadn't been discovered long ago, if she hadn't been secretly protected by experts all along. How could a young girl, carrying so much money, possibly travel all the way to Soto City safely? How could she dare to point at a spirit saint's nose and scold him, yet the other party wouldn't truly dare to do anything to her? Flender, that old fox, is shrewd. The reason he dared to accept Ning Rongrong is that Ning Fengji had already contacted him secretly. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to physically punish the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In the original work, Ning Fengji wrote a letter to Flender, saying that Ning Rongrong's personality was too lively and she didn't know the dangers of the outside world, so he needed Flender's help to temper her. Who told Ning Rongrong to leave the sect without saying a word? What if she truly encountered danger? In fact, it's just that Ning Rongrong has a good personality, knows how to think, understands the bigger picture, and later managed to change her temper. Otherwise, if she were determined to return to the second complaint, given Ning Fengji's and the 2 titled Douluo's love for Ning Rongrong, Flender would likely not have escaped a beating. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong was completely stunned. So, Dad knew all along. So what I thought was, running away from home, was actually always within Dad's sight. She instantly felt that her future self was so naive and childish. But seeing Lin Yuan mention that her father had actually taken the initiative to ask Flender to temper her personality, she pouted unhappily. Did she look that disobedient? Although she was usually lively and fearless in the sect, wasn't she just trying to amuse Dad and her 2 grandfathers? Seriously. Ning Rongrong decided to mentally make a note against her 3 relatives, they absolutely had to compensate her properly. HMPH, since Lin Yuan said so. Then this Shrek Academy, this young miss absolutely won't go. Whoever wants to go, go. However, Ning Rongrong looked at the name, Lin Yuan, on the diary, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Since this Lin Yuan understands me so well, shouldn't this young miss give him a chance to praise me face to face? Nuoding City doesn't seem that far, does it? At this moment, Ning Rongrong developed the same idea as Du Guyan. She definitely wouldn't go to that Shrek Academy, so the only remaining choice was Heaven Do Royal Academy. After discussing Shrek's enrollment traps, it's time to talk about its glorious history. Flender, that old bird, loves to boast about one thing. Although our Shrek Academy is poor, we produce talent. One graduate from here is already an elder in the Spirit Hall. A Spirit Hall elder, what a noble status. At the very least, they must be a titled Douluo, right? If this were true, Shrek Academy would truly be incredibly awesome. But the question is this true? BB Dong. When did their elder palace gain a titled Douluo who graduated from Shrek Academy? How could she, the Supreme Pontiff, not know about this? This Flender really boasts without thinking. Trying to pull a scam on my spirit hall. Does he really think I, the Supreme Pontiff, am just a decoration? Heaven Do Empire, Crown Prince's Mansion. Qian Runshui was also speechless. As the young lord of the Spirit Hall, she was familiar with every elder in the Elder Palace. I have never heard of anyone graduating from Shrek. It seems this academy not only swindles money but also swindles reputation. Qian Runshui shook her head. If she previously just looked down on Shrek Academy, now it was pure contempt. What kind of good students could an academy built on lies possibly produce? The diary entry continued, with Lin Yuan's complaints in full swing. Besides boasting, Shrek's graduation rate is also a huge issue. Flender himself said that Shrek, having been established for 20 years, had enrolled a total of 62 students. But only 14 people ultimately managed to graduate. What the hell does that mean? An elimination rate of nearly 80%. Moreover, there's a terrifying detail here if you think about it closely. Where did those 48 non-graduates go? Were they expelled, or did they die? You must know that when Tang San and the others enrolled, the entire academy, aside from a few teachers, only had Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun left as veteran students. There were no students from other grades at all. Logically speaking, enrolling 62 over 20 years means an average of 3 per year, right? Then where are the students from the previous cohorts? Enrolling at age 12, tracing back the timeline, those who enrolled in the first 8 years would be exactly 20 years old at graduation, but where are they? In 8 years, there should be at least 20 non-graduates, right? If they simply drop out, then fine. But considering Shrek's outrageous teaching method, throwing students into the Great Spirit Arena to fight desperately, even challenging opponents far above their level, I have reason to suspect that most of those missing students have likely either become Spirit Beast stung or died on the Great Spirit Arena stage. Hiss. Seeing this, many female characters who were secretly observing felt a chill run down their spines. Ning Rongrong's face went white with fear. Dead. Those who didn't graduate, are they all dead? If it were a legitimate high-level Spirit Master Academy, even if students couldn't graduate, they would at most receive a completion certificate and leave or transfer schools. There would absolutely never be a situation where they vanished without a trace, dead or alive. How is this an academy? Chapter 36, Zhao Wuji's Survival Instinct, The Mystery of the Seven Treasure Secret Guard's Disappearance. Ning Rongrong said with a trembling voice, that Flender is simply gambling with the students' lives. If he loses the bet, it's just one more lonely grave. In the diary, Lin Yuan's writing became increasingly sharp. With just this, Flender still dares to boast about having a strong teaching staff. The first time Tang San and the others went to the Stardew Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings, such a dangerous place, he actually only sent Zhao Wuji to lead the team. Where were the other teachers? Li Yusong, Lu Qibing, Xiao Shen. What were these spirit emperors doing? Drinking tea at the academy. When all the students of the entire academy go hunting, these teachers actually didn't all set out to protect them. How reckless must they be? To put it bluntly, Flender isn't seriously teaching his students at all. The only reason he sent Zhao Wuji that time was probably because the backgrounds of people like Tang San and Ning Rongrong were too powerful, he didn't dare to be careless. If it had been those commoner students from before, hey, he'd probably just send a random spirit emperor, or even make them go by themselves. This is exactly why Shrek's death rate is so high. Without the diamond drill, they insist on taking on porcelain work. An academy like this has survived until now without being beaten to death purely because most of the students they recruit are commoner orphans with no background. In the original work, the team led by Zhao Wuji did indeed encounter danger in the Stardew Great Forest. They met the 100,000-year Titan Giant Ape. Xiao Wu. The girls. Seeing the words, 100,000-year Spirit Beast, the hearts of the female characters speaking at the screen all skipped a beat. Just hunting Spirit Beasts on the outskirts of the Stardew Great Forest, and they could still run into a 100,000-year Spirit Beast. With just Zhao Wuji, a Spirit Saint, wouldn't they be dead for sure? Of course, the Titan Giant Ape actually sensed Xiao Wu's aura and specifically ran out to find his sister Xiao Wu. He didn't really want to kill anyone. But at that time, Zhao Wuji didn't know that. Facing such a terrifying giant beast, what was Zhao Wuji's first reaction? He immediately activated his martial soul true body and charged forward with gritted teeth, telling Tang San and the others to run fast. In the eyes of many who watched the anime, this scene was a highlight of Zhao Wuji's dedication as a teacher, and it was even quite touching. But if you've read the original novel and knew Zhao Wuji's inner thoughts at the time, you would realize this wasn't an explosion of teacher ethics at all. It was pure survival instinct. At that moment, Zhao Wuji was probably cursing in his heart, what kind of ancestors are these? If he dared to abandon the students and run away himself, even if he could survive the Titan Giant Ape, he would be doomed to die, perhaps even more miserably. Why, just look at the backgrounds of this group of students. Tang San has the clear sky Douluo Tang Hao standing behind him, who had just given him a beating. Xiao Wu is Tang San's sworn sister. If she died, would Tang San and Tang Hao let him off? Ning Rongrong is the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If she died in his hands, the sword and bone Douluo would scatter even his ashes. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing are the prince and the imperial fiancé of the Starluo Empire. If this whole boat of people were to all perish in the Stardew Great Forest, even if Zhao Wuji had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for these major powers to divide. So, did he dare to run? Could he run? He could only bite the bullet and charge. Dying in battle might at least leave a good reputation. If he ran, he would be a wanted criminal across the entire continent with no place to be buried. Especially because of Tang Hao. On the night of the entrance exam, Tang Hao had just used the clear sky hammer to loosen Zhao Wuji's bones. Zhao Wuji couldn't be sure at all if that god of slaughter was still watching from the shadows. In case Tang Hao was watching nearby, if he dared to show cowardice, Tang Hao's hammer would probably come down before the Titan Giant Ape even moved. New Outing Academy, Dorm 7. Xiao Wu looked at the diary, her pink and tender face scrunched up, her eyes full of embarrassment. So that crisis was caused by me. That idiot Ming, how could he be so reckless? Doesn't he know that would scare people to death? However, on second thought, Xiao Wu stole a glance at Lin Yuan, who was resting his eyes beside her, and a sweet smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Fortunately, this time I have Lin Yuan and know part of what will happen in the future in advance. This time I'm not going to any Shrek, so Ming won't scare anyone else. However, compared to Xiao Wu's ease, Lin Yuan's next analysis sent a bone-chilling coldness through another, little princess. But it's also strange when you think about it. At that time, Tang Hao had indeed already left, so it's normal that he didn't intervene. But what about the people protecting Ning Rongrong? As the only pearl in the palm of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and Ningfengji's most beloved daughter. How could there be no one protecting her in secret when she went out for experience? Although the sword and bone Douluo had to guard the sect and couldn't leave. With the 7 treasure glazed tile school's massive wealth and influence, sending 1 or 2 spirit Douluo level secret guards, or a death squad composed of several spirit saints, should be standard equipment, right? Facing the Titan giant ape, even a spirit Douluo wouldn't be a match. But while Zhao Wuji was acting as a meat shield in front, these secret guards had a perfect opportunity to take Ningrongrong away amidst the chaos. But until the very end, even when Ningrongrong's spirit power was exhausted and she almost fainted, even when Xiao Wu was snatched away and everyone fell into despair, those 7 treasure secret guards never appeared. This is a terrifying thought when you dwell on it. Where did they go? Was it dereliction of duty, or did they simply have no intention of intervening? Or a darker speculation? Was the order they received to let Ningrongrong die outside if an accident occurred? Boom. Inside Ningrongrong's bedroom with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ningrongrong, who was still happy because Lin Yuan understood her, was now stunned in place, her heart thumping wildly. She froze there. Die, outside. Being born into a top sect and having been influenced by various power struggles since childhood, her mind worked faster than anyone else's. Her father and grandpa certainly wouldn't harm her. But what about others? If the future me is truly the only chosen successor of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, then if I die, who would benefit the most? In Ningrongrong's mind, several faces that were usually gentle and caring towards her instantly surfaced. Those were her brothers. The 7 treasure glazed tile school didn't only have her as a descendant, it was just that because she was the only girl and, as expected, her talent upon spirit awakening was the highest, she was the most favored. But the brothers also have ambitions. Once an accident happens to her, the first in line successor. P.S. Please keep reading tilde. Chapter 37. The Zhu sisters, Yu Xiaobing sells me out. Could it be that the people protecting me in the shadows have actually been bribed? Or, were they my brother's people all along? The more Ningrongrong thought about it, the more she felt a chill run down her spine. An accident of the Titan giant ape's caliber was simply the perfect excuse. If she died at the hands of a 100,000-year spirit beast, who could find any flaw? Who could blame the secret guards? At this moment, her desire to go to Nuoding City became even stronger. It wasn't just to meet that interesting diary owner. It was for survival. Only by staying by Lin Yuan's side, someone who seemed to foresee and see through everything, could she feel a sense of security. After all, she couldn't stay in the sect forever, and her father and 2 grandfathers couldn't protect her for a lifetime. As long as she grew strong or had powerful companions by her side, her brothers wouldn't dare do anything out of line. Meanwhile, Star Luo Empire, Zhu family mansion. In a quiet courtyard, 2 large and 1 small figures were sitting together. The small one looked only about 5 years old, carved from pink jade, like an exquisite porcelain doll. But in her eyes, which had not yet fully opened, there was a coldness and precociousness that didn't match her age. It was the young version of Zhu Zuqing. Sister, do you think what this Lin Yuan said is true? Little Zuqing pointed at the floating diary copy in front of her and asked in a milky voice. In the future, will I really be the Dai Mubai's fiancé? Doesn't that mean in the future I'll have to, with you? Speaking of this, a trace of fear flashed in little Zuqing's big eyes. As the 3rd young miss of the Zhu family, even though she hadn't had her spirit awakening yet, she had long been indoctrinated with the family's cruel rules of competition. Survival of the fittest, the winner lives, the loser dies or is crippled. Her relationship with her sister, Zhu Zuyun, was very good now, and her sister doted on her. She really didn't want a day to come when the 2 of them would have to fight to the death for that cold throne. Beside her, Zhu Zuyun, whose figure was already beginning to take shape and was exceptionally hot, had a very complex look in her eyes. She stared at the diary, her brow furrowed. Dai Mubai. Zhu Zuyun sighed and reached out to stroke her younger sister's small head. I didn't expect that you would actually have martial soul resonance with that 3rd prince in the future. What should we do? Zhu Zuyun was also having a headache. At this point in time, she still doted on her sister who hadn't awakened her spirit yet. However, what concerned her more was another piece of information revealed in the diary. Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuyun's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing through them. If Dai Mubai appears at Shrek in the future, doesn't that mean he ran away? As a prince, instead of striving for progress in the face of competition, he abandoned his fiancée and fled to another country to live an ignoble life. This lustful tiger is actually so cowardly. Zhu Zuyun's heart was filled with contempt. Dai Mubai's talent was actually better than her fiancé Dai Weisi's, but because he was younger, his chances of winning weren't high. But low chances of winning are no excuse for being a deserter. Besides this, who is this woman named Qian Runshui? Zhu Zuyun stared at the name mentioned in the diary. What is her status in Spirit Hall? To be able to casually mobilize titled Douluo to Nuoding City. She can't be the former Supreme Pontiff's illegitimate daughter, right? They both have the surname Qian. This question was likely one that not just her, but everyone with a diary copy was curious about. However, the current priority was to comfort her sister. Zuqing, don't worry. Since we have this diary copy and can know the future in advance, there must be a way to change our fate. Dormitory 7. Lin Yuan stopped writing there, leaving things at that. He actually didn't know where the secret guards protecting Ningrongrong had gone in the original story. But that didn't stop him from throwing some conspiracy theories into the diary. Only by making Ningrongrong feel a sense of crisis and fear would she be desperate to find a new reliance. And he, Lin Yuan, was that reliance. After all, Ningfengji and the sword and bone Douluo couldn't protect her forever. Moreover, as 2 titled Douluo, they spent more time with Ningfengji, the most that could protect Ningrongrong would be a spirit Douluo. Besides, what he said wasn't really a problem. If something really happened to Ningrongrong, unless Ningfengji had another daughter, he would definitely choose one of his sons to inherit the position of sect master. Lin Yuan. Xiao Wu's soft voice came from beside him. Seeing Lin Yuan open his eyes, she asked somewhat nervously. Do you think those titled Douluo who suddenly appeared will come back later? Lin Yuan shook his head. It's hard to say, but I feel they probably won't dare to come back in the short term. However, if those 3 are titled Douluo from Spirit Hall and they let the other person escape, they'll likely stay in Nuoding City for a while. What, scared since it's your first time seeing titled Douluo? Xiao Wu giggled. There's no helping it. Look at how massive the fluctuations from those people fighting in the sky were. What if we got caught in it? We're just tiny spirit masters. Lin Yuan chuckled. That's why we have to cultivate hard, otherwise we'll just be fish on someone else's chopping block in the future. Outside the city. Tang Hao, clad in tattered black robes and holding the clear sky hammer, looked like a god of slaughter as he coldly gazed at the three people surrounding him in a triangular formation. I'm actually quite curious. Tang Hao's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a suppressed rage. How did you three know I was here? I shouldn't have revealed my whereabouts to anyone. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan pinched his fingers in an orchid gesture and smiled femininely. Hee, doesn't His Excellency Clear Sky know? This is the Supreme Pontiff's own intelligence network, an inescapable net that penetrates everywhere. We also didn't expect that the dignified Clear Sky Douluo would be hiding in such a godforsaken small city like a rat. Speaking of this, a trace of mockery flashed in Yuguan's eyes. What, could it be that there's also a prey you've set your sights on in this Nuoding City Spirit Hall branch? Or, is there some shameful secret hidden here? Hearing the word, secret, Tang Hao's pupils suddenly constricted. Hey, her own intelligence network. Tang Hao sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes surged instantly, turning into a physical white wave of chi that swept through the surroundings. Bullshit. If Bibi Dong's reach were that long, she wouldn't have waited until now to find me. At this moment, Tang Hao was certain in his heart that his whereabouts had been exposed by Yu Xiaoging. Yu Xiaoging. He had only seen Yu Xiaoging in Nuoding City. He had just given the token to Yu Xiaoging, and the next moment, the title Douluo of Spirit Hall arrived. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? P.S. Please keep reading tilde. Chapter 38, The Might of a Single Blow, Tang Pao Pao. His original intention in having Tang San apprentice under Yu Xiaoging was primarily to leverage Yu Xiaoging's ambiguous relationship with Bibi Dong to resolve the conflict of Tang San's twin spirits. Instead, he ended up being played by Yu Xiaoging. Do these three people before him know about Lil San's identity? A red light flickered in Tang Hao's eyes, and the killing intent on his body solidified into a tangible white. He must test them. I originally just wanted to retire in Nuoding City, but here you are, coming to my doorstep. Then the three of you shall stay here today. If these three were only here for him, that would be manageable. At worst, he could leave for a while. But if they knew about Little San's situation, then some of these three must die here, and Yu Xiaoging wouldn't live either. However, one thing still puzzled him. He had been secretly guarding all along, so how did Yu Xiaoging manage to send word to the Spirit Hall? Yu Guan chuckled. The mighty Clear Sky Douluo, who can't even return to the Clear Sky sect now, actually chose to retire here. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Tang Hao roughly understood. The trio had probably obtained intelligence from somewhere but didn't know his son was actually in the city. Nevertheless, for his son's safety, he had to make these three leave Nuoding City as soon as possible. The next moment, the killing intent on Tang Hao's body surged to a peak, solidifying completely. His eyes radiated a red killing intent. Today, I'll let you witness the might of the Clear Sky. Not good, Snake Lance shouted. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, stop wasting words. Go all out, this guy doesn't look injured at all. Cursing inwardly, Snake Lance was the first to activate his martial soul true body. The snake lance in his hand transformed into a giant serpent that lunged at Tang Hao. Yu Guan and Gui Mei exchanged a glance. Both deeply aware of Tang Hao's terror, they dared not hold back now. Their hands clasped tightly together, the two spirits, one yin, one yang, resonated. Spirit fusion skill, 2-level stasis field. Tang Hao coldly snorted, activating your fusion skill now. Too late. Slaughter God domain. Clear Sky Avatar. Great Sumeru Hammer. Tang Hao was well aware of the power of the 2-level stasis field of the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. He had to interrupt it before the domain fully formed. Therefore, disregarding the injuries within his body, Tang Hao unleashed the limit of what his body could currently withstand. He exploded the first few spirit rings with lower cultivation years, channeling their power into the Clear Sky Hammer. The enormous, blood-red, killing intent infused Clear Sky Hammer bypassed Snake Lance and locked onto Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Break, for me. Tang Hao roared like a heavenly god descending. The Clear Sky Hammer, wreathed in terrifying bloody lightning, completely ignored the charging Snake Lance avatar and smashed viciously towards the casting Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duo. Madman. This madman. Yu Guan and Gui Mei cursed simultaneously in their hearts. The fight hadn't even officially started, and he's already exploding rings right off the bat. Does he have a death wish? But now, the arrow was on the string, and they had to let it fly. Gritting their teeth, they could only desperately increase their spirit power output, trying to complete the domain before the hammer fell. Snake Lance Douluo was also a ruthless man. He knew that if the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duo were broken, he, being isolated, would be finished too. So, controlling his Snake Lance avatar, he steeled himself and rammed into the side of the Clear Sky Hammer, attempting to deflect its trajectory. Scram. Tang Hao didn't even glance at him. The Clear Sky Hammer merely vibrated slightly. Boom. That seemingly mighty bluish-purple giant serpent was flung away like an earthworm, instantly sent flying. Immediately after, the Clear Sky Hammer, with an unstoppable momentum, slammed heavily onto the not yet fully formed 2-level stasis field. Instantly, the domain shattered. PFF. PFF. The figures of Yu Guan and Gui Mei flew backward like kites with cut strings. Still in midair, both spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. Having their martial soul fusion skill forcibly interrupted, such backlash was enough to severely injure them. Ah. Snake Lance Douluo was also sent tumbling by the terrifying shockwave, rolling several times on the ground before stopping, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. Too strong. The hand Snake Lance used to grip his lance was trembling, the skin between his thumb and forefinger already split open. Originally, he had been ready to activate his ninth spirit ability and fight desperately. But Tang Hao's next action directly dumbfounded him. The originally majestic, world-destroying Tang Hao actually used the recoil from that hammer strike to propel himself like a cannonball in the opposite direction, and ran. He even had the gall to shout, "You three trash, go back to the spirit hall and train some more. I'll spare you for today." Damn. What shamelessness. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Yu Guan, clutching his chest, stood up amidst the rubble. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his beautiful face now looked extremely grim. Snake Lance asked, "Should we chase?" "Don't chase." Yu Guan looked in the direction Tang Hao disappeared, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, but more so, anger at seeing through the truth. It seems, Tang Hao's injuries truly aren't healed. They might even be worse than we imagined. Gui Mei shook his head, his voice hoarse, "No need. Our purpose in coming was only to confirm if Tang Hao was here and if he was injured. But don't forget, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Tang Hao is, after all, Tang Hao, not someone we can handle. If he fought desperately, with his skills, at least one of us three would fall. Let's stay in the city for a few days, recuperate a bit, and then return to report. Snakelands nodded. Then you two stay. I can't be away from the young lord for too long. Gui Mei and Yu Guan obviously knew who Snakelands meant by young lord, so they didn't object. As you wish. However, thinking of something, Yu Guan still said to Snakelands, we too will stay in Nuoding City to see if Tang Hao returns. Don't go back to Heaven Do City yet, go back to the Spirit Hall and report for us. Say we discovered Tang Hao's trail in Nuoding City and drove him off, but we hope His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff can dispatch a few Spirit Douluo to be stationed here for a while. Yu Guan also knew that Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong's authority couldn't command the title Douluo elders within the Elder Palace, so he could only see if some Spirit Douluo could be sent. As for Snakelands, he was actually considered part of the Elder Palace, but in such important matters, he surely knew what was critical. So he also nodded. I understand. I'll make a trip back to the Spirit Hall. Also, Spirit Douluo coming here would be of little use. Tang Hao is too strong. I'll see if I can request some elders from the Elder Palace. Chapter 39. 60% Trust Critical Hit. New feature for the diary copy. Nuoding Academy. Lin Yuan didn't care about the battle involving Tang Hao and the others outside the city. Without even thinking, he knew Tang Hao would be repelled. In the original work, his reputation as Tang the Runner was well deserved. He only possessed the power for a single strike. At least, that was the case when he was injured. The hidden injuries in his body simply couldn't support him using a second strike, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress them at all. Today, just like Xiao Wu, he continued his cultivation step by step. As for Tang San, he went straight to Yu Xiaoging's place. Because he had taken Yu Xiaoging as his teacher, Tang San rarely attended the classes arranged by the school. He used that time to listen to Yu Xiaoging's one-on-one lectures. During these past few days, after Yu Xiaoging's injuries had healed, he had dropped hints, hoping that Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu would also take him as their teacher. But Lin Yuan simply didn't take the bait. Take Yu Xiaoging as a teacher. What a joke. He would rather go to class or read books in the library to fill the gaps in his knowledge than become his disciple. However, if Yu Xiaoging were willing to teach him the method for judging the age of spirit beasts, he would gladly accept it. Setting aside whether Yu Xiaoging's other theoretical knowledge was correct, when it came to the discipline of judging the approximate age of a spirit beast, he did have some skill. First, one needed to recognize the spirit beast, its habits, and so on, to properly judge its age. This required a very vast knowledge system to support it. After all, there are so many types of spirit beasts that memorizing them one by one is extremely time-consuming. In the original work, even the Dragon Duke and Serpent Grandmother misjudged that man-faced demon spider. If Meng Yiren had absorbed it, she really would have died from her body exploding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's diary entry. Rewards obtained. Encyclopedia of Spirit Beasts. Note, contains information on all spirit beasts in the Douluo Continent, including but not limited to, age judgment, spirit abilities that may be produced by the spirit ring, living habits, etc. Special effect. While reading this book, the host will gain the photographic memory and comprehensive mastery buffs. All knowledge will be automatically etched into the mind and mastered instantly. Lin Yuan felt quite excited seeing the rewards he received today. In the morning, he was just thinking about how Yu Xiaoging had some skill in judging the age of spirit beasts. By evening, the system had delivered it right to his door. At this moment, he could clearly see a floating book in his mental world. The book wasn't thick, but as Lin Yuan's thoughts moved. Rustle. The pages flipped, and countless pieces of information flooded into his memory like a torrent. The weaknesses of a 10-year wind baboon, the pattern regularities of a 100-year datura snake, in just an instant. Lin Yuan felt his understanding of spirit beasts transform from a complete novice into a grandmaster level. Awesome. It really is photographic memory and comprehensive mastery. With this, he felt that unless the courses at Nuoding Academy were necessary, he didn't need to attend them anymore. Ding. Today, a total of 4 diary copy holders were mentioned. The one with the highest relevance is Ningrongrong hidden. Critical hit reward triggered. Trust reached 60%. Congratulations. Reward 1 obtained. Mental force secret method. Glazed translucence method. Congratulations. Reward 2 obtained. Movement martial skill. Wind spirit steps. In the next second, a stream of cool energy surged into the space between Ningrongrong's eyebrows. Countless profound truths regarding mental force cultivation slowly unfolded in her mind. Glazed translucence method. Ningrongrong closed her eyes, carefully sensing it. This cultivation technique was practically tailor-made for a 7-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda spirit master. This method was divided into 3 stages. Initial stage, glazed micro-observation, can clearly detect the spirit power consumption rate, physical state, and so on of teammates. Middle stage, translucent consciousness protection, condenses mental force into a glazed shield, granting immunity to most low to mid-tier mental control skills such as charm or mental confusion. High stage, universal glaze, mental force spreads to form a transparent domain with a diameter of 100 meters. Ningrongrong sighed in her heart. The initial stage of this technique is actually quite suitable for combining with her sex heart separation control. By the middle stage, she would have a mental force shield, which could be considered a form of self-protection. It's a pity this technique leans toward support and defense. It doesn't record any offensive mental force methods. I wonder if I can create my own once my mental force is high enough. As for these, wind spirit steps, this is a true escape technique. It's completely incomparable to the so-called running at Shrek. Look at that, that's the difference. Ningrongrong was now full of infinite daydreams about the future. Before obtaining the diary copy, she felt that no matter how much she cultivated, it would just be like that. After all, the flaws of the 7-treasure glazed Tao Pagoda were right there. Cultivating earlier late was the same. She only needed to master the heart separation control secret method before her spirit power reached the spirit saint level, and the surprises continued. Because today was the 7th day since the girls obtained the diary copy, there was a guaranteed reward. Ding, since everyone has held the diary copy for a full 7 days, the 7-day sign-in guaranteed reward has been triggered. Distributing. Ningrongrong, mental force cultivation talent slightly increased, complements the technique for twice the result with half the effort. Xiao Wu, leg meridian toughness slightly increased, shadowless kick power bonus. Tian Runshui, spirit power purity slightly increased, angelic spirit power becomes purer. Bibi Dong, soul resistance slightly increased, enhanced resistance to Rakshasa's evil thoughts. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. As the guaranteed rewards were distributed, Ningrongrong found she had a deeper understanding of this eye training method. If she started cultivating, her entry speed should be much faster. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong discovered that her mind seemed much clearer, and her resistance to the Rakshasa's evil thoughts had indeed improved. Bibi Dong didn't know that perhaps because of this reason, she would start becoming more and more normal, instead of being as crazed as in the original work. Just as they thought today's rewards were over, the system dinged again. Ding, since you have owned the diary copies for a while now, and considering that the holders are quite scattered, which is not conducive to mutual understanding. A new feature is now active. Diary Anonymous Chat Group. Flash. The diary copy interface for everyone changed instantly. On the right side of the page, which originally only had monotonous text, a semi-transparent chat box window appeared. System prompt, do you wish to join the chat group? Note, to protect the privacy of all holders, you may customize a virtual nickname when joining the group, or hide your true identity. In the group, you can speak freely, exchange information, and even trade items. At this moment, whether it was the high and mighty Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, or the undercover Crown Prince Tian Runshui, or the proud little Princess Ning Rongrong, the simple Xiao Wu, or the cold and elegant sisters Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zujing, they all felt their breath hitch. Should they join? P.S. Requesting tickets and follow-up reads tilde. A quick clarification here, diary rewards are only visible to the recipient unless they choose to speak about them tilde. Chapter 40, Daring to directly confront the Supreme Pontiff, this guy is truly brave. Bibi Dong looked at the flashing, yes no, button, her eyes shimmering with a sharp light. If I don't join, I might miss out on information about the others. And I can take this opportunity to see exactly who possesses the diary copies. Without any hesitation, Bibi Dong took a deep breath, and with a focused thought, she pressed the yes button. Please enter your group nickname, blank. Looking at the input box, a cold and proud curve formed at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth. Since it was a chat group, she needed to maintain the prestige of the Supreme Pontiff. Hide. No need. She was the Empress of Spirit Hall and the most powerful woman on this continent, why should she bow her head to a group of people hiding their faces? Thus, she domineeringly typed in 4 characters. At the same time, the Heaven Do Crown Prince's Mansion, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, New Oding Academy, Blue Tyrant Academy, Sea God Island. Everyone, at this very moment, made the same choice. The next second, everyone's minds felt like a boiling pot. Welcome, Supreme Pontiff, to the chat group. Welcome, Bunny Who Loves Douluo, to the chat group. Welcome, 7 Treasures Little Rich Girl, to the chat group. Welcome, I Want to Live Past 30, to the chat group. Welcome, username, to the chat group. Ding, welcome, Irritable Pig Farmer, to the chat group. Ding, welcome, 9 Hearts, to the chat group. Welcome, In less than a minute, the originally empty chat group list was instantly filled with various eccentric nicknames. Bibi Dong glanced at the member count in the top right corner, 13. Excluding the suspected administrator, system robot, that meant there were exactly 12 people currently holding a diary copy. 12 people. She hadn't expected there to be more people with a diary copy than she had imagined. She wondered how many women and how many men were in this group. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, quickly analyzing the information behind these nicknames. Supreme Pontiff was naturally herself. Username, no need to think, was definitely that silly girl Nana. As for the others, Bibi Dong's gaze lingered for a moment on I really don't swing that way, and her lip couldn't help but twitch. Dragon Yang's preference. This nickname, it seems to be a man. And he's deliberately trying to cover something up. Far away in the Heaven Do Crown Prince's mansion, Tian Runshui looked at this nickname she had casually chosen and nodded with satisfaction. Since the system didn't say whether the copy holders are male or female, then I'll play the part of a man. It's the perfect way to hide my identity. As a young and promising crown prince, there were naturally many women who threw themselves at her. Because she rejected them all, rumors had actually spread outside that the crown prince is suspected of having a Dragon Yang's preference. She was quite helpless regarding this. She was a woman with a normal sexual orientation, she couldn't exactly make a move on those women. Besides, she could use this identity to discuss that woman. A cunning light flickered in Tian Runshui's golden eyes. System robot, welcome everyone to the Diary Anonymous chat group. To maintain order within the group rules are hereby promulgated as follows. 1. Speak freely. Here, there's no hierarchy of status, only roasting and being roasted. 2. Resource sharing. This group supports the mental transmission of red envelopes, gold coins, items, and files cultivation techniques experience. 3. Member limit. The current group limit is 13 people, which will expand as the diary owner's strength increases. Before everyone could finish digesting these 3 rules. Ding. A bright red square icon suddenly appeared on the chat interface. 7 Treasures Little Rich Girl, send a lucky red envelope. Remark, a small token for our first meeting, please look after me tilde. The women. Almost instinctively, everyone's consciousness tapped on it. Bunny Who Loves Douluo received 4,000 gold coins. I really don't swing that way received 2,500 gold coins. Supreme Pontiff received 10 gold coins. Irritable Pig Farmer received 1,200 gold coins. Bibi Dong looked at the pitiful 10 gold coins in her hand, and several, vein symbols instantly popped up on her forehead. The Grand Supreme Pontiff actually had the worst luck. But that wasn't even the point. The point was, when everyone clicked on the envelope details and saw the total amount, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Total amount, 20,000 gold coins. 20,000. Just for a greeting. For a moment, the group fell into a brief dead silence. Then, messages began to flood the screen frantically. I want to live past 30, holy crap, 20,000 gold coins, rich girl sister, please take care of me, this is too domineering. Bunny Who Loves Douluo, wow, so much money, I'm going to be rich, now I can buy lots of yummy food for Lin Yuan too. Thank you, rich girl sister. 9 hearts, so rich. Looking at this praise, Ning Rongrong, lying on her bed, gave a proud hum, thoroughly enjoying it. 7 Treasures Little Rich Girl, oh, don't mention it everyone, this is just 1 month's pocket money for me. We're all brothers and sisters from now on, if you have any difficulties, just say so. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. This humble bragging speech immediately settled everyone's guesses about her identity. With this kind of financial power in the surname, 7 Treasures, who else could it be but that little witch Ning Rongrong, who was pampered by everyone in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? However, before things could quiet down, the fellow with the nickname I really don't swing that way suddenly launched an attack. And right from the start, the spearhead was aimed directly at BB Dong. I really don't swing that way, at Supreme Pontiff. Hey, I didn't expect you to join the group too. I really don't swing that way. I say, isn't your nickname, Supreme Pontiff, a bit too shameless? I really don't swing that way. I heard that when you were young, you actually liked a trash like you Xiaogang who only knows how to fart. I really don't swing that way. Tisk tisk tisk, the former holy maiden of Spirit Hall, the current Supreme Pontiff, your taste is actually this bad. How? Hungry? Were you back then? Were you just desperate? Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was like throwing a depth charge into a calm lake. The entire chat group instantly exploded. Seven Treasures little rich girl, ha ha ha, you're killing me, desperate, that's a very apt description. Bunny who loves Douluo, ha ha ha, although I don't know the Supreme Pontiff, I have seen you Xiaogang. Indeed, her taste is quite unique. I want to live past 30. This guy is brave, daring to directly roast the Supreme Pontiff. Aren't you afraid the Supreme Pontiff will track you down in real life? ... P.S. Seeking recommendation votes, monthly votes, collections, and follows tilde. Chapter 41, Luo Long, hit me if you dare. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Crack, asterisk. The handle of the scepter in BB Dong's hand was actually squeezed until a crack appeared. Her expression instantly turned as gloomy as water, and a terrifying killing intent raged through the hall. Seeking death. Who exactly is this bastard? To dare to insult me like this? Even through the screen, everyone seemed to be able to feel the anger of Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. But Qian Runshui obviously had no intention of stopping there. In her heart, she had long been dissatisfied with this nominal mother, and now she could finally take the opportunity to vent. Especially after seeing in the diary that BB Dong's first love was actually Yu Xiaogang, she felt even more displeased. Qian Runshui believed that the reason BB Dong treated her this way was surely because she still had lingering feelings for Yu Xiaogang. I really don't swing that way. What? Flying into a rage out of shame. I really don't swing that way. The diary clearly states that Luo Sanpao is a cub of the Golden Holy Dragon, a super martial soul. I really don't swing that way, and the result, in that loser's hands, it was forced to grow into a pig that only knows how to fart. I really don't swing that way. What use is a man like this, other than being a freeloader and plagiarizing theories? You still can't let him go. What a joke. Every word was heart-piercing. Every sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing into BB Dong's heart. It was also stabbing into another person's heart. Irritable pig farmer, enough, shut up. Irritable pig farmer, although Xiaogang has done some things wrong, he is definitely not a loser. You simply don't understand his wisdom. Irritable pig farmer, however, I have no objection to you insulting that bitch BB Dong. Irritable pig farmer, you can insult BB Dong, but don't drag Xiaogang into it. Everyone. What kind of crazy development is this? Defending Yu Xiaogang on one hand, while insulting BB Dong together with that mysterious person on the other. Who exactly is this, irritable pig farmer? Is she schizophrenic? Only BB Dong, upon seeing this nickname in these remarks, instantly guessed the other party's identity. Luo Long. Hey, pig farmer, that name actually suits you quite well. BB Dong let out a cold laugh, just about to retort in the group. But before she could even type, her #1 fangirl exploded first. Username, impudence. Username, I really don't swing that way, at irritable pig farmer, who do you think you are? Username, to dare to speak so insolently to Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Username, how can a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well like you possibly fathom the wisdom and strength of Her Holiness? Username, if you dare to keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll have the Spirit Hall put you on the wanted list. Juliana's face turned red with anger. In her heart, her teacher was a sacred and inviolable faith. These two people, one being sarcastic and the other directly cursing, were simply unforgivable. Seven Treasures little rich girl, oh my, a wanted list. What a display of authority. Seven Treasures little rich girl, this is an anonymous chat group, not your Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff Palace. Are people not allowed to speak? Seven Treasures little rich girl, besides, Lin Yuan has complained so much in the diary, and I haven't seen you guys capture him yet. Bunny who loves Douluo, exactly, Lulu tilde. For a moment, the group was in complete chaos. There were those cursing, those defending their master, those lurking and watching the show, and those fanning the flames. And then there was the source of all this, Yu Xiaogang. Right then, Yi Lingling, who usually had little presence, suddenly sent a message. 9 hearts, have you all forgotten the rules of the diary? Those who possess a copy cannot harm each other by any means. 9 hearts, at username, be careful of receiving a sanction from the system. Juliana, so annoying. Irritable pig farmer, ha ha ha, that's right, so BB Dong, even if you know who I am and where I am, do you dare to act? Come and hit me, come on. Luo Long was now simply gloating. BB Dong, on the other hand, sneered repeatedly, although she couldn't act, her dignity as the Supreme Pontiff would not be challenged. Supreme Pontiff, don't be too smug, you're not alone, you have a family. When Luo Long saw this message from BB Dong, she almost crushed her teeth. A threat, a blatant threat. She instantly became quiet. Although she didn't have much of a sense of belonging to her family, it was still her home, and it was also Xiaogang's home. Inside the chat group. Seeing that the cursing match had finally subsided. The one who had been lurking with a peculiar focus, I want to live past 30 finally couldn't help but weakly chime in. I want to live past 30, big shots, please stop arguing. I want to live past 30, since this group can send files and trade. I want to live past 30, does anyone know how to cure jade phosphorus snake poison? I want to live past 30, that bastard Lin Yuan cut the chapter in half, and now I'm panicking. I want to live past 30, at 7 Treasures little rich girl sister, your 7 Treasure glazed tile school is very knowledgeable. Do you have a recipe for the antidote? I'm willing to pay a high price. I can even sell my grandfather to you as an enforcer. 7 Treasures little princess, I don't really understand this either. How about I ask my father and my 2 grandfathers for you later? 7 Treasures little princess, however, my father and the others have met your grandfather many times, but I haven't heard them mention that your grandfather was poisoned, so there's a high probability they don't know the cure either. 7 Treasures little princess, actually, the best way is to go see Lin Yuan. Why don't we go together after my spirit awakening? I really want to meet this person too. I want to live past 30, okay. And amidst the noise, the lurkers, who remained silent were actually watching with great interest. Star Luo Empire, Zhu family. Zhu Zuyun watched the big shots, who were rarely seen on ordinary days, insulting each other in the group, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. That, I really don't swing that way, has a hatred for the Supreme Pontiff that's practically overflowing from the screen. And that, irritable pig farmer, who supports Yu Xiaogang so much must be Luo Long. To actually dare to go head-to-head with the Supreme Pontiff, her temper is indeed very irritable. And on the distant Sea God Island. Sea God Douluo Bosaishi looked at the chat interface in her mind. She didn't speak, as one of the 3 limit Douluos in the world, her vision had long transcended the mundane. Unless the diary mentioned a chance to become a god or something regarding the Lord Sea God, she would only remain a quiet observer. The next morning. Nuoding Academy, Dorm 7. Sunlight spilled through the window onto the wooden floor, and Lin Yuan stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. After obtaining the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, last night, he had been digesting that vast amount of knowledge in his dreams. Not only was he not tired, but he felt his mental force had improved a bit more. However, when he turned his head and looked at Xiao Wu in the neighboring bed, he was stunned. Whoa, Xiao Wu, what did you do last night? Why do you have such heavy dark circles? P.S. Please keep reading tilde. Chapter 42. Living together is wonderful. What's the benefit of taking you as my master? Please keep reading. I had a nightmare. Xiao Wu naturally didn't dare to say that she had been eating melons in that chat group all night. Watching the Supreme Pontiff and young misses of great families, whom she usually only heard about in legends, bickering, leaking secrets, and giving away money in the group. That feeling was just too addictive. A nightmare. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing her. Even on the night she learned Tang Hao knew her identity as a 100,000-year spirit beast, Xiao Wu hadn't suffered from insomnia like today. It couldn't be that she got something good from the system again yesterday and was so excited she couldn't sleep. However, Lin Yuan didn't care much about it. Time flew by like a white pony passing a crack. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed silently. The early morning in Nuoding City still carried a hint of damp chill. Inside a 2-person apartment building near the academy, Lin Yuan was straightening his collar in front of a mirror. Over these past 3 months, ever since Tang Hao was scared off by 3-titled Douluo, the entire Nuoding City seemed to have regained its former tranquility. To facilitate their cultivation, Lin Yuan decisively took Xiao Wu and moved out of the crowded and noisy Dorm 7, renting this small apartment with excellent privacy. Anyway, neither of them was short on money now. Lin Yuan, where's my comb? Xiao Wu, wearing pink pajamas, walked out of the bedroom rubbing her bleary eyes. Her long scorpion braid was undone now, cascading behind her like a waterfall, looking exceptionally smooth. After 3 months of lavish living, the girl seemed to have grown a bit taller, and her previously somewhat thin frame began to show the slight curves of a young girl. It's on the table, you left it there yourself yesterday. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly, picked up the comb, and skillfully began to brush her long hair. During these 3 months, his spirit power successfully reached a breakthrough to rank 12. 2 ranks in 3 months, this speed was not considered slow. He didn't know if the system was doing it on purpose, but it hadn't given him any spirit power rewards. Instead, it provided him with insights and experiences regarding spear techniques and ocular arts. Consequently, his progress in the Tao of the spear was very rapid. Furthermore, thanks to the medicinal liquid Xiao Wu gave him, his mental force had also improved significantly. When activating his double pupils, his perception became even stronger. It had to be said, if Xiao Wu hadn't been there to accompany him and talk to him while he was cultivating, his solitary, tedious cultivation would indeed have been hard to endure. His days were a constant cycle of spear practice, studying, and meditation. Even with the mind of an adult, it was tough to handle. Thus, he understood why others said cultivation required moderation, haste makes waste, and being too aggressive easily leads to chi deviation. Hee, you're still the best at combing, Lin Yuan. Xiao Wu squinted her eyes in enjoyment, looking at the focused youth behind her through the mirror, her heart filled with sweetness. These days of seeing him as soon as she opened her eyes, eating together, cultivating together, and shopping together, it was simply like a dream. Back in the Stardew Great Forest, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that the human world could be so wonderful. Alright, stop being so vain. Lin Yuan put down the comb and gently patted her small head. Half an hour later, the two of them tidied up and walked out of the apartment side by side, heading towards the Nuoding Academy cafeteria. However, Yu Xiaogang had come again, and this time, Tang San was with him. Seeing Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu walking over hand in hand, the corner of Tang San's eye twitched slightly, and a faint, imperceptible gloom flashed in his gaze. Lin Yuan, Xiao Wu, you're early. Yu Xiaogang spoke first, assuming the posture of an elder teacher. Grandmaster, is something the matter? Lin Yuan stopped, his gaze indifferent. Over these 3 months, this master and disciple pair had frequently harassed him. Especially Yu Xiaogang, who seemed convinced that Lin Yuan was a rare talent and insisted on taking him as a disciple to prove his theories. Haha, Lin Yuan, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your aura seems to have become even more refined. Yu Xiaogang nodded, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. How have you considered my previous proposal? As long as you take me as your master, I can teach you everything I've learned in my life about the 10 core competencies of spirits. I can guarantee that on this continent, no one understands spirits better than I do. Hearing this familiar opening line, Lin Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Here we go again, does this old geezer not understand human speech? Grandmaster, I'll just be blunt. Lin Yuan sighed with a look of helplessness. Could you please stop bothering me? What benefit is there for me in taking you as my master? Benefit, Yu Xiaogang frowned, knowledge is the greatest wealth, I can guide you so you avoid detours. Forget it. Lin Yuan interrupted him bluntly. First of all, your spirit is Luo Sanpao, and my spirit is the soul-slaying spear. You don't even know how to handle a spear, what can you teach me? Yu Xiaogang's face stiffened, spirit cultivation all leads to the same destination. Secondly, Lin Yuan continued to twist the knife. Your strength isn't up to par either, I'm at rank 12 now, and you're at rank 29. In maybe 2 more years, I'll have surpassed you. When the time comes and I want to hunt a 1,000-year spirit beast, can you take me? Or will I have to protect you? This single sentence struck Yu Xiaogang's weak point directly. His expression instantly turned sour. But I have a lifetime of theoretical knowledge, I can teach you how to distinguish spirit beasts and how to obtain the most suitable spirit rings. I dare say that even among the titled Douluo on this continent, not many possess this skill. Yu Xiaogang said with great pride. Lin Yuan knew that Yu Xiaogang's claim was indeed correct. After all, those with talent would certainly focus on cultivating their spirits. As long as their theory was sufficient, they wouldn't go out of their way to research it. After all, on this continent, most talented spirit masters basically have backing, and someone will always lead them when they go out to hunt spirit beasts. But Lin Yuan had the system. He possessed this skill as well. After 3 months of studying the encyclopedia of spirit beasts in his mind, his understanding of spirit beasts had likely already surpassed Yu Xiaoging's. Why would he need him to teach? Lin Yuan shook his head. That's not necessary. I'll learn that knowledge myself. Besides, with my talent, once I reach rank 20, the dean will naturally take me to hunt for a suitable spirit ring. Don't trouble yourself, Grandmaster. You should focus on teaching Tang San. To stop Yu Xiaoging from bothering him, Lin Yuan said, Grandmaster, how about this? If Tang San can defeat me under your guidance, it would prove you have some real skill. At that time, it wouldn't be out of the question for me to take you as my master. Alright, Xiao Wu, let's go cultivate after breakfast. Lin Yuan naturally took Xiao Wu's soft little hand and was about to leave. Stop right there. Just then, Tang San, who had been silent, finally couldn't take it anymore. His figure flashed as he blocked Lin Yuan's path. P.S. Please vote, please keep reading tilde. Chapter 43, Tang San's defense shatters. Is a trash spirit always a trash spirit? Lin Yuan, you can insult me, but you cannot insult my teacher. Tang San looked at Lin Yuan coldly, his voice low. Teacher's theories are invincible, I have already personally verified this. You are too arrogant, you have no idea how vast the world is. Lin Yuan paused, turned his head, and looked at Tang San with some amusement. I'm arrogant. He turned to look at Xiao Wu beside him and asked. Xiao Wu, am I very arrogant? Usually, except when I'm with you, I should be quite low-key, right? Xiao Wu tilted her head, thought for a moment, and nodded seriously. Maybe it's because you're unsociable. Or maybe it's because you've rejected Grandmaster's requests to take you as a disciple several times, so Tang San thinks you're arrogant. But I think you're quite nice. I'm just telling the truth. This display of harmony between the two immediately made Tang San's face turn as black as the bottom of a pot. Words are useless. Tang San took a deep breath and slowly raised his right hand. A faint blue light flickered as thick strands of blue-silver grass with black spots emerged from his palm. A bright yellow 100-year spirit ring pulsed slowly beneath his feet, radiating a dazzling light. Lin Yuan, I challenge you. If we win, you must apologize to teacher and reconsider becoming his disciple. For some reason, seeing Lin Yuan and Xiao Wu holding hands just now gave him a sharp pang in his heart. Was he envious of their relationship? Tang San wasn't quite sure himself. Seeing that Tang San had already released the blue-silver grass from his right hand, Lin Yuan knew this battle was unavoidable. Fine. Lin Yuan let go of Xiao Wu's hand and motioned for her to step back. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. But let me give you a fair warning first. If I win. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across Yu Xiaoging's stiff face before finally landing on Tang San. The two of you, master and disciple, had better take a detour whenever you see me from now on. Don't annoy me with those ridiculous theories anymore. Also, I hope your defense doesn't shatter too badly. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold, and with a flash of black light in his hand, the god-slaying spear, radiating a frigid aura, suddenly appeared. The tip of the spear pointed directly at Tang San. And Lin Yuan's words were like a fuse, completely detonating the powder keg in Tang San's heart. Although his first spirit was blue-silver grass, he was someone with cheats. How could he possibly lose to a native like Lin Yuan? Arrogant. Tang San gave a low shout, and the ghost shadow perplexing track instantly activated beneath his feet. He transformed into an afterimage and charged toward Lin Yuan. First spirit ability, binding. As the spirit ring glowed, over a dozen thick blue-silver grass vines surged like venomous snakes emerging from their holes, sweeping toward Lin Yuan from all directions. This was the skill granted by the Datura snake spirit ring. It was not only tough but also carried a paralyzing toxin. Tang San thought to himself that according to the theories teacher taught, an attack system tool spirit master like Lin Yuan would be at the mercy of others once controlled by a control system spirit master. It's over. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoging's lips curled into a confident smile. Control systems counter-attack systems, this is an ironclad rule. Furthermore, Little Sand's blue-silver grass has been enhanced by the Datura snake spirit ring, making its toughness comparable to rattan. Once touched by the blue-silver grass, its barbs will inject paralyzing toxin. Lin Yuan, you will pay the price for your arrogance. However, facing this overwhelming wave of vines, Lin Yuan didn't even move his feet an inch. Under the gaze of those double pupils, all of Tang San's movements, even the attack trajectories of the blue-silver grass, became slow and riddled with openings. All flash and no substance. Lin Yuan snorted coldly. The god-slaying spear in his hand vibrated violently. Without any fancy moves, he performed a simple action, a horizontal sweep. The shaft of the spear sliced through the air, letting out a sonic boom. A domineering and peerless spear intent erupted instantly. PFF, PFF, PFF. The blue-silver grass vines that Yu Xiaoging had boasted were incredibly tough, the moment they touched the god-slaying spear. Were snapped into pieces as if they were fragile tofu. What? Tang San's pupils shrank violently, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This is blue-silver grass enhanced by a 400-year Datura snake spirit ring. How could it be so fragile? Before he could even react, a flash of cold light had already pierced through the swarm of vines, heading straight for his throat. Ghost shadow perplexing track. Terrified, Tang San subconsciously used the Tang Sect ultimate skills, his body shifting eerily to the left. Can you escape? The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth curled slightly as the long spear in his hand traced a strange arc in the air, accurately predicting Tang San's landing point. Crack. The shaft of the spear slammed heavily against Tang San's chest. Bang. Tang San was sent flying 5 or 6 meters back, slamming heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Against Tang San, he hadn't even used a spirit ability or the martial skills associated with his cultivation technique. Little San. Yu Xiaoging turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed over. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood with his spear retracted, looking at the pathetic master and disciple duo, his tone indifferent. This is your so-called Datura snake spirit ring. This is your so-called control system countering the attack system. Tang San, your blue-silver grass is too fragile. Xiao Wu added, Tang San, the foundation of blue-silver grass is too weak. Even if your first spirit ring's age is high, it's still a common quality spirit. Can it compare to a top-tier spirit? Lin Yuan, I'm hungry. Let's go eat and then cultivate. Tang San stood dazed on the spot, looking at the blue-silver grass in his hand, silent. Lost, in one move. I couldn't even force out Lin Yuan's spirit ability. Tang San's pride was ruthlessly crushed into dust at this moment by Lin Yuan's black spear. He didn't understand. Teacher had clearly said that control systems countering attack systems was an ironclad rule in the Spirit Master's world. His blue silver grass had clearly absorbed the Datura Snake Spirit Ring and gained the toughness attribute. Why was it like paper in front of Lin Yuan? Could it be that blue silver grass really is a trash spirit? For the first time, Tang San felt a seed of doubt toward Yu Xiaobing's theories in his heart. No matter what spirit ring was added, a trash spirit was ultimately a trash spirit, its inherent fragility simply couldn't be changed. Indeed, his composure was somewhat shattered. Setting aside Lin Yuan's combat awareness, the spear intent and the sharp spear chi radiating from Lin Yuan were not things his blue silver grass could touch. If Tang San's left hand subconsciously clenched, feeling that heavy and domineering power in his palm. If I had used the clear sky hammer, would the result have been different? Tang San knew that the quality of his second spirit was definitely far superior to blue silver grass, otherwise, his father and teacher wouldn't have been so excited. P.S. Please keep reading tilde. Chapter 44. Will Tang San drop a spirit bone if he dies? Sea Witch, don't compare me to Wolftaken. Looking at his disciple's despondent state, Yu Xiaobing was filled with anxiety. He hurriedly ran over to support Tang San and defended, Little San, don't listen to his nonsense. This was just an accident. Lin Yuan put away his god-slaying spear and looked at the master and disciple who were still deceiving themselves, a flash of pity appearing in his eyes. Is it so hard to admit that others are excellent? Is it so hard to admit that you're not good enough? Tang San, your blue silver grass foundation is too weak. Even if you have innate full spirit power, it doesn't change the fact that blue silver grass is just blue silver grass. Having followed Grandmaster for these past few months, you should understand that as well. If you had swapped your blue silver grass for a top-tier spirit like mine, it probably wouldn't have been so easy for my spear intent to break through your control. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he left with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu kept watching Lin Yuan's expression, and seeing his smirk that he could barely suppress, she felt that Lin Yuan seemed to be a little bit black-bellied. He was truly killing the heart. Moreover, by saying those things, he probably wanted to see if Tang San would give up on cultivating blue silver grass and switch to the clear sky hammer instead, right? So wicked. Seeing that Lin Yuan and the other had indeed walked far away, Yu Xiaobing finally said, Little San, listen closely. You possess twin spirits, making you a peerless genius in this world, second only to Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Right now, your blue silver grass is indeed a bit weak, but once you cultivate to the level of a spirit saint or above, you can start adding spirit rings to your clear sky hammer. Think about it, at that time, the first spirit ring of your clear sky hammer will be a 10,000-year one. You must not entertain the thought of switching to the clear sky hammer now, this is also your father's wish. Tang San was silent for a moment. He also knew the high stakes involved and nodded. I understand, teacher, but I won't admit defeat just like this. I want Lin Yuan to know that even if I only have blue silver grass, I can still become an excellent control system spirit master. Seeing that Tang San's hard nature was so resilient, Yu Xiaobing nodded with relief. It's good that you understand. During breakfast, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to write today's diary entry. I must not have checked the almanac before heading out this morning. I ran into Yu Xiaobing leading Tang San to block my door. That Tang San thought I insulted Yu Xiaobing and insisted on challenging me, even saying that the loser must become a disciple. The result, one shot with a spear. What else is there to say? The funniest part is still Yu Xiaobing's theory that the control system counters the attack system. It's simply the biggest lie in the world. In the early stages, if spirit qualities are equal, perhaps control system spirit masters do have a tiny bit of an advantage. But by the mid to late stage, as the attack system spirit master's spirit rings increase and their self-buffing spirit abilities multiply, the control of control system spirit master starts to show its weakness. In fact, you can tell from the configurations of the existing powerhouses on the continent that the attack system is the eternal meta. Whether it's the several priests of Spirit Hall, the upper three sects, Sword Douluo, Tang Hao, and Yu Yuanjun, or the high priest of Sea God Island, Bo Saishi. Which one of them isn't an attack system powerhouse with explosive attack power? In this world, only power is the eternal truth. Of course, there's one exception. And that is the mental control system. In this era that generally lacks mental force defense methods, mental system spirit masters are indeed heaven-defying existences. Unless the opponent has a cheat like the purple demon eye, or a mental defense head spirit bone. Otherwise, once under mental control, they are like lambs to the slaughter, without even a chance to resist. And looking across the current continent, the mental system spirit masters who can be called formidable are only 2 or 3. One is Spirit Hall's, Holy Maiden, Juliana. Innate rank 9 spirit power, charming fox spirit, born with natural charm. This girl is the trump card Bibi Dong secretly trained for the Spirit Master Tournament. Reasonably speaking, with her Spirit King cultivation during the Spirit Master Tournament, her mental force was at least comparable to a Spirit Emperor. If she activated her charm alone, among the Shrek 7 devils, besides Tang San and maybe Xiao Wu, all the rest would have had to surrender on the spot. Inside the chat group. Username, HMPH, at least you have some vision. Is my Holy Maiden's mental control something to be trifled with? Bunny who loves Tonghulu, Blay, you fox vixen. My mental force is also very strong. The diary continued. Unfortunately, this girl had bad luck and ran into that cheater Tang San. This guy has been cultivating the purple demon eye since childhood, which specifically counters illusions and charm. Add to that the fact that he later consumed the gazing through autumn dew, causing his mental force to skyrocket. Juliana's entire arsenal was countered to death, and in the end, she even lost to Tang San's disgusting 8 spider lances. That's just fate. Besides Juliana, there's one even stronger mental system spirit master in this world. And that is the Sea Witch, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Her spirit is the sea magic flute, which can play music that makes the soul sink into oblivion. However, compared to her strength, I'm more interested in her race. She belongs to the mermaid tribe. Upper body is human, lower body is a fishtail. This is quite interesting. Does this form count as a human, or does it count as a spirit beast? If she were killed, would she drop a spirit ring and a spirit bone? Oh, speaking of which, Tang San is also a half-human, half-beast. He's a child born of Tang Hao and a spirit beast. So if Tang San dies, will he drop a spirit ring? There is a species on the Douluo Continent called Wolftaken, which seems to be half-human, half-beast offspring of storm devil wolves and human women. Compared to the Sea Witch and Tang San, Wolftaken are more inclined toward their beastly nature. In the original work, Tang San and his group killed a Wolftaken leader, and it even dropped a spirit bone. Doesn't this prove that as long as one has half-spirit beast bloodline, there's a possibility of dropping a spirit ring or spirit bone? Then, as a Tang San who possesses 50% pure blue silver emperor bloodline, if he accidentally croaks one day, will there be a ding sound and a spirit ring drops? Or will a blue silver emperor spirit bone drop? Sea God Island, Sea Girl City. On a massive reef, the waves crashed against the shore. A young girl with long aqua blue hair, a peerlessly beautiful face, and a slender fishtail for her lower body was leisurely enjoying the sea breeze. Suddenly, a black diary appeared out of thin air in her mind. When she saw the description regarding dropping spirit rings, her originally sweet smile instantly froze. Quote question mark quote. What do you mean, would I drop a spirit ring? The sea witch was so angry her little face puffed up, and her fishtail slapped the water hard, kicking up a large spray of waves. This human named Lin Yuan is so rude. I am a subject of Lord Sea God, a noble mermaid. He actually dared to compare this young miss to discussing things like wolf talking. Chapter 45, Ayin breaking down, 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Are wolf talking prettier than me? Are they cuter than me? This young miss is furious. If I see him, I'll definitely make him listen to my Junhai divine melody and make him dance all day. In the chat group. I want to live past 30, holy crap, this angle, I never thought of it, that's way too criminal. I really don't swing that way, interesting, if there's a chance, it wouldn't hurt to verify it. Ayin, no way, little San is my child, you can't do this. Ayin, who had been lurking, immediately bubbled up when she saw they had designs on her son. As soon as this nickname appeared, the group went silent for a second. Ayin. 100,000-year blue silver emperor, Tang San's mother. However, none of the people in the group were easy to deal with. Faced with the accusations of this family member of the victim, instead of backing off, everyone started a new round of heart-piercing. Supreme Pontiff, hey, your child. Supreme Pontiff, the diary clearly states Lin Yuan's speculation that your real son was killed by the shockwaves of the attack during that pursuit years ago. Supreme Pontiff, this current, Tang San, is nothing more than a wandering ghost who has occupied the nest. Ayin, no, I don't believe it, that's just Lin Yuan's speculation, words alone are no proof. Ayin's words were filled with anxiety and denial. She couldn't accept this cruel deduction. If the current Tang San wasn't her child, then what was the point of her sacrifice back then? However, the evidence that followed made her break down even more. Bunny who loves Tonghulu, at Ayin, sister, don't be in such a hurry to deny it. Bunny who loves Tonghulu, those ultimate techniques Tang San knows mentioned in the diary, like Purple Demon Eye, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Mysterious Heaven Skill, do you or Tang Hao know these things? Bunny who loves Tonghulu, if he's not a transmigrator or doesn't have a system like Lin Yuan, how could a child just a few years old learn these out of thin air? Bunny who loves Tonghulu, besides, when Tang San and Lin Yuan sparred this morning, I saw him use Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track with my own eyes. That can't be faked. These words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard against Ayin's heart. Ayin, maybe my son is exceptionally gifted, maybe he accidentally obtained some legacies. Clearly, Ayin was still struggling for her life. She might have already believed Lin Yuan's words in her heart, but she still refused to admit it. 7 treasures little rich girl, hee, sister Ayin, don't be too sad. 7 treasures little rich girl, if all else fails, how about sister Yan Yan and I go inspect the goods for you later? To see what kind of thing this Tang San actually is. Xiao Wu immediately became alert. Bunny who loves Tonghulu, what do you mean? At 7 treasures little rich girl and I want to live past 30, are you coming to Nuoding City? I want to live past 30, that's right, we just arrived today. I want to live past 30, I had no choice. That bastard Lin Yuan keeps leaving us on cliffhangers. To cure the poison, I had to bring my grandpa and little sister Rong Rong and come find him myself. Seeing these two outsiders about to cause trouble on her turf, Xiao Wu immediately got anxious. Meanwhile, in a fairly well-decorated tavern in Nuoding City, 4 figures, 2 adults and 2 children, were sitting around a table. Yan Yan. Dugubo took a sip of cheap ale, frowned slightly, and looked at his granddaughter with a helpless expression. You said you wanted to go out to relax, so I took time out of my busy schedule to accompany you, but why did you have to choose such a remote little city where even the birds don't poop? What's there to do in this dump? Beside him, Chen Chen, the sword Douluo dressed in white, also looked puzzled. He doted on Ning Rongrong, stroking her head and asking, yeah, Rongrong, don't you love lively places? Why did you want to come here? And when did you and this girl Yan Yan meet? How come Grandpa Sword didn't know you two were so close? You should know that although the 7 treasure glazed tile school in Dugubo didn't have any deep grudges, they usually didn't have much interaction either. How did these 2 little girls end up together? Ning Rongrong blinked her big, soulful eyes and lied innocently, oh, Grandpa Sword, did you forget? It was that one time you took me out to play, we happened to meet in Heaven Do City. Chen Chen frowned, tried to recall, and finally shook his head. Why don't I have any impression of that at all? Seeing this, Ning Rongrong quickly changed the subject, hugging Chen Chen's arm and acting spoiled. Oh, Grandpa Sword, you're so busy every day, it's normal to forget. But we had a deal, okay, you can't be too strict with me on this trip. When we get back, I'll definitely cultivate hard and never be lazy. At the mention of cultivation, a gratified smile immediately appeared on Chen Chen's face. Alright, whatever you say. The fact that you were able to awaken the 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda this time was a huge surprise for us. That's right. The reason Ning Rongrong was able to come out smoothly this time, besides her persistent pestering to make the 3 of them happy, her biggest bargaining chip was her spirit. Because of the pity reward from Lin Yuan's diary, her innate spirit power increased by 1 level, reaching the unprecedented innate full spirit power. Although it was just a single level, it directly broke the ironclad rule that the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda could not break through the 7th floor. Her spirit evolved into the 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda. This made Ning Fengji and the 2 grandpas, Sword and Bone, incredibly happy. Because of the flaws of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, a spirit master with this spirit could never possibly have innate full spirit power. Even the most talented Ning Fengji only had an innate spirit power of a bit over level 8. And Ning Rongrong herself was somewhat surprised. Although it wasn't the 9 treasures yet, this was undoubtedly a huge breakthrough. This also solidified her determination to come see Lin Yuan. A mere pity reward could have such an effect. If she could get on Lin Yuan's good side, could she obtain a treasure from the system to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda? It was precisely because of this massive surprise that the three of them, including Ning Fengji, agreed to her somewhat willful request to relax. With Du Gubo also bringing his granddaughter along, and two titled Douluo traveling together, there was naturally no need to worry about safety. However, they only had 1 month. Because Chen Qin had left, the sect only had Ji Yurong as the sole titled Douluo, leaving its defenses hollow. And the poison in Du Gubo's body also required regular suppression at the ice and fire yin-yang well. Otherwise, relying solely on his own resistance would be extremely painful. Yan Yan, shall we take a stroll around the city in a bit? Du Gubo looked at his granddaughter dotingly. He always felt guilty toward Du Guyan. Because the jade phosphorus snake poison in his body had been passed down to his son, causing the deaths of his son and daughter-in-law, and was now passed down to his granddaughter. As long as it was his granddaughter's request, he would do his best to satisfy it. Du Guyan pretended to think for a moment and then said, Grandpa, let's wander around the city later. I'm a bit curious about what the academy in this city is like. I haven't seen any academies other than the Heaven Do Royal Academy yet, and I don't know if the gap is large. Du Gubo chuckled. Yan Yan, this Nuoding city probably only has one elementary academy. This place is so remote and backward, it might disappoint you. ... Chapter 46, First Meeting with Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan seeking follow-up reads. Soon, Du Guyan and the others finished their meal and strolled casually through Nuoding city. The streets of Nuoding city were bustling with pedestrians. Compared to the prosperous Heaven Do Imperial city, this small border city seemed somewhat dilapidated and backward. On the way to Nuoding Academy, Ning Rongrong's eyes flickered slightly as she quietly sent a message to Du Guyan through the private chat interface of the diary copy. Ning Rongrong, Sister Yan Yan, I suddenly thought of a problem. Ning Rongrong, in the diary, Lin Yuan only knows I have the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, but because of the system rewards, I now have the 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong, if I accidentally let it slip when we meet, will he suspect that we also have a system? Walking alongside her, Du Guyan was also stunned for a moment when she saw the message. This was indeed a problem. After all, something like the 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda was unheard of in the history of the Douluo Continent. Du Guyan, this is indeed hard to explain. Du Guyan, but don't worry too much. If you really let it slip, just play dumb. Du Guyan, since you have innate full spirit power anyway, it's quite reasonable for your spirit to undergo a bit of a benign mutation, right? Du Guyan clearly didn't have a better solution either. She could only tell Ning Rongrong to play dumb and avoid showing any other flaws. The two of them discussed fervently in private messages, thinking they were being seamless. Little did they know, their very appearance in Nuoding city at this moment was the biggest flaw. 2 high-status young misses, instead of staying in their prestigious advanced academies, brought a titled Douluo to this rural place to relax. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that reason. Nuoding Academy, playground. The midday sun was a bit blinding, but for Lin Yuan, it was the perfect time to temper his physique. Lin Yuan held the god-slaying spear, his figure moving like lightning as he practiced the basic spear forms from the chaos god-slaying record. Thrust, flick, sweep, smash. With every thrust, a low sonic boom echoed in the air. The surrounding fallen leaves were swept up by the wind from the spear and were actually sliced into 2 neat halves in midair. Under the shade of the trees at the edge of the playground, Xiao Wu was sitting on a stone bench, seemingly resting, but in reality, she was restless. From time to time, she looked toward the school gate, her 2 rabbit ears perking up nervously and then drooping back down. Strange. Lin Yuan retracted his spear and stood still, wiping the sweat from his forehead before walking over to Xiao Wu's side. Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you today? You've been distracted since this morning, and you were absent-minded when practicing your leg techniques just now. You seem a bit anxious. Xiao Wu's delicate body suddenly stiffened. Oh no. Was it that obvious? That was the mutual resonance between the diary copies. As those 2 women approached, the diary in her mind kept vibrating, reminding her that others of her kind were nearing. No, it's nothing. Xiao Wu's eyes darted around as she scrambled for an excuse. It's just that my leg technique cultivation has reached a bottleneck recently. I always feel like something is missing, so I'm a bit impatient. Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully, laughing inwardly. Xiao Wu really was terrible at lying. It seemed that some guests I didn't know about had arrived. Just as Lin Yuan was thinking this, he casually looked up and instantly locked onto the entrance of the playground. There, 4 figures were strolling over leisurely. Walking in front were 2 exceptionally beautiful young girls. One wore light green combat attire, her figure hot and exuding a sense of wildness. The other wore a cyan dress, her temperament noble, like a princess stepped out of a painting. But Lin Yuan's gaze didn't linger on them for long. His vision was instantly drawn to the 2 old men behind them. The one on the left had long, dark green hair draped over his shoulders and gloomy eyes, his entire being radiated a cold aura that warned others to keep away. And the one on the right, Lin Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. Clad in spotless white clothes, his silver hair was groomed meticulously. Even though he was just walking casually, his whole person was like a sharp sword returned to its scabbard. His edge was restrained, yet it was everywhere. This feeling. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Not only did he not feel the slightest fear, but the spear intent within his body began to boil of its own accord. It was the excitement of encountering a fellow powerhouse. The green-haired old poison, and the sword Douluo with his soaring sword intent. Hey, finally here. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly, the god-slaying spear in his hand vibrating slightly, letting out a clear, high-pitched hum. It was a bit later than he had expected. He had originally thought that Du Guyan, in order to save her life, would rush over the moment she knew he had a way to detoxify the poison. He didn't expect it to be delayed for so long. But it was good that they had come. Almost the instant Lin Yuan looked at Chen Qin. This guardian deity of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the sword Douluo known for having the number 1 attack power, suddenly halted his steps. His eyes, which were originally as calm as an ancient well, instantly became sharp as he looked directly at the boy in the center of the playground. Such strong spear intent. Chen Qin was inwardly shocked. He had originally just accompanied his family's little princess to relax, he didn't care about the students here at all. But just now, he actually felt an extremely pure, overbearing, and even slightly destructive concept. That concept, although still immature, was of an extremely high essence, enough to even cause resonance with his 7-kill sword. To think it's just a 6 or 7-year-old child. Chen Qin looked at Lin Yuan, the surprise in his eyes growing even deeper. Only a few months after his spirit awakening, and he can already cultivate spear intent. What kind of prodigy talent is this? At this time, because they were close enough. The vibration frequency of the diary copies in Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan's minds reached its peak. They instantly locked onto the cute girl with the scorpion braid next to Lin Yuan. That must be Xiao Wu, right? She really is cute. Ning Rongrong thought to herself, then smoothed her skirt and put on that standard smile of a well-bred young lady. She took elegant steps and walked straight toward Lin Yuan. Hello there. Ning Rongrong stood with her hands behind her back, looking at Lin Yuan with a beaming smile, her eyes full of curiosity. Can we get to know each other? My name is Ning Rongrong. I saw you practicing your spear from a distance just now. Although I don't understand spear techniques, it felt very powerful. Facing the proactive approach of this, Seven Treasures' little rich girl, Lin Yuan didn't show any surprise or feel flattered. With a flick of his wrist, the god-slaying spear dissipated into points of black light. Then he nodded politely, his tone indifferent. Hello, my name is Lin Yuan. Is there something I can help you with? Seeing Lin Yuan's, I don't know you, I'm very cold, act. Xiao Wu, who was to the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes hard, complaining wildly in her heart. Tisk. Pretend. Go ahead and keep pretending. The system really should give you an award for acting. Chapter 47, Rejecting the Invitation. I already have a teacher. When you first met me in the dormitory and we sparred, you felt me up all over. How come you've turned into such a gentleman now that you've met a high-born lady like Ning Rongrong? HMPH, scumbag, double standard dog. Xiao Wu only felt a sourness in her heart. Although it was a good thing that Lin Yuan ignored other girls, this obvious difference in treatment still made her feel a bit upset. Just then, Chen Xin, who had been observing Lin Yuan, finally couldn't help but speak. Young man. Chen Xin looked at Lin Yuan with burning eyes, his voice carrying a rare hint of appreciation for talent. What is the name of your spirit? To be able to comprehend spear intent and step onto the threshold of the concept at such a young age. Who is your teacher? Chen Xin was truly tempted. Throughout his life, he had been obsessed with the Tao of the sword, proud and fearless, and had never taken a disciple. On one hand, it was because the seven-kill sword was passed down to only one person per generation. On the other hand, it was because there were too few geniuses, sword cultivators in this world who could catch his Dharma eye. Although Lin Yuan used a spear and not a sword. However, there are 3,000 great Taos, and all paths lead to the same destination. The Tao of weaponry is interconnected once it reaches the extreme. Such an unpolished gem would be a complete waste if buried in this small Nuoding academy. If he could be brought back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even if he couldn't inherit the seven-kill sword, training him to be a protector of the sect would definitely result in a peak Douluo in the future. However, before Lin Yuan could answer, a sudden flurry of urgent footsteps came from afar. The dean of Nuoding Academy was seen running over, panting while wiping cold sweat from his forehead. The guard had just reported that 2 titled Douluos had arrived, nearly scaring him to death. I didn't know your excellencies were visiting. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Before the dean even got close, his voice was already trembling. This was Chen Xin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School Sword Dao, and the famous poison Douluo. Was this small Nuoding Academy going to explode today? Why did these two great figures come? Dean, why are you here? Lin Yuan feigned surprise. Are these two the famous sword Douluo and poison Douluo? The dean nodded. Yes, Lin Yuan, hurry and greet their excellencies. Lin Yuan bowed slightly in salute, then straightened up and answered Chen Xin's previous question with neither servility nor arrogance. To answer the sword Douluo, my spirit is named the Soul-Slaying Spear. As for my teacher. Lin Yuan paused, a hint of apology appearing on his face. I'm sorry, but my master once specifically instructed that he does not like to show his face in public, nor does he allow me to reveal his name to the outside world. He is merely a reclusive hermit, like a wild crane among the clouds. Lin Yuan simply fabricated a teacher. In this Douluo continent where master-disciple lineage is highly regarded, a spirit master usually only takes one teacher in their lifetime. This move was intended to directly extinguish Chen Xin's thought of taking him as a disciple, while also providing a perfect justification for his own unreasonable abilities. Hearing this, the dean on the side grew anxious. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Yuan, what nonsense are you talking? The dean quickly whispered his advice. Since the sword Douluo asked, he must have taken an interest in your talent. If you could join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, that would be a blessing many people couldn't earn in several lifetimes. Then, he turned to look at Chen Xin with a fawning smile. Your Excellency, please don't mind him, this child has been quite independent since he was young. But I can guarantee that Lin Yuan is definitely the greatest genius since our academy's founding, no, in the history of the entire Nuoding city. A top-tier tool spirit, innate full spirit power, and his comprehension ability is even more of a prodigy. Hearing this, the look of appreciation in Chen Xin's eyes grew even stronger. Soul-Slaying Spear. The name alone sounds incomparably domineering. And he has even cultivated spear intent. If nurtured, his future achievements would be at least that of a super Douluo. Unfortunately, upon hearing Lin Yuan say he already had a teacher, a deep look of regret indeed appeared in Chen Xin's eyes. A gentleman does not take away what others cherish. Since the boy already had a famous master teaching him, it wouldn't be right for him to try and poach him. Since you have a teacher, I won't force the matter. Chen Xin sighed, but he still didn't want to give up on recruiting him. However, with your talent, staying in this Nuoding Academy forever would indeed be a waste. I wonder if you'd be willing to join my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for resources, you won't have to worry at all. However, Lin Yuan still shook his head in refusal. Though his voice was youthful, it carried an unquestionable firmness. Thank you for your kindness, Sword Douluo. But my teacher once taught me, a spear cultivator should be as upright and unyielding as a spear, domineering and peerless. If one is bound by the forces of a sect too early, it will instead dull the sharp edge in one's heart. This would be detrimental to the growth of my spear intent. Therefore, there is a high probability that I will not join any sect forces. I would still prefer to study at an academy, drawing on the strengths of many and growing freely. These words were spoken with such righteous self-assurance and style. Even Chen Xin was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then nodded thoughtfully. A spear cultivator, the Tao of dominance. Only by being unbound can one achieve true freedom. Your teacher is indeed a great master. Chen Xin smiled, the regret in his eyes fading a bit, replaced by even more admiration. He has a point. I also only joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School after becoming a titled Douluo. In my youth, without the tempering of traveling the world, my sword intent would not have reached perfection. In that case, if you ever have the idea of joining a faction in the future, I hope you will give priority to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing that Chen Chen was no longer insisting, the dean beside them stomped his feet in anxiety but dared not say anything more. Is this kid stupid? That's one of the upper 3 sects. It's one thing to refuse, but he doesn't even want the resources. Then, Chen Chen asked, however, since you plan to go to another academy for further studies after graduation, do you have a target in mind yet? Lin Yuan shook his head, a trace of distress appearing on his face. Not for now. I've researched the high-level spirit master academies on the continent, and I feel none of them are quite suitable for me. The 5 great elemental academies only recruit students with specific attributes, and some are even xenophobic, their attributes don't match mine. As for the royal academies of the 2 empires, Lin Yuan spread his hands, looking helpless. I've heard they only recruit children of the nobility. As an orphan of commoner birth, no matter how good my talent is, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get through the front gate. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan exchanged a look, laughing inwardly. This guy is quite the actor. Clearly, in his diary, his first choice was the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Chen Chen gave a light chuckle and said, I didn't expect you to have such a thorough understanding of the situation on the continent. However, there's one thing you might not know. Chapter 48, 8 treasures paired with a god-slaying spear. In some principalities of the Heaven Do Empire, once a spirit master's cultivation reaches rank 30, they can apply for the title of Baron. With your talent, obtaining a title in the future will be as easy as turning over your hand. Having said this, Chen Chen extended the olive branch he had prepared long ago. Of course, if you are unwilling to waste time for the sake of a title. As long as you are willing, I can write a letter of recommendation for you. With my face, those committee members wouldn't dare to disobey a recommendation for an innate full spirit power genius to enter the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Even without a noble title, no one would dare to stop you. Hearing this, the eyes of the academy principal standing nearby lit up. He quickly lowered his voice and gave Lin Yuan a frantic hint. Lin Yuan, quickly agree. Don't be stubborn this time. The Heaven Do Royal Academy. That's a top-tier academy with mimicry cultivation environments. It's the place with the best resources in the entire empire. Lin Yuan saw that the timing was about right and stopped being coy. He bowed slightly to Chen Chen, a trace of gratitude appearing on his face. Then I thank Sword Douluo Mianja for the guidance. Once my spirit power reaches rank 20 and I graduate from here, I will definitely go to Heaven Do City. With the matter settled, Ning Rongrong mentally cheered with a yes. As long as Lin Yuan went to Heaven Do City, wouldn't they have more time to spend together? And at that moment, Du Guyan, who had been standing beside Du Gubo, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Yuan. Du Guyan took a step forward, her emerald green eyes burning with the fire of competitiveness. She was tall and well-developed. Now, with her battle intent soaring, she looked even more heroic and spirited. My name is Du Guyan. How about we have a sparring match? Since Sword Douluo Mianja has praised you to the heavens, saying you're a genius rarely seen in a century and that you've even cultivated spear intent, then I'm quite curious. Just how much of a genius are you? How strong? It's a perfect chance for me to see if this so-called spear intent is really that amazing. Du Guyan issued the challenge with a very clear purpose. First, she was indeed competitive and wanted to see Lin Yuan's strength. Second, and most importantly, she had to have an interaction with Lin Yuan. Only by fighting a match could she leave a deep impression on him. That way, perhaps Lin Yuan would mention her in the diary and then naturally reveal the specific method to neutralize the poison. Then, her life and her grandfather's life would be saved. Lin Yuan looked at the battle-ready Du Guyan before him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He naturally knew this woman's little scheme. A match. Fine by me. As Du Guyan's battle-hungry challenge fell, the surrounding air seemed to grow a few degrees hotter. The god-slaying spear in Lin Yuan's hand vibrated slightly, letting out a clear dragon's roar. The spear tip pointed directly at Du Guyan, and that sharp aura unique to youth made both titled Douluos present nod secretly. Since Poison Douluo's granddaughter is in the mood, then I shall respectfully comply. Lin Yuan had a faint smile on his lips, his posture as upright as a pine tree. He also wanted to see just how domineering the Dugu family's jade phosphorus snake poison was in the early stages. However, just as Du Guyan was about to possess her spirit and make a move, Du Gubo frowned, took a step forward, and blocked the space between the two. Nonsense. Du Gubo's face was grim as he looked at his granddaughter, who was getting a bit ahead of herself, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Yan, how old are you? Don't you have any sense? You are currently a rank 27 spirit grandmaster, while this kid Lin Yuan only awakened his spirit a few months ago, he's rank 11 or 12 at most. Moreover, how domineering is your jade phosphorus snake poison? Injury upon contact, death upon touch. Is this a sparring match? You're asking for this kid's life. If word gets out that Du Gubo's granddaughter is bullying the weak, where will our face go? Reprimanded by her grandfather, the rising emerald green spirit power on Du Guyan's body instantly stalled. She froze for a moment, looking at the boy who was only 6 or 7 years old before her, and finally realized. Ah, right. Du Guyan scratched her head awkwardly, an embarrassed blush appearing on her face. Just now, she was only thinking about how to establish a bond with Lin Yuan and how to make a deep impression on him. She had completely forgotten about the huge rank gap between the two. Then what should we do? Du Guyan muttered somewhat dejectedly. I can't exactly suppress my spirit power to fight, right? I wouldn't be able to control the toxins well that way. Watching this scene, Lin Yuan laughed inwardly. This Du Guyan, although spicy in personality, was actually somewhat airheaded in certain aspects. However, he was determined to have this fight today. Just as the situation fell into a deadlock, a crisp and pleasant voice, like an oriole emerging from a valley, suddenly cut in. Hee, Sister Yan, isn't this easy to solve? Ning Rongrong walked to Lin Yuan's side with her hands behind her back in light steps, her clever big eyes flashing with a mischievous light. Since your rank is high, why don't I give Lin Yuan some support to bridge the gap? Before her voice had even faded, Ning Rongrong spread her jade white palm, and spirit power surged within her body. 8 treasures rotate, producing glazed tile. As that familiar incantation sounded, a crystal clear pagoda emitting brilliant colored light slowly emerged from her palm. 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Lin Yuan blurted out subconsciously, his face showing the perfect amount of shock and disbelief. This acting was enough to win an Oscar. After all, in the original setting, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda only had 7 floors, that was an iron rule. If he didn't act a bit surprised, it would instead seem abnormal. Seeing Lin Yuan's shocked expression, Ning Rongrong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then a proud smile curled onto her lips. Her eyes darted around, and the explanation she had prepared long ago came out smoothly. That's right. Lin Yuan, you didn't see wrong. I am the first innate full spirit power possessor in the history of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. It's probably because my talent was too good that a positive mutation occurred. Having said this, Ning Rongrong sighed, looking regretful. It's just a pity that my spirit only evolved into the 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda, not the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was actually nervous in her heart. My humble act should be okay, right? I didn't show any flaws, did I? Lin Yuan shouldn't suspect anything, right? Seeing this, Chen Chen also stroked his beard and smiled, his face full of pride. Indeed. Rongrong's talent is indeed the greatest in the second 10,000 years. She broke the shackles that prevented the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda from surpassing rank 80. Perhaps as her rank increases in the future, or if she encounters some opportunity, her spirit might even have a chance to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Chen Chen looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes carrying a hint of expectation. It's good to let Rongrong join in. Young Lin Yuan, the world's #1 support paired with your top-tier attack system spirit. I am also very curious to see what kind of combat power can be unleashed. Could you show it to me? Chapter 49, Spear Intent breaks the poisonous mist, Dawn. Facing Sword Douluo's proposal, Lin Yuan nodded impassively, battle intent surging in his eyes. All right then. I have long heard that the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is the #1 support spirit on the continent and possesses very strong support capabilities. Today, I would like to experience it for myself. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's praise, a brilliant smile instantly blossomed on Ning Rongrong's small face. At this moment, however, Lin Yuan's mind was clear. Innate full spirit power, 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda. It seems Ning Rongrong has good luck, having fleeced some good things from the system. Otherwise, with the flaws of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda etched into its genes, how could she have innate full spirit power? But this is for the best. Since she has tasted the sweetness and wants to evolve into a true 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, she will be even more inseparable from me in the future. Lin Yuan looked at the young girl opposite him, who exuded a dangerous aura, but there was no fear in his heart. A poison control spirit master. As long as the toxins are kept away, or the person releasing the poison is dealt with directly, then the poison is ineffective. Subsequently, Du Gubo and the others cleared the field for Lin Yuan, Ning Rongrong, and Du Guyan. Xiao Wu stood at the edge of the field, her 2 tender pink rabbit ears standing high. She watched the youth dressed in black in the center of the field, although she was still jealous of his gentle attitude toward Ning Rongrong just now. At this moment, she still clenched her small fists, her large eyes full of encouragement, and made a cheering gesture. Lin Yuan, go for it. Show this fierce woman how powerful you are. Du Guyan. Lin Yuan looked back and gave Xiao Wu a slight smile, then turned around. The softness in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a battle intent as sharp as a spear tip. Ning Rongrong, let's begin. Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. You got it. Ning Rongrong gave a soft shout. She spread her palm, which was as white as mud and fat jade, and the surging spirit power within her body instantly welled up. 8 treasures have a name. First, strength. Beneath Ning Rongrong's feet, a yellow 100-year spirit ring slowly rose. The 8-layered pagoda floating in her palm instantly burst forth with a brilliant and dazzling light. A concentrated beam of colorful light accurately merged into Lin Yuan's body. On the day she awakened her spirit, she went to obtain a suitable first spirit ring, and the age of this ring was over 300 years. As a support spirit master, whether the spirit ring age was 300 or 400 years made little difference. Furthermore, the people of the sect would not let her risk absorbing a spirit ring close to the theoretical limit. After all, she was just a support, and under normal circumstances, her physique would find it quite forced to absorb a 400-year spirit ring. Even though she later obtained a movement martial skill because of the system, this skill focused on agility and did not provide much enhancement to her physique. As Lin Yuan felt the 20% increase in strength within his body, his current power, under this spirit enhancement, was enough to rival a spirit master at the peak. He couldn't help but praise, is this the continent's #1 support spirit? It truly lives up to its reputation. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Yuan looked at Du Guyan opposite him, the corner of his mouth curling into an arc. Miss Du Gu, please advise. HMPH, you think you're all that just because you have support? This young miss is a level 27 spirit grandmaster. Du Guyan gave a soft shout, a cold light flashing in her emerald green eyes. First spirit ability, Jade Phosphor Red Poison. As her first yellow spirit ring suddenly brightened, a pale red poisonous mist instantly erupted with her as the center. The red mist did not diffuse immediately, instead, it was like a group of flexible venomous snakes, carrying a sweet and fishy scent, clinging to the ground as it swept rapidly toward Lin Yuan. Jade Phosphor Red Poison. This was an extremely insidious poison of excitement. Once inhaled or touched by the skin, it would stimulate the nerves, putting the opponent into a morbid state of excitement. Heartbeat accelerates, blood flow quickens, overdrawing physical strength, and finally leading to death from exhaustion. Although it wasn't a lethal poison that killed on contact, in battle, this kind of weakening state was often more fatal than direct damage. Poisonous mist. Looking at the overwhelming red mist surging toward him, Lin Yuan's gaze was extremely calm. He didn't hold his breath like an ordinary spirit master, nor did he retreat in panic to avoid it. Instead, he slowly raised the god-slaying spear in his hand. Facing this kind of large-scale poisonous mist, evading was the inferior strategy. Because no matter how fast you were, you still had to breathe, and your skin still had to contact the air. Once enveloped by the poisonous mist, one would become a turtle in a jar. The only way was to break it. Before absolute sharpness, this kind of poisonous mist is nothing but a joke. The spirit power within Lin Yuan's body frantically poured into the spear's shaft, and the domineering and matchless spear intent instantly erupted. Break. Lin Yuan gave a low shout and executed a fierce horizontal sweep. Boom. A terrifying gale, carrying the sharp spear intent, instantly erupted with the tip of the god-slaying spear as its center. That originally aggressive red poisonous mist, which seemed ready to swallow everything, was directly torn apart and blown away the moment it touched the scale. The originally thick poisonous barrier instantly became incredibly thin, and even dissipated directly into the air. Not only that, the spear intent's momentum did not decrease, directly penetrating the blown-away poisonous mist and turning into an invisible blade, heading straight for Du Guyan behind the mist. What? Du Guyan's pupils shrank suddenly, her face full of disbelief. Her beautiful emerald green eyes widened, as if she had seen something incredible. Blown away. My jade phosphor red poison was actually broken by him using such a simple method. How is this possible? What kind of freak is this? Even with Ning Rongrong's support, it shouldn't be this terrifying. It's not that she hadn't fought other spirit masters with dual spirits before. Many spirit masters had the same idea, relying on a gust of wind to blow away her poisonous mist. But a poisonous mist condensed from spirit power, how could it be blown away by an ordinary gale? Is this spear intent? No, I don't believe it. Du Guyan's competitiveness was completely aroused. Then try this, I don't believe you can blow this away too. The second soul ring appeared beneath Du Guyan. Second spirit ability, Jade Phosphor Blue Poison. This time, what the Jade Phosphor Serpent spat out was no longer red mist, but a thicker, colder blue poisonous mist. This blue poison had strong paralyzing and corrosive effects, and was more concentrated than the red poison, like a tangible flow of water, pressing down overwhelmingly. It's useless. Looking at this even more ferocious offensive, Lin Yuan just shook his head slightly. I've said it before. Before my spear, mist is just mist. No matter what color the mist is, it cannot block my path. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the aura on his body rose once again. This time, he no longer held back, he used the martial skill included in the first layer of the Chaos God Slaying record. Dawn. Chapter 50, Angry Shout, Du Gubo's well-intentioned efforts. Lin Yuan seemed to transform into a ray of dawn breaking through the dark night, charging directly into the massive blue poison mist. That terrifying green phosphorus blue poison was actually forcibly split open by Lin Yuan, creating a path right through the middle. Wherever the spear tip passed, the poison mist receded completely. A glint of cold light expanded rapidly in Du Guyan's eyes. Not good. To the side, Chen Chen and Du Gubo's eyes narrowed simultaneously, both thinking that things were taking a turn for the worse. This kid's speed is too fast. Just as Du Gubo was about to intervene, he saw Lin Yuan shake his wrist with extreme precision in the middle of the field. The God-slaying spear emitted a low hum and came to a steady stop less than 3 inches away from Du Guyan. The entire field fell into a dead silence. After a moment, he looked at the dazed Du Guyan and said in a flat tone, "Young Miss Dugu, thank you for the match." Hearing this, Du Guyan finally snapped out of it. I lost. I actually lost. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat unwilling, but mostly confused. Why? Why is my poison completely useless against you? Lin Yuan looked at her and suddenly said something that stunned everyone present. It's undeniable that your Jade Phosphorus snake poison is very potent, but you've taken the wrong path, or rather, your direction for the development of the Jade Phosphorus serpent spirit is wrong. Du Guyan suddenly looked up. What do you mean? Even Du Gubo, standing nearby, pricked up his ears. A level 11 or 12 kid was actually teaching the granddaughter of a titled Douluo how to cultivate. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and said straightforwardly. Your poison mist attack form is too scattered and too slow. Once you encounter an opponent with strong explosive power or one who counters you with wind or fire attributes, your poison becomes nothing more than a decoration. Once the defense of your poison mist is broken, your body is as fragile as a sheet of paper. Speaking to this point, Lin Yuan looked at Du Guyan with burning eyes, his tone carrying a hint of frustration. The Jade Phosphor Serpent is a top-tier beast spirit. Since it's a beast spirit, that means it possesses a powerful physique and strength. Why do you insist on training yourself into a control system spirit master who only knows how to release poison? Why don't you follow the attack system? Attack system? Du Guyan was confused, but my grandpa told me to follow the control system. Du Gubo. Lin Yuan glanced at Du Gubo and continued, exactly. With a tough physical body and offensive methods as the core, and using lethal poison as a restrictive auxiliary, that is the path you should be taking. Imagine if the version of you who just fought me was an attack system beast spirit master, you could have engaged me in close quarters combat. And the moment I accidentally got hit by your spirit ability, your poison would have the chance to inject into my body through the surface and my condition would have rapidly deteriorated. Instead of what happened just now, where you only knew how to release poison mist, once I broke through that mist, didn't you lose all means of self-defense? Lin Yuan's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly clearing the fog in Du Guyan's mind. And the expression with which Du Guyan looked at Lin Yuan now was quite complex. Du Guyan suddenly turned her head to look at the silent Du Gubo, her eyes filled with hope and excitement. Grandpa, I think Lin Yuan is right. I want to switch to the attack system. Nonsense. Du Gubo's face darkened as he coldly stopped Du Guyan. Yan, what do you know? The path of cultivation requires step-by-step progress, and even more so, it requires teaching according to aptitude. Although you have the green phosphorus snake spirit, your physique leans towards being soft and feminine, it is not suited for the bold and expansive path of the attack system. The control system is the path that suits you best. This is also for your own good. Although Du Gubo's voice was stern, his tone carried an air of unquestionable resolve. Du Guyan was stunned. Since childhood, she had always listened to her grandpa most, but this time, facing Lin Yuan's impeccable theory, she felt doubt about her grandpa's arrangements for the first time. But grandpa, we will talk about this later. Du Gubo waved his hand to interrupt her, clearly not wanting to dwell on this topic any longer. He turned his head and gave Lin Yuan a deep, complex look, speaking in a complicated tone. Kid, although your theory is novel, it doesn't apply to everyone. There are some things you don't understand. Watching this scene, Lin Yuan wasn't surprised. Instead, he became even more certain of his guess. He calmly put away the god-slaying spear and gave Du Gubo a slight smile. Perhaps. This junior was just speaking casually. Your excellency poisoned Douluo needn't mind. After speaking, his consciousness summoned the diary. Since you, old Tsunere, refused to tell the truth, don't blame me for stripping you bare in my diary. Tisk tisk, exactly as I expected. Du Gubo, that old stubborn man, directly rejected Du Guyan's proposal to switch to the attack system. As a titled Douluo and someone who has spent his life with the Jade Phosphor Serpent, how could he not know that this spirit is better suited for the attack system? After all, even he himself isn't a control system titled Douluo, but rather an attack system specialist focused on area attacks. But why does he insist on forcing his granddaughter into the control system to practice those meticulous poison control techniques? Even going as far as to suppress her aggressiveness. Hey, I'm probably the only one who knows the old man's well-intentioned efforts. As Lin Yuan wrote this, a playful curve hooked the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the diary copies in the minds of the three girls vibrated simultaneously. The three shared a settled glance and immediately concentrated to peak. Actually, the reason is very simple and quite heartbreaking. Compared to having great strength, Du Gubo simply wants his granddaughter to live a good life. The backlash of the jade phosphorus snake poison is a curse engraved in their family bloodline. The faster they cultivate, the more toxins accumulate, and the faster they die. If she follows the attack system, she will inevitably have to frequently mobilize the violent power of her spirit, which would accelerate the movement and settling of toxins in her meridians. Whereas following the control system pursues the meticulous mastery of toxins. This way, Yan Yan can spend more time learning how to suppress the poison within her body rather than stimulating it. Douluo is sacrificing his granddaughter's potential just to extend her life. Unfortunately, this is ultimately treating the symptoms but not the root cause. It's only because Douluo himself reached the level of title Douluo and has a powerful physique that he can barely suppress the toxins and stay alive. But what about Yan Yan? Following this current cultivation trend, forget about becoming a title Douluo, she might not even be able to cross the hurdle of becoming a spirit saint. In fact, she likely won't even live past 30. Boom. These last few words were like a clap of thunder, striking hard against Douluo Yan's heart. She stood in place, her delicate body trembling violently as she bit her lip hard. This was the second time Lin Yuan had said she wouldn't live past 30. P.S. Brothers, this book has no more extra recommendations, so I can only beg for your follow-up reads tilde. Chapter 51. Spirit bones have limits to their capacity. Seeking follow-ups. A wave of immense grief and emotion surged through Douluo Yan's heart, but more than that, it was an unwillingness to accept fate. Why? Why must our Douluo family be born carrying such a curse? Why am I destined to be short-lived? No, I refuse to accept this fate. Douluo Yan suddenly clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Since Lin Yuan could write these things in the diary, he must know the method to detoxify it. Whether it's the attack system or the control system, as long as I can live, as long as I can become stronger, I am willing to try. And just as Douluo Yan was caught up in her inner drama, the anonymous diary chat group, which had been silent all morning, exploded again because of Lin Yuan's diary. Irritable pig farmer, and I want to live past 30, I was wondering why your nickname was so strange, turns out it's because you're poisoned. Irritable pig farmer, but Lin Yuan is right, suppressing one's talent just to survive is indeed a last resort. I really don't swing that way, tisk tisk, this old man Douluo is also miserable. A dignified title Douluo, yet he can't even protect his granddaughter. I really don't swing that way, and I want to live past 30, it seems Lin Yuan is your only hope, hurry up and cling to his leg. Supreme Pontiff, Douluo Yan, since your identity is exposed, this seed might as well tell you the truth. Supreme Pontiff, your jade phosphorus snake poison backlash is indeed a dead end. Supreme Pontiff, over the past few years, Spirit Hall has sent people to recruit your grandfather Douluo several times. If he were willing to join, this seed naturally would have a way to save his life, and even yours. Supreme Pontiff, unfortunately, your grandfather is stubborn and insisted on refusing Spirit Hall's good intentions, even going so far as to become a guest elder for the Heaven Do Imperial family. Supreme Pontiff, since he chose to stand against Spirit Hall, what business is it of mine whether you two live or die? Serves you right. Reading the chillingly cold words, Douluo Yan trembled with anger but had no way to refute them. At this moment, Juliana couldn't help but jump in to smooth things over. Username, that, if all else fails, Douluo Yan, why don't you persuade your grandfather? Username, as long as you join Spirit Hall, you are family. The Supreme Pontiff has twin spirits and can perfectly control even a venomous spirit like the soul-eating Spider Emperor, she must have a way to save you. Juliana had a blind adoration for her teacher. In her eyes, there was no problem her teacher couldn't solve. However, Bibi Dong's subsequent words directly poured a basin of cold water on Douluo Yan. Supreme Pontiff, cannot solve it. Supreme Pontiff, my situation is different from Douluo's. My poison is inherent to my spirit and does not cause self-reversal. Douluo's poison has permeated his bones due to improper cultivation. Supreme Pontiff, however, there's one method. I want to live past 30, what method? Supreme Pontiff, haha, why should this seed tell you? Supreme Pontiff, since your grandfather chose the Heaven Do Empire, why should this seed aid the enemy? Wouldn't it be a good thing for Spirit Hall to watch a title Douluo from an opposing force perish? Bibi Dong curved a cold, beautiful smile on her lips after sending this message. Although she didn't know Douluo's specific affliction, combining the snippets from Lin Yuan's diary with her knowledge of poison attribute spirits, deducing the spirit bone toxin storage method, wasn't difficult. If they could find several high-quality spirit bones for Douluo, preferably poison-attributed ones, and guide the intrinsic toxin inside him into them, it would not only cure the poison but also create a terrifyingly powerful, mixed toxin, spirit ability. But the problem was, high-quality spirit bones were strategic resources. Spirit Hall didn't even have enough for themselves, so why should they give one to an outsider? If the spirit bone quality was too low and couldn't withstand the jade phosphor serpent's toxin, it would directly explode the bone, causing him to die violently. The best solution, actually, was an external spirit bone. But that thing was even rarer than a 100,000-year spirit ring, where could one find it? No wonder his poison, despite being strong, had such weak demonstrable power, leading others to mock him as the weakest title Douluo on the continent. Seeing Bibi Dong's resolute attitude, Douluo Yan completely lost hope. I want to live past 30, HMPH, fine if you won't say it, I don't care. I want to live past 30, I'll go find Lin Yuan. He definitely has a way. And just then, Lin Yuan's diary did indeed mention a method. And to solve this problem, unfortunately, I temporarily have no way, as I don't know how to detoxify. Seeing this line, the hope Douluo Yan had just ignited instantly extinguished. She nearly collapsed onto the ground, even Lin Yuan had no solution. However, the next sentence in the diary sent her emotions on another roller coaster. However, although I don't know how to detoxify, I at least know the plot of the original work. There definitely is a solution, and more than one. Douluo Yan. These emotional highs and lows were even more stimulating than Lin Yuan's shot from earlier. The way she looked at Lin Yuan now carried a hint of grievance. Big brother, can you just say everything at once? It's so frustrating. The first method is actually to refine a specific detoxification pill. But on this continent, currently, besides that cheater Tang San, probably no one else knows how to refine it. Unless I can draw skills like alchemy from the system in the future. Speaking of which, I have to complain about the plot in the original work. That guy Tang San has such good luck. In the early stage, he had the clear sky Douluo secretly protecting him, and in the middle to late stages, he had Douluo, a title Douluo, acting as his bodyguard. And the reason Douluo was so devoted to him, even daring to clash with Spirit Hall for his sake, was purely because Tang San tricked him silly. In the original work, Douluo captured Tang San primarily to vent anger for his granddaughter, and incidentally covet Tang San's external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. As a result, Tang San immediately saw that he was poisoned and used this as leverage, not only saving his own life but also emptying Douluo's medicinal garden. Tang San did refine a detoxification pill for Douluo, and even helped him raise his strength by 1 level. But his detoxification method was actually a trap. It was the so-called spirit bone toxin storage method. According to Tang San's idea, as long as Douluo found a few more spirit bones and forced the excess toxin in his body into the spirit bones for storage, the backlash problem could be solved. Doesn't that sound very reasonable? But in reality, this is completely treating the symptoms without curing the root cause. It's even akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Lin Yuan paused, seemingly organizing his words, which made the women peeking at the screen hold their breath. Because spirit bones have limits to their capacity. Chapter 52, Ning Rongrong's terrible idea. Unless it is an external spirit bone that can evolve like the 8 spider lances, or a top-tier spirit bone of the 100,000-year level. Otherwise, an ordinary 10,000-year spirit bone simply cannot withstand the origin deadly poison of the jade phosphor serpent level. Once the toxin accumulation exceeds the critical point of the spirit bone will shatter. At that time, the toxic backlash will be 10 times more violent than before, and Douluo will die without even a scrap left. Tang San used himself as an example at the time, saying that he also channeled the poison into the 8 spider lances. That simpleton Douluo actually believed it. But he didn't even stop to think, what kind of configuration does Tang San have? That is an external spirit bone with devouring attributes that can evolve infinitely. Coupled with the blue-silver emperor bloodline in Tang San's body, which possesses top-tier life purification attributes. Does Douluo have these 2 things? He only has 1 Medusa skull that can be considered top quality on his body, what about the others? In order for Douluo to survive, according to Tang San's method, she needs to equip 6 spirit bones all over her body. And the quality must be at least 10,000-year level to start, and they must have poison attributes or high load-bearing capacity. Come on, do you really think spirit bones are like Chinese cabbage? Can you just go to the vegetable market and buy them wholesale? Even if Douluo is a titled Douluo, even if he went out to rob, it would be impossible for him to gather such a set of spirit bones for his granddaughter. Therefore, this so-called method of detoxification, given by Tang San, for the Douluo grandfather and granddaughter, is not only difficult to achieve, but also carries huge hidden dangers. Tang San was actually just using information asymmetry to get a free title Douluo as a hired thug, and by the way, he emptied the other party's medicinal garden. This deal is simply a business with a 10,000-fold profit. Seeing this, the chat group exploded again. I want to live past 30 Douluo. I want to live past 30, could it be, am I really destined to not live past 30? I want to live past 30, even the spirit bone method is a trap. Then what else can I do? Just wait for death. Douluo was truly desperate at this moment. Spirit bones are hard to find, but even if one is found, there is actually a risk of explosion. Supreme Pontiff, hey, Lin Yuan's analysis is correct. Supreme Pontiff, if you could equip a full set of high-quality spirit bones, it would indeed allow you to live for several more decades. But the problem is, where would these spirit bones come from? Supreme Pontiff, don't mention your Heaven Do Empire, even if you search through the entire treasury of the Spirit Hall, you probably wouldn't be able to assemble a set suitable for you. Supreme Pontiff, Douluo, your grandfather is really interesting. Supreme Pontiff, Tang San just gave him a terrible idea, which not only treats the symptoms but not the root cause, but even the medicinal garden was emptied. As a result, your grandfather is actually still grateful to him and protected him for so long. Supreme Pontiff, being sold out and still helping the other person count the money, that must be referring to your foolish grandfather, right? Although Bibi Dong's words were harsh, they were the truth. Looking at these words, Douluo only felt a tightness in her chest. 7 treasures little rich girl, Sister Yan Yan, don't lose heart. 7 treasures little rich girl, I also feel it's not worth it for your grandfather, that Tang San is too bad. 7 treasures little rich girl, but, look closely at the tone of the diary. 7 treasures little rich girl, although Lin Yuan criticized Tang San's method as ineffective, with that calm and composed manner of his, I think he must know how to cure it at the root. 7 treasures little rich girl, I think you should use things like a honey trap if you have to. 7 treasures little rich girl, think about it, Lin Yuan is at the age of being full of vigor, and your figure is so good, as long as you sacrifice a little of your looks, your life is about to be gone, what face do you still need? It must be said that Ning Rongrong, this little witch, really loves to watch the chaos unfold. She was not only instigating Douluo to give herself away, but even carried a hint of mischievous pleasure in wanting to see Lin Yuan make a fool of himself. I want to live past 30. Blushing.jpg. I want to live past 30, you dead girl. Do you think I dare not? If I could really save grandfather, this young miss. HMPH. Although Douluo was being Suneri with her words, she was actually starting to waver in her heart. The demeanor of Lin Yuan's spear strike just now had indeed left an indelible mark in her heart. If she really gave herself to him, it doesn't seem like a loss. However, these words immediately flushed out a possessive little rabbit. Bunny who loves Douluo. No, you can't. Bunny who loves Douluo. At 7 treasures little rich girl, you bad woman, actually instigating others to steal my friend. Bunny who loves Douluo. Lin Yuan is mine. I don't allow you to use a honey trap on him. By the playground of Nuoding Academy, Xiaowu was staring fixedly at Douluo not far away, her large pink eyes full of vigilance as if guarding against a cat trying to steal a fish. Douluo keenly sensed this hostility. She turned her head, looked at the pouting Xiaowu, and instead curled the corners of her mouth into a provocative arc, deliberately puffing out her proud chest. Little thing, comparing yourself to me, you are still too young. Xiaowu subconsciously looked down at her own undeveloped chest and immediately felt a bit discouraged. Damn it. And just at this moment, Lin Yuan's diary continued. Actually, to completely solve the backlash of the jade phosphorus snake poison, it is not without a permanent solution. But this requires 2 conditions. First, Douluo has to catch me and take me to that precious medicinal garden of his. Although I haven't drawn alchemy yet and don't know how to concoct those high-level detoxification pills. But whether it is a Spirit Beast Compendium, given to me by the system or my memory of the original work, both make me know the medicinal effects of the herbs there like the back of my hand. I only need to pick a few specific immortal herbs to help Douluo and Douluo cleanse their marrow and reshape their foundation. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already revealed his true intentions. He was guiding Douluo to persuade Douluo to take him to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. And he really couldn't refine medicine, but regarding those herbs in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, as long as they were of high age, he certainly knew their habits. Those immortal herbs can actually be treated as plant-type spirit beasts. After all, weeds like the blue-silver grass count as spirit beasts, so how could those herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well not count? But this is only external assistance. If you want to truly cure it at the root, or even let Douluo make further progress, it still depends on himself. He must condense his own poison soul core. Soul core. As soon as these two words appeared, it was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the minds of all the powerful people who were watching the screen. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong was originally leaning lazily on the Supreme Pontiff chair, but upon seeing these two words, her brows instantly furrowed. Soul core. As someone who had received a system reward, she was not unfamiliar with these two words. Because the first diary reward she received was to help her condense a soul core. Chapter 53. From now on, you are Ning Rongrong's friend.